Alright, guys. Whoa. 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 There's everything all messed up at the start there. Alright, we are in game. Camera's being a little funny. Camera, please. We are back. Or are we? Or aren't we? Here, let's turn on the front light. We are back with our competitive 3v3v3v3, which is not being hosted by us, except we're paused. And in this, just to kind of, as you guys can see from the score down below, we've been tracking construction, this type of thing, in regards to what has happened / started last episode. Why don't we make our face a little smaller somehow? And we are currently, Team 1 is very strongly in the lead. This game is being scored by controlling how in focus the camera is. By controlling 5 different victory point conditions or states, one of which is Crete, another one is Belarus, another one is West Switzerland, which is currently controlled by Team 2. Then also is, let's see, I think that, I can't remember if it's either things are going a little bit difficult. If it's Holland or Friesland, but this is another one of the victory points. And I think that that's all 5. 1, 2, 3. Sinai's another one. 4. And then 5. So all of them are in Europe. Let's try this. The truth hurts, everyone. It hurts so much. But we do have Team 1 way out in front, currently as things stand. And why don't we take a little bit of a look at, as things are starting to get set up in terms of the game actually starting. Some people were late, and, you know, it's taking a little while for everyone to get a lobby. Can I get some more pixels on the camera, brother? We're trying our hardest. I actually don't know why it's not normally like that. My thing has been a little bit, temperamental, but we do have some graphs, which is everyone's personal favorite, and we have some graphs of the going-ons here, where we have the GDP from last session. Let's see if we can do this. And as you guys can see, very, very strongly is the GDP of Great Britain. But also, I was noticing something a little bit interesting for those of you who have watched the video where we talk about hitting the wall at 37 million GDP. You know, where you start getting diminishing returns on your investment pool. You notice this is about when Great Britain stalls out, and also 2 other teams stall out at that point, or 2 other countries stall out at that point. Both France and Russia's GDPs stall out kind of around this 37 million. Now, Austria did not stall out there, but Austria's they're cooking a little bit of a strategy where they actually don't own a lot of their buildings. They have a lot of foreign investment. And so if you have that type of strategy, you're less likely to stall out at that 37 million mark. We do see a little bit of a stall from USA, but USA's kind of got other problems, other confounding variables. And we see this interesting spot here, this massive jump in GDP. It corresponds with a massive jump in prestige. This is when France and Prussia were both fighting this absolute monstrous war over Alsace-Lorraine. And so it's really, really quite strong. Prussia has been a little bit better, or the Prussian player has been a little bit better. Why will it not focus? Jesus. About, you know, going mega high conscript. And so it is a little bit interesting to see that. We are on a team, or why don't we link the rule set in chat? And we will do that. For anyone who is interested, this is on the rule set, and then we'll come back in here and jump back into looking at the game. So I think that things are on pause, things are swinging away, and last episode, or kind of session, we ended on a little bit of a controversy where people were declaring specifically for Belarus, and then the Spanish team traded away Belarus, breaking the war goal. And so I think that they didn't reload before the truce. So there is a truce. So I guess they're just letting Spain keep Belarus? Or Belarus got traded back to Spain. I don't know what caused the truce, or exactly how they're shaking that out. interesting. We do see a secession movement coming in on Germany. Now, in the rule set, you're not allowed to join the secession movements, so that'll be okay. But kind of some pretty significant things. There were two really huge wars last session, with Germany fighting Austria and then Germany fighting France. And as you could see by kind of the graph we looked at, it was an enormous, just massive conscript, long drawn-out battle. And kind of while teams 1, 2, and 3 were all fighting each other, with team 4, 2, 3, and 4, with team 4 declaring on both team 2 and team 3, Great Britain just ecoed up and kind of emerged in, and at the very end of the session kind of stomped people out a little bit. And so it is, and then, you know, this is an example of the stomping out a little bit, is the taking of this from New York. Now, as far as I understand, the USA player is kind of semi-AFK. So, that means that it will be a little bit less competitive from his team. Fortunately, he is not the strongest member on his team, but Germany's got some problems following this episode, you know, in that they are running a pretty significant amount of debt. And so, tap, hold, load in 4K. This feels like my ex, everything app feed. Wait, what? I have no idea what you're saying. But we do have a little bit of a war here in the going for this. Wow, so many soldiers on the other side. Looks like they retained all the conscripts that Germany put in. And I did forget that Germany is on, as part of the full barrel scraping, bottom of the barrel, they did go onto mass conscription. And so, and they're on National Guard as well, so they have a 5%, let's see, conscription rate here. The conscription rate here is notably smaller than National Militia, but the cap is the same. So they have 3% conscription rate here. They are getting, with their current level of Home Affairs, an extra 1%. And they're getting 1% from, oh no, wait, they don't have 1% from Professional Army because they're on mass conscription. So they are going to have a total of 4% conscription rate, which is a pretty solid amount, you know, in terms of being able to... Oh my god. This kind of got it. What is going on? Let me see if turning my lights off helps. Kind of. Okay, there we go. We don't normally stream like this, but I guess we will. His mind is destroyed from his recent Connor MP. I see, I see. Or just destroyed in general, perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah, there's apparently a lot of Victoria 3 multiplayers going on today. You know, maybe the time slot's getting saturated, though. That's something... If every Victoria 3 streamer streams Saturday morning... Or, because, like, a lot of YouTubers who don't normally stream, all streaming Saturday morning. We've been streaming Saturday morning for a hot minute, though. Hit focus, pause. Yeah, it's the lighting. Normally the lighting doesn't mess things up, though. I don't know, this camera's been a little bit finicky. But we are in a situation here where it's not looking very good. You know, if we look at Germany, really going to be kind of the standout. The teams need to figure out a way to 9v3. In order to have a chance at this 150. It is winner take all, so you don't get anything for going second place, so there's no incentive for a team to team up with Team 1 for the purposes of securing themselves a second place. There's no kind of way to playing into this. And so let's just take a quick look at, you know, what the GDPs are of the teams, kind of, and the construction level. France is doing pretty solidly, 80 million GDP, 700 construction. They are paired with Japan, who has got considerably a smaller level of... Well, actually, Japan's doing pretty good. 53 million GDP. They're constructing a bunch of gold mines. Where are those gold mines? Probably in Hokkaido? Let's take a look. Yep, the gold mines are, in fact, in Hokkaido. Not using all their They're transitioning to steel frame, so probably swapping up piecemeal. Italy, let's see how big they are. I think that they were kind of staying pretty close to Japan in terms of strength. We do see they have 500 construction, 60 million GDP, fairly close. So pretty well balanced in terms of power of the relative teams. For Russia, having a really large advantage. Players seem to place a really big advantage on increasing your pops, which makes a lot of sense because you have to compete with other players for pops, and players are not allowed to go for Great Qing. And so they do have 82 million GDP, 83 million pops, which is going to be a huge advantage. Construction, not so good, but they're expanding it out. They're running effectively a plus 28k balance, because you always add these two numbers, and so they can definitely add a lot more construction here. They are at 80 million in terms of the GDP. Let's take a look at Austria, who is their team member. Now, Austria has been executing a little bit of a weird strategy. A little bit of a we're not so sure about this. I think there's a way in which the mutual investment agreement span can maybe work if you have the intention of declaring war on these guys in order to get the investment back. But they actually do not own a very large share of their buildings, which we can see in, there is a UI mod in here, which shows how much percentage of your GDP you own. They only own 38% of their GDP, and how much overseas GDP you own relative to your GDP, where they own 24%. So they effectively own, 62% of their GDP. And this is a reason why their investment pool is not necessarily... Well, to be fair, their investment pool is growing. They just need to add construction here, man. And they'd be able to, like, start popping off. If they just added a bunch of construction and canceled some of these agreements. Some of these agreements is good, is the thing. Particularly the countries that have run out of available labor. It's good to have the agreements with them. But any country that has peasants is probably going to be a bad look. But we do have Austria. And then finally, the Ottomans. Having an agreement with your teammates is also fine. Struggling a little bit with 27 million GDP and 200 construction, but they do have to deal with a lot of stuff at game start, and I think they are currently playing... they did get rubbed the wrong way by Great Britain last episode, so that's the current situation. Now, Prussia, or Germany, really has to carry their team, and they're in a very significant negative balance here. If we add these two numbers together, they cancel out. But not anymore. He just added somehow 90k worth of negative balance. With the minus 90k here and the minus 90k here, eventually he'd build out of it. I don't know if he eventually builds out of it here. It is a little bit spicy. Maybe he lost an interest rate modifier. Not exactly sure what happened. But 400 construction. And the problem is like, USA, from what I understand, is semi-AFK. So I think that it's winnable for any team at this point. But if you have your second strongest team member just cruise controlling, he's like, then like he's decaying down in power rank. Construction's not that good, running a pretty positive balance. Probably pretty disheartening after you could see this was the loss of New York, which incidentally had a lot of his iron. So all of his construction that he does have is really, really expensive right now because he doesn't have a very good iron price, because all the iron mines of his country were here. And now they can't even employ up because they don't have all the demand for U.S. construction. In fact, if we take a look at prices, we do have a UI mod here, and we look at market price, would not be shocked to see... No, iron's not even expensive. Wow. I mean, we wouldn't be shocked to see it, but I guess we won't be seeing it. And let's take a look at Spain. I think Spain's kind of holding their own a little bit here. Definitely one of the weaker countries. Japan, Italy, Spain, and the Ottomans are kind of the weaker countries, although Japan's doing tremendously. They have a lot of population. They do have a buff in the mod balance that they're playing on, but Spain's holding their own. They are idling their construction, which of course is no good, but they're at 26 million GDP and here. Which brings us to, of course, kind of Team 1 here, which is, that's Team 1. That's Team 1, just one of their members, 1,300 construction, 100 million GDP, very, very, very strong. And so we could take a look at Quebec and Canada, or Quebec, aka Canada, and they also have, a decent amount of construction and GDP, given that they are sending money up to Great Britain here, and then also EIC. Tremendous in terms of having a monstrous advantage in terms of pops, very strong. They got law enactment completed from the British dictate. But you know, they have 350 construction, adding a whole bunch of military, it looks like, and 120 million GDP. So, you know, things are looking really good for Team 1. And as long as... Looks like here we have a war between... Okay, we have a PvP war between Italy and the other ones. Let's try and catch up on the comments, because we haven't been reading the comments because we're trying to do the other stuff. Hey Dragon, how's it going? Um, 2.8% growth is nuts. So this war, what is it for? It's for Kansai. It's for Kansai as the primary war goal. Holy shit. Now this is a legal war goal. You are not allowed to go for the capital of the country, but Kansai is no longer the capital. But it is going to have, because it was the capital for so long, it is going to have a high amount of financial districts. So this war is going to be, if it gets enforced on, crippling for Japan. I just don't know if you can enforce and land on Japan like this if they're defending with a decent amount of units. You know, teams are restricted in the number of landings they can try and perform. This seems very suspect to me. I would have preferred to see a war goal that they could maybe get, like anything other than war reparations, because they have to land on Great Britain in order to achieve this, but I think this war just stays in forever and just doesn't go anywhere. Is this it's modded for multiplayer, but it's not super heavily modded. So dream is to one say Giga Chad Netherlands in these MP. Netherlands is quite a bit worse than Belgium, but if you'd you know, be satisfied with United Netherlands, then maybe we could do it. Still kind of just looking to see when exactly. So this is the British you know, treaty port, but now what, all your troops are over here, my guy. How many are you leaving at home? It's leaving a 72 stack in North Sea. There's actually no army defending the main HQ. This is maybe a little bit dangerous for him. USA giving up after that war, being so dumb, is hilarious. Yeah, they should have. You're not allowed to take capitals in the rule set, so they should have moved their capital to New York. I think he should just keep playing. I was kind of tempted to drop in as USA, like, because I think it's silly, but like, yeah, this war is just gonna go nowhere, I think. I don't understand how this war could go somewhere, like, productive, but we do see another big war brewing here, with Italy going for Dynam, and then Britain and Britain siding in here, which is, okay, so this can, looks like we'll see all three of the team members unified here. They're going for Conquer Cambodia and Protectorate Dynam, and these guys just need to enforce Italian war reparations. This is enforceable, I think. They need to land on Italy. Actually, you know, Italy is one singular strategic region. I think this is just over-aggro on behalf of the UK team, because landing this is going to be extremely difficult. And I think Italy can just perma-defend against landings. The UK, or sorry, Great Britain is going to have to park units in Cambodia in order to prevent them from landing. But maybe Great Britain is trying to acquire a large amount of truces. That way they don't get 9v3'd. Because if they have truces with half the members, then half the members can't declare on them, and they can continue to just eco up. And so maybe this is the strategy. It's certainly, they are spending more in mobilization than like Japan is right now. So, you know, having all this. They have the Asian army, Italian army, home army. They literally are not defending their home HQ though, unless they moved a new army. Okay, they did move a new army, 69 stack, nice. So, I'd be furious if I was on the USA team. I would be too. I'd be really annoyed. There's like someone in the chair, but he's not really in the, apparently he's playing Marvel Rivals and just keeping his queue going, which is, I guess, better than nothing, but I'm curious to see how what movements they try and execute on this war. So we're zoomed out to try and like watch where the units are going. I guess there's a 40 stack going back. There's a misspelled cavalry army. A cavalry army. Which is everyone's favorite. you know, certainly more fancy than a cavalry army is a cavalry army. But we see another war where they are declaring on Marina Kingdom. Does Great Britain have some sort of defensive pact with Marina Kingdom? Or are they just literally siding in with everything? I don't know if I like this, because this is getting... This is the same team, just getting like a total war type of situation. Team 2 getting a total war situation with Team 1, where these wars aren't going to end. And I don't think the UK, Great Britain can land, necessarily, some of these things. I'm looking to see any movement, and it looks like they're not interested in trying to land. I mean, they have a 250 stack army and a 250 stack navy, and maybe they're just going to try and break in the front door. But, like, I don't see it here. Now, if their war goals were something like this, then that would be fine, but that's not the war goals. So what France can do is just refuse to enforce on the Marina Kingdom, and then they would have a permanent war with Great Britain, and then they could try and get other teams in on it and try and dogpile. I think the only chance that they have against Great Britain, well, the problem is landing them is incredibly difficult. I was having a discussion with one of the people who was more knowledgeable about late game PvP, and apparently he was making the argument that landings are incredibly easy after you get chemical weapons, which give flat plus 20 offense, and flamethrowers, which also give flat offense. But up until these late game points, no one's ever going to land Great Britain if they defend competently, and so enforcing war reparations on them is functionally like impossible. But you can maybe land like the British East India Company. One of the problems is you're only allowed one landing per strategic region per team. But if all three teams are landing the home county region, or all three teams are landing, the North Sea region simultaneously, that's 6 landings. Maybe you can slip one in, is the thing. So, yeah, British team going for the throat, kind of. This reminds me a little bit of Tired Star, where he would join every war possible, even if it was no good. He was just vibing, though, man. He was just going for it. And it looks like Britain is going for it here. And they are getting the landing? How is this possible? Okay, they have a 250 stack with 100 infantry, 125, 125. Does this really beat a 196 stack on skirmish? Am I missing something here? Is there a balance change that makes it easier to land? I feel like this shouldn't land. Is there not a Navy landing malice? Well, that would change things a lot. I think 84 is incredibly hard to roll. I mean, let's see. This is Bartholomew. He's rolling surprise maneuver, which is giving morale damage. Bartholomew. Does he have any special traits? Like... He is experienced offensive and artillery commander. I mean, this is... if you're going to have a collection of traits, this is actually pretty good, but... Direct. Experienced offensive. Maybe this is, like... That's crazy. Rolling direct on top of experienced offensive and artillery commander is insane. I feel like this still shouldn't work, but... The highest offense in the world being... This is with the malice. I don't know if this is with the malice. So... Sore losership, player so sad. Yeah, a little bit. I mean... The overall vibe and the way they decide to... This is not my multiplayer, so like... I don't know. Having someone in the chair so that the event can fire is like better than like not, I suppose. They're not defending, really. No one's trying to land them, which is maybe a little bit disappointing. They're just going for the Marina Kingdom, actually. And it looks like they're going to get it, but I think that... Look, Great Britain has comparatively very little army at home, and I think France could actually just land them, and that their army and navy is just horribly out of position if you wanted to actually wreck Great Britain. Unfortunately, they don't have any real war goals on Great Britain outside of war reparations, so it doesn't really matter, but the teams are also not coordinating. Like, Team 2 and Team 1 are fighting, and Team 3 and 4 are not dogpiling onto Team 1, which you, like, absolutely need to do if you're playing for the win, because you need to get the Team 1 out of there. It looks like we do get a little bit of a lower roll. It's still Bartholomew, but I don't think... I mean, what are we using on mobilization? Just everything, right? Including all the mods and this stuff. Oh, I feel like this shouldn't work, but maybe there's something in the mods. From what I've seen, they were considered the undisputed ruling power in the Sea Asia up until, like, World War II. Yeah, I think a lot of the players were going in kind of a defeatist attitude here, at least in the, like, pre-game lobby in regards to, like, Great Britain's position. But look, Great Britain has 2/3 of its army over here, spending forever to try and get Japan, right? Bueller, like, France could be landing them. And this is not even including, like, Russia jumping in here, you know, Germany jumping in here, these types of things. So, I mean, it's a little bit tough because USA has just decided to take, you know... I mean, are they doing stuff? Maybe they're, like, said they were gonna not do stuff and then they're doing stuff. Like, France is notable, or sorry, UK is idling their queue as well, so they're gonna start falling behind eco-wise. Yeah, the USA is not really doing anything. Like, look, they have 1,300 construction, they're using 400. If status quo proceeds and other people are maintaining really large construction queues, they'll just start falling behind. So... I mean, I guess they're trying to micro something. Looks like... Let's take a look. 75% landing progress here. I mean, they probably get it on the next one. They're, like, rolling against both the Japanese army and the French army, and they still can't defend this. It's, like, crazy to me. Are these borrowing troops? Yeah, they're even borrowing from Japan, so they're rolling into, like, 320 stack. I think there must be some kind of mod or technological advantage or something like this that's, like, really driving this. I mean, like, let's take a look. Because this doesn't seem... So they have breach locks, up to breach locks, and they're running all the supplies, rations, uniforms. And let's take a look at France's. France has got the same ish. Why can you not defend the landing? Nothing happened there until World War II. Well, like, they kind of, like, lost control of their, yeah, overseas stuff as well. Massive institutional exploitation of a million people to gather wealth and prestige certainly sounds like something to me. Yeah, the UK started falling off in actual ability to produce stuff. Okay, so we have two fronts. If the players micro carefully, it looks like they tried to sneak out a navy to give them some sort of reprieve, so that's not going to work. But players need to stack on the fronts, and they're not currently. The UK player is just going to lose this front. I mean, both players need to stack on both sides here. Yeah, smell you later, dog. See ya. Too slow to get on the front. Definitely one of the features that's very annoying about Vic 3 combat is they have to take some time to get onto the front, and then obviously that didn't work out. Cool to see all the subjects just, you know, do a whole bunch of nothing. Now, why is this enforced? Oh, because they were holding it for a second. So they, of course, get yeeted all the way back here, and it's back to square one, and this, to be fair, is really good for teams 3 and 4. Teams 3 and 4 are going to get to catch up while the other teams, while Mummy and Daddy are fighting. And so this is going to be good. Get the Zeppelin tech and get the flat attack bonus from the event. You know what I mean? Oh, yep. Maybe that's it. I thought that was on flight, but now that you mention it, it might be on Zeppelins. Direct also adds offense. Yeah, I mean, the general they had was absolutely insane. But can we check tech removal for landing mouse exists as per usual? Yeah, let's see. Maybe they researched it very early. That would also make sense. No, they don't have landing craft yet, so it just feels like difficult landing is not what was going on. Power block is called GB1. Yeah. Sorry, maybe I should have pointed that out. Players seem very defeatist about this, especially, you know... Organizers of the game are doing a poor job of enforcing good sportsmanship. I'd kick defeatists and find more eager players. Well, the problem is they want to keep the events firing. At a certain point, you know, like, you have to either... like, us having difficulty getting players is kind of why we stopped the 3v3v3. But in my opinion, yeah, they're just letting their principals sit there. In my opinion, these, like, this is an easy dog pile, man. The Great Britain is like, oh, now what have they done here? They've gotten a front by assigning here. Great Britain is so vulnerable in these spots, man. They're like, look, no one's defending the home territories. Now, as soon as you start a landing, they might start defending. But, like, it's not like, look, dogs, like, 350, and that's it. And they have 250 over here in France. Their units, they have one big fat stack, and they're just, like, cudgeling it around. So if you just defend against the fat stack, and then attack them back at the home counties, you have a reasonable chance of doing something. It's just the complete lack of coordination, like, inter-team coordination, and that this is just a gentleman's 1v1 when they can... The rule set prevents you from dogpiling unless the team controls several victory points, but UK currently controls 2 victory points, so they're allowed to be dogpiled. So, like... Absolutely, they should try and figure out a way to get more people in on this. Armies teleport? Good old army teleport, yeah. So much for enforcing on France, basically. But, like, it's... The fact that you can't put in anything that doesn't require occupation for enforcement is, like, kind of obnoxious. I wonder, actually... I haven't checked this. Forced nationalization... I don't know if you actually have to occupy them for forced nationalization. I'm not 100% sure. If they don't, then this is the premier, look, I'm just going to defend and eventually this war is going to be over type of thing. Is Germany helping out here? Conquer Galway and Holland. Nope, they're not. Looks like they are going for the 2 river techs, and this implies to me that Holland is the victory state, not Friesland. And so they're going for a victory point themselves. Is Team 4. Team 4 is playing for victory points. I don't think you... so the way that the scoring works is every 50 years, which we're coming up on, or sorry, every 10 years, there's a pulse, and you take the score as it stands right now. So we have 2-1-0-1 as a score. At the end of the 3rd session, it's 5 points on the pulse. At the very end of the session. So really just controlling the VPs at the very end of the game is what's most important, and being strong is like what you want. And I mean, Great Britain's going for the throat, but if this isn't successful, like, I don't know. But I really want to see teams 3 and 4 actually, like, Iros, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. I really want to see teams 3 and 4 actually trying to meaningfully engage, and fight the UK, because if you or Great Britain, if you don't do anything about Great Britain and you just let them stomp Team 2, you're next, bud. Like, there's no scenario where Great Britain doesn't keep trying to curb everyone down, and instead they're fighting amongst each other. Instead we have Austria. Instead we have Team 4 is in the worst spot, right? Because USA is AFK. But Team 3 and 2 could definitely play for a win. But here we just have, like, Austria just deciding to go after Team 2 when this doesn't bring you... When you fight Team 2, and you have to come in first in order to win the prize, right? When you fight Team 2 as Team 3, this is actually just... It weakens both Team 2 and Team 3. Which is... That would be fine if Team 2 was the strongest team. Team 2 is not the strongest team. You have to bring down the strongest team. So even though, like, tactically this might look good because you're trying to deny a VP, like, strategically, like, this doesn't make sense because your Team 2 is going to get rolled up by... Or sorry, Team 3 and 4 fighting each other. Team 2 is going to get rolled up by Team 1, and then Team 3 and 4 are going to be busy fighting each other. They're going to full mobilize. Germany's been very effective at this so far. Although Germany's going to get rolled up by Austria, probably, considering the economic situation. But with a weakened Team 3 and 4, you have no shot of being able to oppose Team 1. And so, like, this is something that's, like, often very, very hard, like, skill to develop, and I think that Germany could have done better, like, last session, or France could have done better thinking about this, but when you have multiple teams, it's not a zero-sum game anymore. A lot of times you play games, it's a zero-sum game. So if it's bad for your opponent, and it's bad for your opponent by a bigger margin than it's bad for you, it's worth doing. So if staying in a long war, like let's say Austria is fighting Germany here, which they are, it looks like Germany is just deciding to abandon the front. I don't know what that's about. Maybe they have some sort of special agreement where they're going to actually give war goals in exchange for the VP, something like this. They just capitulate. Okay, so that maybe is what happened here. In that case, I don't hate it. But the idea what I was going to try and explain was, let's say France and Germany are fighting, which they were at the end of last episode over Alsace-Lorraine. France should have surrendered earlier because even though Germany was bleeding more than France was, so let's say Germany's getting minus 10 usefulness points, and France is getting minus 8, even though Germany is bleeding more than you at France, you hurting both the other teams hurts your ability to gum around and deal with Great Britain, right? In a very, very significant way. And so the teams need to think about not like, does this hurt the other team more than it hurts me, or does it help me more than the other team, and instead think about playing to the overall condition, which is winning the whole shebang. Safe, thank you for the follower. Safe? However it's pronounced. Austria joined the Netherlands. What are the VPs? The VPs are now controlled is Holland, West Switzerland, Sinai, Crete, and the Belarus. So every team now has at least one VP. Well, GB1, I mean, the USA players may be playing then. They're sending a bunch of invitations out. Or did GB make their thing GB1? Oh, no, wait. Germany's in charge of this. Germany's still playing. But yeah, also them having to share a block is really kind of sucks, because the British can just raid the stuff and completely cut the USA off from convoys. So I think that's a significant problem for them. Let's see how much teams are investing in navies as well. If army is not bigger than navy, it has no negative impact on it. Yeah, I want to see if this forced nationalization requires you to occupy enemy's capital. Learned that in a Cuba playthrough once. All right, so that's not happening. A little bit unfortunate. Like, I really hate that you can't put in a war goal that you have to occupy, like, now, like, you have to occupy something of your opponent to enforce on them rather than just being able to defend. But let's take a look at everyone's navy. Everyone doesn't need to dogpile one team during this war. They just need to attack Britain. It would be an easy turnaround. Yep. We have 380 flotillas. EIC has 17 flotillas, so basically nothing, and actual nothing for Quebec. France has 100 flotillas. I think they start out with more than 100 flotillas. I don't know if I like deleting navy, but okay. Japan has probably a decent amount of flotillas, 95, and Italy has 69. Nice. And so let's take a look at Russia. Russia has 80. I think that's Russia deleting some from game start. Or actually, 80 might be what you start with, actually. 51 for Austria. Austria notably doesn't have that many coastal states, so they normally can't build as much navy as you would like to be able to do because lack of coastal states. And the Ottoman Empire has 34. Not really enough to get stuff done. I really wish I saw more of a prioritization on navy and, like, trying to fight Great Britain. We see 26 from Germany. Germany's going through it, though. They just fought big land wars, and they're not in really an economic position to expand stuff out. USA is asleep, but they do have 15 flotillas. That is less than the USA start building. So it looks like several people might have deleted down navy, which I kind of don't like. And then here we have 30, which I think is more than how much you start with. But France starts with 100 boats, you think? Like Exacxies? I thought they started with a little bit more. Looks like the front spaghetti's to the benefit of, or is this a landing? This must be a landing and a spaghetti. We do get spagooted. So Great Britain pushed this one square, and then there was a landing behind. But, I mean, no one's defending Cambodia, so you could actually enforce on Cambodia anytime you wanted. This might not be to the benefit of Italy so much, but really just like, I don't know, man. If you're gonna fight Great Britain, which you're going to if your team's 3 and 4, because Great Britain's gonna declare war on you at some point, because this is what they're doing, you might as well fight them when they are fighting someone else. And so, historical accuracy, land powers bogged down fighting continental wars while Great Britain gets away with it. I guess this is right. We do see one landing coming in. Where's it on? Looks like it was to restore or re-land, or Italy was victorious there, but we don't see any landings going in on Great Britain. This is not vanilla, or it's vanilla-ish. It's a multiplayer balance mod. I might have said it was vanilla. If I did, I lied. This is the Machiavelli multiplayer mod, I believe. Yeah, it's... Multiplayer Balance and Essentials is the name of the mod. But Great Britain's also not in a very good place to be able to enforce on other people, other than just having a bigger stick. You know, if we switch to POV of France, I mean, France can still do shenanigans. They still have to defend against landings, though, to be fair. And maybe France loses this eventually. But, okay, actually, what are the war goals on France? Conquer French low counties. Got it. I guess this is a more conservative type of thing to go for. So France actually will get enforced on eventually here, if they can't figure it out. And then you will kind of, once this happens, you'll lose your window as teams 3 and 4. A little bit sad on this one, because I think that this is. Look, if every team gets run over by Great Britain in this episode, then it will be impossible by episode 3 to be able to catch up. And if Great Britain is about to just finish up these wars and then deck on teams 3 and 4, this is how you lose the sesh. You know what I mean? Italy's out of that war, which might. Yeah, one thing that's kind of obnoxious is when the UK declares a war. Actually, this is incredibly obnoxious, I think. When the UK declares a war and pulls in its allies, the EIC, who's a human player, and Canada, who's a human player, except it's Quebec, when they do this, their allies can never get enforced out by ticking below 0. On the other hand, other teams' allies can get ticked down, which creates a weird sort of asymmetry that's actually quite strong. You know, perhaps you should just, like, not allow EIC and Great Britain to be on the same team together. You know, which is kind of a weird thing, but it is advantageous to have one person be the subject of the others and have one person kind of swing in it, which is what we have here. Now, what's Belgium's situation? Because Belgium actually has the occupation, so if Belgium gets enforced on, Belgium is, then the occupation's over. So Belgium has no war goals, so Belgium, if they're not a subject, can get enforced on, or if it's not a result of violate sovereignty, which it might be. No, it's an overlord, so they can't get enforced out anyways, no matter what you do. A little bit obnoxious. Looks like they do push kind of down into here. But yeah, that asymmetry is actually one that gives Great Britain more staying power than any other country, because when Great Britain gets involved in a war, they can just only put war goals on one country at a time. Just a little bit here, a little bit there. One West County, or, you know, one French low counties here, one New York there. And, you know, while doing this, their allies can't get enforced out, Great Britain's, but the other team's allies can. Can we see every player's GDP? Yeah, why don't we go through and update the construction here? Because this is a metric that we are following. So let's start with GB, which has, we'll call it 1360 construction, EIC on their team, which, as we click on each of these, you should be able to see GDP, 160 million GDP, 1360, but we have to keep, I have to keep track of the other numbers. 1360 plus 460, so 1820, and then plus Canada, 300, so 1820 becomes 2120, so let's update that. France, Japan, and Italy time. France, of course, is probably scraping the barrel a little bit more. France, I think, has not been... Yeah, they're not using conscription edicts. They really can win these... Oh, wait, they're using a couple. They're using a couple. But they really could win these wars a little bit easier, or be able to defend these wars if they leaned into the conscripts a little bit more. I mean, they're in a pretty rough economic position, though, to be able to sustain, like, a kind of longer war. But France has 680 construction. For Japan, we see... 510. Looks like they're just getting all the wars done. 680 plus 510, so 1190. And then Italy is going to have 1190, some idle. We'll call that 1250 plus 600, so 1850. So a big catch-up for Team 2 in terms of overall economic activity. Things might shift a little bit as this is occupied, and this gives like a permanent front, and also a very permanent front right next to Holland, which you have to like as Great Britain, especially with Belgium as a subject, right? With Belgium as a subject, you reduce autonomy on them, and you could go into Holland kind of fairly easily. There's not much opponents can do about it. Let's see if teams 3 and 4 are at least ecoing up decently in response to the other teams going at it, which should this should help the other two teams. If 1 and 2 fight and you don't, this is good for you. We got 630 construction on Russia. Let's see if Austria's brought it up. Austria definitely could bring it up last time we took a look. They could still bring it up, 630, but they have, well, I think they have brought it up, 645, so we'll call this 1280 between the two of them, and then plus the Ottomans here, good old Ottomans, so 1280 plus 200, we'll call it, so 1480, we'll call it 1470 for this team. And then for Team 4, this Prussia, USA, Spain, Prussia, of course, becoming Germany at this point. We have 960 plus USA, which I think is still, they're kind of, oh, they're not AFK because they've doubled their construction. So 960 plus 360, so that's 1320. So USA's back. We're so back, baby. 1320 plus 210, but we're idling some of it. So 1320, 1530. So now the power levels are a lot more even. So things are starting to come back. I think that the UK, part of this is the UK spending so much, well mobilized to fight Team 2, I think. Although Team 2 kind of caught up a little, but really Teams 3 and 4 have caught up quite a lot in construction during this time period. So, yeah. I mean, that's going to be good for them. The only thing that matters to the UK is that they're in the same market, each helping each other. Being in the same market is good. The entire Team 4 is all in the same market, I think, because they are power block together. The Great Britain 1 power block, where they are, and we can see what people are doing in terms of their power blocks. But since they are a trade league, this makes it so that they're all in the same market as well. Which leaves you vulnerable to raiding. The team that's like not vulnerable to raiding at all is Team 3, because they're all contiguous. All their market capitals are completely contiguous. And so, you know, Team 2, they're in a block together, I think. And they are also vulnerable to convoy raiding. But not Team 3 is not one bit. We haven't seen anyone really trying to exploit convoy raiding, even though if you completely brick market access to like EIC, for example, that's real bad for Great Britain. And Britain can do the same thing, completely bricking market access, you know, to Japan. And so this is certainly a vibe. Loud helicopter pog. Germany didn't unify with Austria, weak, yeah. Team 2 is the axis of cheese? In what way? This is model out for 6 mandates, power block? Yes, they do. So let's take a look at what the mandates are. So the British Empire, I imagine they're kind of going to go for similar ones. They haven't replaced police coordination yet, but we do see advanced research, militarized industry. Interesting to see construction 3 achieved. Are they using the construction company? They are not. One of their subjects could be. I'm not sure I like that. I think that you just go on construction 1. But they were going for freedom of movement, and, you know, they have been outperforming. Going after population seems extremely important in this format, and they have been very consistent in both Quebec and Great Britain in having a higher mass migration attraction than even the USA here. And so part of that is being achieved through this freedom of movement. But okay, let's take a look at this one. The Tyrone something someday. I don't even know what that says. He'll get Alsace someday, but he won't. Going for advanced research, which I think is great. I'm not sure I like foreign investment. I wonder the reason behind foreign investment. Oh, it gives some other stuff. Investment pool contribution efficiency. A little bit of a balance change on this mod. Then I don't hate it. That's an interesting one. Does construction higher levels give something we're not aware of? No, it doesn't. Okay. Food standardization and freedom of movement also gone after. I think food standardization and advanced research are kind of like a bit of a premium, but with such an emphasis being placed on POPs, freedom of movement certainly makes sense as well. Let's see Great Britain 1. Let's see what their mandate is. We see freedom of movement, advanced research, food standardization, construction 3, forward investment 2. I mean, like, with the investment pool contribution efficiency, it becomes much more attractive. And then let's take a look at the Eastern powers. Just kind of the same setup. Foreign investment. Yeah. They are a military treaty, though, notably. Which is going to be a little bit better for them on behalf of the training rate. I do think that this is probably the best block. Curious how they have vassalization as their primary principle, because that's not allowed. That's a no-no. So that must be part of the mod. Instead of Germany, they have France. It's just bad comedy. Yeah. So that's the current standings as far as things relate in companies. Let's see if Great Britain's up to no good, because they have been consistently decking on people. Did that war goal get bricked? Didn't Marina Kingdom have war reps on Japan? I think I'm a little bit confused. Maybe someone else got enforced out? And they had the primary war goals on them? This war is just going to continue. I mean, eventually, UK gets enforced out of this war because they don't have any war goals on them. So, that works. And I guess the UK is back to trying to land Japan? To be fair, they were successful before. It's unreal to me how this can get in with the penalty. I mean, this general is insane. This general is, like, certified insane, but, like... I mean, look at those mutton chops, though. How could you not get in? You have morale recovery here as well. I feel like there's some balance change on landings. Either that or the AI just always sucks at doing... See, playing against the AI would never land with 250 into this, but maybe the AI just doesn't use good mobilization PMs or good generals, and this is why. And in theory, a human opponent could do it, and I'm just, like, miscalibrated in terms of being able to evaluate that properly. We do see someone going for rice farms. The rice is nice. I mean, we do like what Great Britain's kind of building here. We like what The Rock is cooking. Rice farms, very, very strong. Very, very... Like, so some of the most profitable building opportunities are in the EIC, like in terms of everything agrarian, which everyone has to run a full economy. You know, you can't just import agrarian stuff from other countries, really, like you do in, like, playing in vanilla, because what happens is that we do see a war between, is this between Austria? We see Russia declaring on Great Britain really late to the party here, dog. You could have been declared while they were involved in this massive conflict. I guess it's better than nothing because they're still fighting Japan, but fair enough. I mean, we lost our train of thought here, which is the absolute worst. I think we were saying that, yeah, the EIC gives really, really strong opportunities for really profitable buildings because their terrain, they have insane bonuses, you know, for agricultural plantations on top of having access to all the very best stuff. And so the throughput is massive, but on top of that, on top of the throughput being massive, I'm not sure if they changed it. I think you're actually supposed to stay extraction economy here and just juice up Great Britain, have Great Britain own most of your buildings, and you just get this massive throughput. This investment pool contribution... Oh, this has changed from vanilla, I think. In vanilla, I think that this is contribution rate, or maybe it's not and I'm living a fever dream. If this is contribution rate, then I think extraction economy you'd want to stay on. But with it being efficiency, I do like the change off. Maybe this was a change in the mod. So extraction economy wouldn't be good here. But in either case, in terms of agrarian opportunities, the absolute best are in the EIC. And it's like not close because like opium's really strong. You do get opium here. Rice is really strong. You get rice here, but you get rice with bonuses. There aren't too many states that have... I don't think any states that have... I guess a couple of these have agriculture and bonuses. The thing is, once you get into northern China, like Shaanxi has a bonus, but they don't have rice. So we see like 3 rice states with bonuses. Oh, but we're not playing China. China's not allowed to be played. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so China's banned of the rule set. No one has access to anywhere near as good agrarian stuff. And your agrarian stuff, you can only acquire so much from China through trade. So, you know, I also think that perhaps a little bit of a miss for all teams to not pursue treaty ports here. But if we look at... Shout out to being cautious, though, huh? We love to see it. Cautious and tactful. Absolute handsome Chad. But if we look at trade routes, and we look at all countries, and we just look at the most volume, let's see what's going on here. We see France is importing as much grain and fabric as they possibly can. And curious not to see a grain import from Great Britain. If Great Britain's not importing grain from them, I think that's a mistake. Because this would decrease France's ability to supply themselves with grain and fabric, in addition to... I mean, it would make your other stuff less profitable. We also do see really huge exports from Great Britain in iron. Love it. Opium and luxury clothes. Really do love all that. Would love to see Great Britain also importing the fabric and the clothes. Maybe they are? Nope. But in either case, you're with everyone on most of the countries except for Qing. This means you have to do some of the agrarian stuff, and Team 1 has unique opportunities for really profitable buildings. So it's 250 versus 247, should be about even. Yeah, and they have similar PMs. The difference is UK has like this godly general, yeah, but they have the landing malice, or they should. It doesn't really seem that they're suffering it too much. I mean, France has gotten forced out, so they can't borrow the French troops anymore, but I feel like the landing shouldn't go in, but how many boats did Russia end up building? I don't know. Extraction economy is efficiency in vanilla too? It's just horrible? Yeah, okay, if it's efficiency in vanilla, it was flat contribution at some time, though, no? It was just flat decrease, which is not a negative money modifier. Efficiency is a negative money modifier, but it looks like the UK gets in, I guess. We'll see if they actually enforce. Do we have a link to the mod? I think we provided it. Or I don't have a link to the mod. But if you look it up in the workshop, it should be MP Balance and Essentials. And this is specifically on a version that allows people to get into blocks easier, because everyone has to be in the same block. But now we have... Okay, are we going to have Fast Finger Freddy versus the Forever Land? See, the thing is Great Britain's making a mistake here in that they should actually be landing on one of these provinces that doesn't have as big a travel time. to get in here, because, yeah, they're just going to get enforced out again. God, this is so insipid. They've gotten 2 successful landings, and they're still not going to be able to enforce anything. To be fair, I don't think that they're using... what is this? You have to go back and forth? Wait, what the hell? Homeboy got spagooted. You love to see it. So Japan's going to, again, force Great Britain out, but not before a few ticks happen. But let's take a look at mobilization. To some degree, this is like something you could deal with if you actually use some of these. But yeah. Spagooted. So, ball's in your court, GB. You want to land us again? And the answer is probably yes, but let's see how that shakes out. So I guess we're going for it again, because the spaghetti was a little too al dente. We see a pause. Someone complaining to the person running it, maybe. But is Japan... What are we doing here? How conscripted up is Japan? I wonder. 0 conscripts mobilized. Bro, you could just mobilize a whole bunch of conscripts and actually fight this out. What's this? What's this about? You probably still even have peasants at this point. Yeah, you have a ton of peasants. Bro, you don't care if you make your peasants soldiers. I don't know. I think that... Okay. Well, that looks like it's switching hands back and forth. France is fighting someone. Someone's fighting here. Who's fighting here? Italy? Okay. How's Russia doing in terms of fighting Great Britain? Notably, Russia is... Is Russia the only person in this war? Yeah, so I don't like this asymmetry here, because Great Britain's allies... To be fair, you can fix this yourself if you let one of your team members subjugate you, but this isn't allowed in the rule set, which it probably should be. Or I don't think it's allowed in the rule set. I guess I'm not 100% sure. But in either case, like Great Britain, their allies cannot get enforced out because they're subjects. Their allies being 2 of the other players, the East India Company and, Canada, aka Quebec. Whereas these guys will get enforced out eventually. So then it'll become a 3v1. And this is like a tactical asymmetry. Maybe it's not that big an issue, but maybe it is. Looks like we're landing again here. First, you don't succeed. Or 3rd time's the charm. That'll be the 3rd landing in there. So, I mean, we'll see how... I mean, what are the other teams cooking right now? So we have Team 1 and 2 still fighting. Russia's trying to grab Sinai. To be fair, there's a huge Austrian army here. The Ottomans now occupy this, and they're just going to sit on this. Transfer the Russian-American company is a bit of a vibe. So that does mean you have to be pretty heads up about defending that, right? Some nice Wargle to put in. It is right next to Quebec, right? So that's going to be a hard one to defend, just generally speaking. Cute, cute, cute. Who's decaying out faster here? The control of Sinai? I bet Russia's decaying out faster. If you mobilize more army, though, the other team side will decay out faster. So this casualties is relative to your army size. So if you mobilize more, it decays down faster. So we're seeing minus 1.17 and minus 1.34. So Russia might win this race. Russia probably wins that race, actually, in terms of... As long as they maintain control of Sinai, which isn't a foregone conclusion. But we see the People's Army. Yeah, see, this is what we're talking about. If we had a 380 stack... plus a 80 stack, in Japan, I don't think Japan gets landed. Although, to be fair, I didn't think Japan gets landed as things stand, but Japan still has 100% of their conscripts available. Are they economically, insolvent, or are they just, they don't believe in mobilization? I don't know. Well, they're mobilizing now. Are they listening to me? They better not be. They better not be. Pretty sure that's against the rules. Although it's not my place to enforce them. EIC going for bankruptcy strategy, or it honestly doesn't, or is it honestly doing good menial work? They're honestly doing good menial work. The bankruptcy strategy got nerfed, unfortunately. Looks like this is going to go Italy's way, probably. I mean, EIC is trying to stop it. I actually kind of don't like this asymmetry here, though. In that Great Britain, their allies can never get enforced out of things. How's the German debt? Can you run a new war soon? Yeah, let's check. Because Germany looked really strong in the first episode because they won a bunch of wars. I mean, they're doing horribly still. The only reason they're running a positive balance is because they're not using all of their construction. They're still in, like, a rough spot. The thing is, they can't conscript. They can't turn it up. In fact, I think they should actually probably delete a whole ton of their army, but that's, like, a very non-intuitive thing. But they can't turn up the heat in terms of conscripts anyways, because they're so close to defaulting. They could just delete a big chunk of their army, save on the money, and then, if they actually do fight, be able to conscript up from there, but, that's such a hard thing to evaluate and decide in real time that you're going to just delete a bunch down, but, like, okay. It also doesn't even help out that much, because, okay, they're running minus 500k, we'll call this minus 830-ish k, right? And of that, the construction goods are like 350, 830-ish k, we're paying 250k for military goods and military buildings. You probably actually delete it down. Look, if you're not fighting Great Britain, or you can defend against the landings, which they absolutely could, well, I guess they have to worry about Belgium is maybe the problem. Belgium gives UK front access against Germany. There's also, like, a really sharp asymmetry here in that the UK having control of Belgium, what they can do is they can just force the subject into the war at any point in time and gain a front, which obviously France and Germany can't do on Great Britain. So there is this as a factor to, like, consider. But I think the play is to, like, delete some of the army. Well, the play is to, like, unite with the other three teams and then clap, like, Great Britain, which would have been easily achievable considering how much Great Britain has suffered just trying to enforce solely on Japan here. Which, are they still here? Yeah, they're back at it. Like, half of Great Britain's army has been occupied for nearly the entire session here. Let's update the score, though. So, I'm pretty sure... So, Sinai and Crete were in Great Britain's hand when the scores changed, when we hit the score point. So let's do that. And then France, Japan, Italy, I think controlled one war goal. France, Japan, Italy. Oh, they don't control any, actually. But Russia, Austria, Ottomans controlled one in Switzerland. And Prussia, USA, Spain controlled one in the Baleares. So we get a little bit of an updated score here. Again, it's really, really back-heavy towards who controls the war goals at the end of the third session. So, USA going bankrupt, maybe. Let's take a look. They did rapidly increase construction. I think they're trying to fight it out. No, the USA is doing great. USA's having a hella good come up. They're building a bunch of gold. Let's see what they're doing in their decrees here as well. Yeah, this decree is really strongly favored. I mean, it's a very strong decree. Do we like it more than the migration decree, though? The greener grass. I mean, I guess they're running greener grass there as well, so they're just very concentrated in here. I hope that they're... So, the thing is you actually shouldn't incorporate stuff that has relatively low... Yeah. If it has low arable land as USA, and if you're competing for mass migration attraction, you actually shouldn't incorporate it. This is kind of maybe a little bit of a complex thing, but mass migration attraction only calculates based on incorporated states. And so it's a miss to incorporate states like Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, like these types of states to some degree, to the point of playing to this, because Quebec has way fewer states and UK has way fewer states. And like if we take a look at, these countries and we like look at their decrees, they're going to have a higher density of decrees or states under the migration decree, even if they have the same number of states, because they have fewer incorporated states. Looks like they have three, so it's the exact, or four, but a very similar number of states under the migration decree, and Great Britain's leading in migration attraction. If we take a look over here, at some of this in terms of the decrees, and this is eventually like a very, very strong like throttle for ability to do stuff. We see that we're using migration decrees in 2 states and higher than the USA because we have fewer states and fewer incorporated. Japan is top for port mobilization. Can you explain to me what happens when your province is occupied by an enemy army? You generate turmoil? Or devastation, rather. Which can lead to turmoil, minus state construction efficiency. The negative infrastructure tends to lead to turmoil, because when you get a negative infrastructure, often you will be running... See, they're spending 99 out of 95 here, so often this makes it so that you will lose market access, and then when you lose market access, goods are way more expensive. Hold the phone. Is EIC struggling because of this? Oh, we're hitting the mid-game, really, really painful condition that is the UK or Great Britain, which is that as a bigger proportion of your GDP is in India, you start to need more and more convoys to sustain it. Let's check their convoy situation. And it starts to feel bad, around this time period. So this makes a lot of sense. Let's check what their convoy situation is. But they have 30k from port connections. Now, to be fair, they're getting minus 10k in supply routes. And part of this is decreasing their ability to do, trade with Qing. And these supply routes, they finally figured it out. They needed to stop landing Kansai and start landing... basically anywhere else. But this is very painful. It's just going to get more painful as time goes on. The only team that's not going to have to worry about this pain is the Team 3, because they are all in one market. Yeah, it's like they get enforced on. You hate to see it. Oh, is there a separate war here as well? Or is that just the UI not updating? But is there a separate war? No, it looks like, okay, the war's finished. But if we look at the convoy situation here, port connections is only 2k. And so Team 3, because France, Japan, and Italy are all in the same market. Okay, France and Italy, they're contiguous, but they're going to have to pay for the port connections to Japan, which is going to be considerably less. It's 3.5k, less than like the... 20k that Great Britain's paying. But eventually this is going to be a problem, and it's going to make it so that convoy raiding is particularly effective against the teams that are spread out. The other team that's really spread out is USA, Prussia, and Spain. Boy, are they spread out, and boy, has this got to be... They're paying a lot for this. Wait, what? Oh, I guess we have to look at the leader of the block. 10k on port connections, which is quite a bit. Even though they don't have to travel far to get to, Spain, they do have to travel to get to the USA. But the most significant one is going to be GB, and GBs will be more significant if they lose this. Is the Panama Canal built yet, or the Sinai Canal? Suez Canal. Sinai Canal. It's not built yet, so I don't think they get to run their convoys through there. So having to do the convoys all the way around here, when a lion's share of your team GDP is in the East India Company... this is what's causing the pain. 30k port connections. So we are hitting a point where the UK is going to have to add more ports, or is adding more ports in order to sustain this. And EIC cannot contribute. You see here a bunch of convoys are going to Great Britain. They can't contribute to maintain port connections. In fact, they're maxing out their convoys. They really should be trading with China more because they have all these convoys. But they're maxing out their convoys, so a certain percentage of this will go to Great Britain here. If we take a look at, we are getting plus 11k from countries in the British market, and we're getting 50% contribution from the EIC. That's where this is coming from. Quebec is building some, but I wouldn't be surprised if Great Britain has maxed these out. So this means that if they've maxed out their ports, right? They haven't. Oh, what's this? This is a mod. disregard, I guess, a lot of what I've said. That you have like way more port levels, which is incredibly effective. Oh, I don't know if this is better than vanilla. Wait, these are giving Mappy? Brother, there's so many things that are like tweaked a little bit. These are getting Mappy and they scale with the size. So like Mappy's insane. So you actually should be spamming the shit out of ports if this is like a scaling modifier. Is it scaling? Or is it just 4%? You need to find a low level port. It might be with tech. Okay, well then in vanilla, like, eventually you would come to, like, a bit of an issue. So, can you explain what happens? Okay, I think we already got that. Guess his rivals queue was taking too long, so he decided to play. Very Sigma, basically. Team 4 game Netherlands and Spanish Island. Where's the 5th victory point that wasn't claimed this round? Oh, did we not put them all in? We gave 2 to Great Britain, right? We gave... Let's double check. We gave 2 to Great Britain. We gave 1 to Team... Oh, I only gave 1 to Team 4. It should have been another one. I apologize. But, like, this is... currently, it's less than controlling 1 VP equivalent. You know, so UK needs more ports. Shake my head, basically. They should build more ports, but I'm sure they will build more ports. They need enough ports to support their overseas armies. Or just need to stop fighting, like, in Japan, which seems like a little bit of a mess. It looks like Japan is going for all the return states. God, this is so ugly. This also, incidentally, like, just, yeah, this is so bad for... Japan's really, really defensible until this happens. Should have just conscripted up way earlier. I have a sneaking suspicion... There's been a couple times where I say something that a player has not been doing for a very extended period of time, and they immediately start doing it, like, 2 minutes after I say it, which... the players aren't supposed to watch the stream. I mean, I guess it's not my business to I could stream on delay, but the 3-minute delay is not going to matter because a lot of stuff takes time. Hey, Momino. Other teammates should invest in German ports. Yeah. It's probably related to tech. Is Team 4 block still named GB1? It is. What's the end date for this? There's no end date. There's 3 sessions that each go a certain amount of time. And at the end of that, then we have... we'll see. Can Japan even do this? You got 40 boats, dog. What's the plan here? I'm not sure I follow what the strategy is here. Great Britain getting a force below 0, or did they get this back? Looks like they should be ticking below 0. And Russia's gonna gain control of Sinai. And they're gonna have an easier time defending it with Ottomans right here, right? They probably passed that over to Ottomans, I assume. Looks like we do have some British landings coming in. I think that net, trying to land like this should be bad for you, because you should suffer more casualties than otherwise, but I think that... Look, is there no landing penalty, man? Or was all this army not here at this time? Because this is a fat stack just sitting there. But if the UK is losing more troops... they have a little bit more mobilized. Or no, wait, they don't have... Yeah, they have a little bit more mobilized. But in terms of proportionate to the amount that they have dying relative to mobilized, this is what's going to inform their tick speed. So they could mobilize more to tick slower in order to try and win this war, because they have the war goal on Russia, and Russia has the war goal on them. But... Transfer Russian-American company. Are they... Is there anything parked here? Nothing's parked here. Oh, wait, this is parked here. Yeah, that's fair enough. They do park in it, but Great Britain's just gonna lose this. And so you have all that power you're like throwing around, and now you're about to be reduced to. Okay, to be fair, Crete is the most defensible treaty like thing. Crete and Belarus are the most defensible of these victory conditions, and they're like I think worth considerably more than the other ones. But like for example, Hejaz is they're subject to Great Britain, but like you could separate declare war on like Lahej, land Lahej, and then get a front into Hejaz. And in fact, look, this is exactly what the UK did. Man, I just start talking about something and then the players make the instant adjustment. I really hope they're not listening to me. But you could get a front through Hejaz like doing this. Spread misinformation on the stream and see if they act on it. Smart play by Japan to get a truce with GB first. If you hover over the state of Great Britain's brigades, you'll see the buffs and debuffs and see if they stuff our landing penalty. If you hover over one of the stats. I actually don't know how to bring up in the UI like what you're talking about here. But like I kind of hate that I was just talking about, exploiting getting fronts and then they do that. They must be watching the stream a little, bro. Yeah. I don't know, it's like to some degree benefit of the doubt, but also like it like makes me like suss them like super hard. I don't like this at all. Poor generalist is so confused. It has to be in battle. You see it in the okay, offense of a particular unit, got it. Are you sure we could just hover it? Bruh. The truth hurts. Or it has to be this army, but it has to be an offense in order to hover it over here. To see what it's modified by. But anyways, like... Of a unit, not the army. Of a unit, not the army. So we come into here. Oh, okay, gotcha. Does they have to be landing for us to see it? Oh, you know what? There's so many things. I think I understand now. No, I understand now. Just looking at this, it makes sense. The guns and whatever, guns and butter thing. The penalty for landing, I think I'm pretty sure it's a % penalty, right? There's so many extra % penalties that you can achieve through tech that it effectively very significantly dilutes the value of a percentage bonus / penalty. But I mean, UK might still get enforced on here, but I can just play like 69 hours of Vic 3 and not know how to check the offense. I don't know how to check the modifiers. I just know where the modifiers are coming from, except when I'm playing a mod. I also don't care about the military that much. If you just have a bigger stick in PvE, you just win, and if you outmaneuver, you win. Like pushing fronts isn't how you really like win battles in Vic 3, except when you're playing multiplayer, so it is like a lot more relevant to be able to check that in multiplayer, but I mean, we still have to check if there's going to be a landing coming in, but like I have a sneaking suspicion that we've identified what it is. Oh, these guys are landing, right? No, the home army's not landing. This army's landing, currently. Oh, and there's no landing penalty? Bro, that's so stupid. Because they're currently landing. I guess they have to get in battle. Do they have an org? They have max org. So they should be fighting a battle soon. I mean, they failed to get in, so they were fighting a battle. There's no landing penalty. Jeez. Well, that's stupid. Difficult landing is 25% in vanilla. Yeah, even if it's still 25%, then, like, no, I mean, like, I'm kind of annoyed if, like, one of the players from Team 1 is listening in. I obviously, like, can't police it, too. The fact that they're actually playing for real money is also, like, it changes things a whole lot. You know, it's not as significant as playing for an opportunity to win yourself a candy bar, which is, of course, what the people play with in the games that we hosted, but, like, it does change things. Giles pulled an Elon Musk and hired someone to play Vic 3 for him? Oh, no. Not like this. I bet it was Ludi. Ludi, yeah, and then Ludi, like, pretends to be, like, significantly worse at the game when he plays. That's a strat, bro. Just, like, not even, like... Just, like, actually, just, like, the length of time in the delay did it take them to force Hijaz into the war in order to gain a front. I think it only shows it is visible in a battle. Okay, we'll have to check then. Next time there's a landing, that we're, like, seeing the battle. This is the home army, so it's not them. It's this army we need to keep an eye on. Or are they landing here? They are landing here. No, wait. Is this occupied? Oh, they just got in for free. Bro, defending the Ottoman Empire is so freaking hard. They have 5 strategic regions in terms of landings. And you're only allowed 1 Navy landing per strategic region, but yeah. I don't know. Like, if the UK player's listening in, I'm pretty disgusted, but, like, what can you do? I could delay. I could run, like, a 10-minute delay. That's not satisfying to anyone. He started doing the Hijaz before you finished the thought. There's some delay on the stream. Oh, he did? Then that's fine. Okay, thanks for letting me know. That's good. Now, I won't have to, like, mulled over it for, like, the rest of the stream. Which would be, like, kind of the thing I would do. Casually bashing Ludi's Vic 3 skill. I'm, like, So I've been, like, pretty neutral on Ludi, just, like, generally speaking. I stopped watching his Vic 3 content when he, like, cheated for the stuff, but it's, like, kind of, it's a couple years ago, and, like, I don't really know him, like, at all. He's been friendly to me every time he's interacted with me, but someone showed me, like, some of the clickbait he's, like, foisting up on his viewers, and I'm just like, dude, like... There's absolute insane discrepancy between what you're showing on the thumbnail and what you actually achieve is like, I mean, I think it's fundamentally dishonest. So, like, I'm actually kind of a little bit annoyed. Because like, dude, like, you when you get a view, you, like, get, like, a third of a cent or something like this. And so, like, you want to, like, people who would not have clicked on your video if you showed, like, what you actually did and are clicking on your video because you showed what you didn't do or didn't even come remotely close to doing, like, those people marginally might not have want to watch your video. And so, like, Uzi Bread, thank you for the follow. Cast Striker, thank you for, if you're still here, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. But the thing is, it's like, dude, like, if the person's only clicking because you have that really big number because they want to see it, and you're just gonna, like, waste 20 minutes of their time for a third of a cent, I mean, at least do it for a full cent, you know, my dogs? What's the point of this war? They're trying to win Sinai. Russia's trying to win Sinai here, but Russia's gonna get enforced out. But I mean, Great Britain's fighting a lot. Great Britain's probably slowing down overall, and they're adding navy. No one else is really adding navy, and the fact that Great Britain's adding a ton of navy, they're going to be really hard to catch. Especially if teams don't add navy before, like, the third act here in Session 3. So I know a guy in the Discord is basically parroting what you saying, but I think players aren't watching. Yeah. Worse than screaming generalist with a hammer clickbait. I actually have a sledgehammer in my house, man. I don't know what you're talking about. The sledgehammer's here. 1 billion GDP, arrow go up. Or like plus 12 million positive balance. The one that got shown to me that like makes me like kind of annoyed, it was like a USA one. It shows him owning all of North America and South America. At the end of the video, he only owns like normal USA borders, and it shows like plus 12 million balance, which isn't even a flex because you don't want to run a positive balance because it's bad. And there's like, he was nowhere near a plus 12 million balance. It's like the Chum 1 billion GDP thumbnail controversy. Yeah, I don't like it when Chum does it either. If he's showing like a billion and then he like has 300,000. Chum was just repeatedly reusing the same GDP though, which to me is like more lazy than deceptive, although I do think it's like deceptive. It's like, this is a big GDP, not using a different big GDP that's a lie every single time, which is like worse to me. But at the same time, like, yeah, I don't like it if Chum does it. How long is the session? I think the session is total 4 hours. You get the hammer right now, or you're lying? What do you mean, you guys don't have a sledgehammer at home? No, they're just trying to get me to go downstairs and get my sledgehammer. I don't want to, like, be off stream for, like, 5 minutes just to pull out my sledgehammer. I've made videos with that sledgehammer on my weightlifting channel. Yeah, but Great Britain just wins this, because Russia's never getting this back, so... I wonder who this is getting transferred to. It's getting transferred to Quebec, right? I guess it doesn't matter. No, transfer to the Great Britain's better, because I think you can merge it with Quebec. I think the journal entry even allows you to merge United States and Canada. Like the Canada merging the stuff journal entry, I believe it allows you to merge with the USA. If USA becomes a Great British subject, or it used to, maybe it doesn't allow you to do this anymore. So that was really cute strategy, like back when it was a lot easier to, back before they had power blocks and you just had to get inside someone's market, where you, as USA, you would intentionally deflate your GDP, get in Great Britain's market, and then eventually merge with Canada because of it. For freezies, good dealsies, you'll love to see it. But yeah, I mean, Great Britain's gonna start a new war here sometime soon. But, like, now they're single filing Great Britain right now. Like, Team 2 got declared on, or had a big salvo, and now Team 3 is 1v1ing Great Britain. And then as soon as Great Britain's done with this, they're just going to attack Team 4. Sledgehammer at end of stream? Maybe. Generalist versus Chum, drama, new drama beginning. Targus is always trying to start drama. You hate to see it. Chum was also, so it's also different with Chum as well, because these were some of Chum's first, like, uploads, and it's, I think you have more of a responsibility the bigger your viewer base is, and, like, this type of stuff, to not be deceptive about stuff, I think. Because the amount of people that, like, you have both more knowledge and also you're affecting more people. I have my granddad's sledgehammer. That sledgehammer was my granddad's. What were we looking up here? I forget. Could see institutions. This seems almost kind of wasteful. Yeah, GB should just downsize as law enforcement, I think. They're not running turmoil, are they? Workplace safety giving authority is crazy. Workplace safety is already good. What the hell? But are they running turmoil? Surely not. Yeah, they only have... Yeah. From what I've seen, the 1 billion balance is achieved by turning government spending down and raising all taxes, but only for the thumbnail. A 1 billion balance? You can't get a 12 million balance with the GDP that, like, Ludi had by the end of his video. You just, like, even if you delete, like, all expenses and this type of stuff, you can't do it. Are you implying that you and General Strength are the same guy? What the fuck? Yeah, dog. My bad. My bad. Tarkus is just feeling frisky. He's feeling sassy today. He's mad at me because if he gets 200, or if his comment on one of my community posts gets 250 likes, he has to buy a Guy Fieri wig, and he doesn't want to have to do it. But he's going to buy that Guy Fieri wig. So maybe let's update constructions. Actually, let's take a look at the USA. USA apparently is actually like playing now, and they're doing great. Their balance sheet is looking much better. They're spamming a bunch of construction, of course, spamming the classic fish and logging camps. A little bit concerned because they have 73 pages of stuff here that they might just be setting it to forget it, but no, they are preparing for some beef. Never going to USA ask where's the beef. It's in the burrito, dog. Classic Tex-Mex. So USA is gonna have a very big military very soon. I wonder what law they are on. They must be on. They must be off of. Yeah, they're on to mass conscription. I was gonna say they must be off of National Guard or whatever. Not National Guard. National Militia. I'm gonna have to take a long vacation in Flavortown. This is it's the race, truly. Which comment reaches 250 likes more? Why is fish building good? Fish building, if you have peasants basically, which is everyone still has peasants here, it peasants pops faster than anything else, and it increased standard of living. Or it de-peasants at a rate that's the same as logging because the construction rate is really, really low. And so you get the stimulation effect not just of... we explained this kind of in a more recent video of ours, but you get the stimulation not just of... we need the census data. Not just the stimulation of... the fish being introduced in the market and the positive benefit of the fish factory, but also when a pop is a peasant... their buy orders, only 5% of them reach the market. And so when you turn them from a peasant into a laborer, this makes their buy orders, even if they stay the exact same SOL, or when they stay the exact same SOL, this means that their buy orders 20x into the market, which drives up prices, which drives up the profitability of every building, like globally inside of the market, or of the consumer goods buildings. So this stimulates the economy by much more than it looks like when you just look at, because of the downstream effects, it stimulates the economy much more than just like what it looks like it ought to with the fishing wharf. Because the fishing wharf, you're like, oh, I'm running, 2K wages, 700 balance, it's worth like 2,700 in balance. It's like, no. This workforce are no longer peasants, which means this is increasing clothes consumption, right, by 20x if their SOL stays the same, which it won't, but it's like, it's too much to explain like in a complete way. But this makes the prices on this stuff go up. And when the price of this stuff goes up, you're able to... this makes this building more profitable too. So your weekly balance here is roughly 3K. But when you build the fishing wharf, this drives it up to 3.01K as well. But for like every building in the economy. Will we see a combined effort to attack GB? Probably not. Also, fish is food. Yeah, another thing is that these guys are fighting quite a lot in terms of the SOL for migration, and fish is a food. This is less important in vanilla, but they're really fighting for having a high standard of living. We see 15 there. I think we're going to see higher in GB. GB's chilling, kind of waiting to see them deck a war. I personally think it's perhaps the case that, well, maybe they should just keep fighting wars and keep renewing truces. So this is the thing, is they kind of, in some sense, getting to truce juggle repeatedly, and they can... I really hate, like, this is, like, pretty easy to game, but they can see where everyone has strategic interest before they declare war, and you can only declare war... what they could do is they could declare wars on teams that don't share a bunch of overlapping interests, so they all can't get in the same war together against GB. And then GB being able to, like, enforce out the other two enemy teammates, and then 3v1 with its entire team, although it owns most of its entire team, really creates situations that are, I think, like, pretty asymmetric. So there's, like, a lot of ways to leverage it. But again, a 9v3 is a 9v3, so... so minings will do the same job. Minings are also good for depeasanting. It's double the construction, though, yeah. Explaining depeasanting is always fun for new players because it's a huge eye-opening realization about Vic 3. And for the explainer, you get to feel really smart, positive all around, big nice. I also get to call peasants crypto bros, which they are, because they buy fake goods with fake money. When we take a look in here, the reason why they, even though their buy orders are only purchasing 1/20th, the reason why it's like somewhat okay is if we take a look. There aren't going to be peasants here, are there? Okay. If we take a look at the peasants, they get basically no wages, but they get... Okay, we're on homesteading in the USA. Let's look at a non-homesteading country. Because they like have ownership. Here we have subsistence output is how you get paid. And then with the wages here. We might have to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, though. I haven't fully evaluated, like, the homesteading situation in regards to peasants. Oh, did we just not look at peasants at first? We just looked at farmers. Yeah, we just looked at farmers instead. Their things do employ up farmers in the subsistence buildings, so maybe we need to actually take a closer look at this. But for the peasants, depeasanting them is good. They get paid fake money. They use it to buy fake goods. How's Japan doing in China? Good question. I think they'd probably fail. Ooh, they're succeeding in landing. That is a shock to me. I guess Korea is soft to landings in a way that Manchuria is maybe not. And they're making progress here. Well, they're kind of making progress. They're having a little bit of difficulty. I don't know... This doesn't seem like the best war to fight without your teammates. I feel like they could have coordinated this better and have France in here with them, and then... Yeah. So, any handicap for picking GB? Well, they get teamed with EIC and Canada, and so Canada being the weakest country in the entire lobby is the weakness of the team, because the teams were pre-assigned. But overall, I do think Team 1... Going into this, I thought Team 1 and 4 kind of looked like the strongest teams, and that Team 3 was a little bit trappy, and that I thought a lot of people would consider Team 3 to be the best, and then it wouldn't really be that strong. And so far, Team 1 is really crushing, but I do think Team 4 could have played differently as well. I think that Team 4 sunk its economic prospects with massive wars to some extent, with full mobilizations playing as Prussia. Here, why don't we watch what's going on here, because stuff's actually going on here. But they full mobilized against Austria, and then they full mobilized against France. And for what? Like one state, in some sense, for the mobilization against France, that was maybe unnecessary. Maybe you just let them keep Alsace-Lorraine, they just let you form Germany or something like this. Which I think is a way that you could figure it out, and instead you get to spend a whole bunch of money on economy rather than... the value of that state is worth less than the amount that they had to pay in military mobilization. Just so much less. And so Germany could be a lot stronger now if they had made some adjustments. I think a USA player losing New York when they built most of their economy there also really hurts that team quite a bit. But they're recovering now, so things will be in okay shape. Spain, overall, I think the Spain players... Well, Spain's, weak to start, but I'm not the most thrilled with the level of construction, but maybe 270 is okay at this rate. Yeah, it's probably fine at this state. It's just Spain's kind of weaker, but you get Prussia and USA, and I think that if you're playing for migration and you're playing that game, that USA is really strong, because USA, especially if you have New York, can be the absolute strongest migration attraction. But this is in a theoretical sense. In a practical sense, the second you start incorporating a bunch of the second you incorporate everything rather than just the absolute killers, you start to dilute your migration advantage. And if people are really hard competing, you actually probably are supposed to release New England in terms of migration, and then maybe give them DC after you move the state capital away from that, and then you look to just only if something's over 200 arable land, incorporate it. Specifically 150 arable land. There is a cap at which unused arable land can continue to give you migration attraction. I think the cap is 150 levels worth of unused arable land. So anything that has like 180 plus arable land, you incorporate all that, but you wouldn't incorporate something like New Mexico because the modifier that you're getting in New Mexico is considerably weaker. You can see unused arable land plus 6.2, even though there's like no one here. So you just don't incorporate these states when you're trying to rumble for the migration attraction. And I think if you optimize it as USA, that USA can't be out competed, and it's a winner take all type of system where you get a lot of the pops. So in my mind, USA was going to have a decent amount of pops over the other teams as a result of being able to pull in migrants, and they're 33 million. And let's take a look at Great Britain's pops, who Great Britain has been the leader in migration most of the time. Great Britain is at 56 million. So I think there's a world in which USA's graph looks way more vertical and they have way more pop than they currently do. There is some intermarket migration. Let's actually check GB. You're all in on Trump's new coin? Not like this. Let's see if there's, if we could take a look at what's going on in terms of what people they have. I don't know if they've already set it up so that they can start getting... Yeah, it looks like they are attracting some amount of Indian pops. Although the better thing to look at is not culture, but rather religion. If they're on no... If they're on a... Are they on total separation? If they're on total separation, no, they're not. So they will convert pops. Oh no, wait, but you can't convert cultures across like other lines. So they have gotten a little bit from, India in some spots, but I think they're still getting a lot. Look, they have Yankee pops. 500,000 Yankee pops are in Great Britain, which is like a very strong indication of how hard Great Britain is winning the migration war, right? Some of those might be coming from New York, but still, even still, Great Britain's crushing in this regard. You're doing an Iquicha campaign. Ran into the problem not having enough pops early. Labor-saving PMs are quite far away, too. I have zero support for multiculturalism. What do? Cry. Cry a lot. You need to try and, expand into high pop areas and then try and accept them as best you can. Something like this. Financial districts are more likely to buy fisheries. Yes, and agriculture makes it worse in the sense... There's a lot of reasons why agriculture is worse, but one of them is you're wanting to keep 150 unused arable land for the migration modifier if you're trying to rumble. See how there's not a lot of migration attraction here? Not as much as you might like. So if you had more unused arable land, it would be a little bit better. I might be splitting hairs, though. Agriculture, specifically for depeasanting, might be a little bit better than I thought. I think it should be better in, a historical sense, because the agrarian revolution in Great Britain kind of paved the way for the Industrial Revolution. And, historically speaking, it was important. Great Britain's team seems imbalanced having EIC. Maybe instead of EIC, they get 4 players filling out Austria and South Africa. I still think having EIC, I think that they should just have to release EIC and they shouldn't have EIC on their team. I actually really kind of am I think that maybe I don't like, or I mean I've already mentioned it a few times, but the fact that tactically speaking, the Great Britain team can lock all of its team members in a singular war, that none of the teammates can get enforced out individually, and other teams are not able to do this. This is a weird asymmetry that, it's a problem with the war system, but I don't know if I like it. But the thing is it's more themey to have it be Canada, EIC, UK. Spain seems useless. Okay, the two teams that you could most compare are Spain and the Ottomans, right? Ottomans have 250 construction, 50 million GDP. Spain have, these are relatively close in power. Spain have 53 and 260. I think Spain's a slightly better starting pick than Ottoman Empire, but they're, at a similar spot. The workforce ratio you get from women's right is larger than the extra pop you get from birth rate. Yes, but you just do both. And due to migration meta, it's better to steal pops from other countries than to grow your own. Yeah. In multiplayer, migration is harder because it needs turmoil. Pop growth is very good. That is true. The need for turmoil, that is yep, that is true. For mass migration, yeah. What is their power block? Seeing that this is changed any relative to vanilla. Has land trade capacity always been on internal trade? I'm not sure it has. External trade must freaking blow. Yeah, this hasn't been changed at all, but you would never run internal trade or external trade in a rule set like this. What was the conclusion to the drama last session? Well, at the time, Spain just got to keep this, but now the UK's gotten it, and I don't see when they got it. And we get demand Holland from the UK. Just really like a very single file type of situation here. And so now Germany, which is just barely recovering from getting out from underneath the pains of last episode, is having to do this. And so like if Germany like it had a different sort of strategic sort of decision here, where they let France keep Alsace-Lorraine and instead just didn't have this massive fight, then stuff could have been maybe a little bit easier. We see liberate Belgium as the war goal. Do like that, because this means they only have to push out their front. They don't have to actually occupy like any of Great British stuff, so there's no landing required. Let's see who could sway in. See, the thing is a lot of the other teams are probably not going to have interests here. We're probably going to be able to pull in USA and Spain as the teammates, but is anyone else a GP of... Oh, well, it looks like Spain and Austria have interests here. And also Japan. So, I mean, a lot of people could dogpile on Great Britain. The thing is dogpiling on Great Britain doesn't get anything done here. Like, the type of... And maybe Great Britain's trying to juggle. How do you not have more infamy, dog? I was going to say maybe they're trying to juggle and avoid to cut down to size play, but... I guess we're going to see how Germany decides to do this. Germany has, like, just absolutely decree blasted every single time. And they're running very few decrees. What are you spending your authority on? Consumption taxes. That's how you manage to... Oh, Jesus. This is how they manage to balance their economy. Oh, God. That's unreal. I mean, it makes sense. It's still a little unreal. Probably not correct, but it makes sense. But now what are you going to do? Who's going to join on your side? But it doesn't matter who joins on your side. Great Britain could just decide to stay on their island until everyone gets enforced out. See, this is why, like, the inability to stay in wars is kind of sucks. But like, if Italy, Austria, if all these guys join and UK just doesn't put war goals in on them, they're just like feeding the truce away in terms of actually trying to dogpile. Like the inter-team organization here, like they just give it. I mean, that probably makes sense. The whole world should gang up and they should liberate every country in the UK. Yeah, this is... You can't liberate where someone has a primary culture. But, yeah, they're all kind of playing like it's a free-for-all thing rather than, like, coordinating in terms of the teams, it seems like, to some extent. I guess we haven't seen any massive wars between teams 2, 3, and 4 fighting each other, but they're not trying to create situations where Great Britain's like going to be in a lot of trouble. Well, let's check Great Britain, what they're doing. And Great Britain's like Great Britain is just back to back to back, going after person to person to person to person, and so like you know, this doesn't stop until you like try and do something more substantive with other teams. I don't know why going for Normandy over. I feel like Normandy is not the best war goal. I could just be wrong. I mean, it depends where this guy's building, right? Going for whatever has the most GDP or the most ownership makes sense. You're not allowed to take the capital. Does Normandy really make a lot of sense, though? I mean, you could do it by pop as well. Brittany, I think, has more pop. Brittany, I think, is the highest pop when a game starts. Only one state is being allowed to be captured per war? Yeah, but that's per team. So, like, I mean, if you wanted to, like, actually kneecap Great Britain, or only one war goal is allowed to be enforced, you take Lancashire with one team, Yorkshire with another team, and Midlands with the third team. Specifically, taking their company, or no, their company HQ doesn't get snapped in that way. But if we take a look, like, 550 financial districts, 120 financial districts, 250 financial districts, actually just an unreal amount of financial districts in Midlands. If you take that, that's like, that's so much. Like, so three states taken off of GB would be like enough to like brick them really hard. Realpolitik is dead. The balance of power is lost. Yeah, the rule set's dumb. Not being able to take more than one state in terms of the rule set. I mean, if you want to have multi-session games, I don't think that this rule set's necessarily dumb, because only being able to take one state makes it so you can't just win in the first ones. How do Midlands have more financial districts than Cap? I don't know. Unless these financial districts are counting the ownership here, but they can't possibly, because this has more than the number of levels in the financial districts. So I don't know why Midlands is more. I do think that there is a bonus for, like, rivers. Whoa. Is that a player? 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seems like there's something going on in the lobby. So let's see what happened. Oh no, Banana Reaper is Japan, so this must be technical difficulties. Okay. Let me see, Spain. Oh, drama time? No, I think it's fine. Unless they're like, or maybe it's beef. I don't know. It makes me not want to go into the channel. People have an expectation of privacy, right? So... it is currently 2 teams in 1 VoIP. Or sorry, all of 2 teams in 1 VoIP and an additional from the 3rd team, and the only one that's not in there is Team 1. British radios in 1865. I'm curious they are winning when Spain is a little bad. I think Spain's kind of probably doing okay. I mean, they have unspent authority. I suppose you would want to spend this. Yeah, there's like no rule on how long you can stay paused, which like seems like there should be. Someone got kicked though, and they're having to rejoin, so that's actually the thing. But like, yeah, I quite like the rule set, but agree with generals that EIC shouldn't be with the UK. I'd absolutely love to see this with drafted teams, and then how do you do victory conditions? I don't know. We could still do the same victory conditions where they decide 5 states that are going to be worth victory points. And so you could do this. Maybe I jump into the lobby, see what's going on. So Japan was kicked. Are we still going? Or what's going on exactly? Okay, they just DC'd. Uh-oh. Alright, it sounds like everything's cool. No drama. No kicks. No laundry. So, why don't we go over the construction and see where countries are at in terms of their construction levels? Since we... I mean, we're gonna see eventually, like, the Rumble, right? Or no, wait. We're not seeing the Rumble. We're decisively not seeing the Rumble because Germany just backed down. Which I don't hate. Like, I don't hate the back down, but the thing is like, I think it's better to try and... Because I think it's way better to back down to the second place team when you're the third place team than it is to back down to the first place team. Because it's winner takes all. So fighting the first place team and hurting the first place team almost always brings you towards victory. So a preferable solution when you're in that, from a strategic perspective, is to try and get other teams to dogpile. And I think that that's a kind of easy argument to make. But 2340 up to is Great Britain. 2340 construction. Let's take a look at EIC. That's so much construction. They just added a bunch. 2340, so 2840, so 2910 with the 570 here, so 2910 for the team. And then up here is an additional 520, so 2034, 30? Wow, that's a big come up in construction for their team. About 50% increase in construction, a little bit more than 50%. Banana Reaper's back. Hell yeah, brother. We have France, which is currently facing the war, so we actually will see a bit of a rumble. 770 construction, that's not good. If this is your strongest player, and GB has that much construction, you're in trouble. So 770 plus 610, so that's 1380. We might have to start rounding to hundreds or bigger numbers soon. 1380, and then Italy is your final team member. Italy's kind of doing all right. 1380. Italy's got the most construction actually. 1380 plus so 2300, like just straight up. Okay, not too bad. Italy's doing all right. Do they have more GDP than France as well? No, they don't. They just got a lot more construction. They probably are way less invested in military then. 200 and 160 versus, on the other hand, 275 and 80. So, yeah, France has quite a bit more invested in the military and might be running a healthier balance. Really kind of... I mean, like, but here, again, as Team 2, even though you can't win this in a 1v1, the thing isn't to necessarily concede. You want to try and pull the team that's in first place behind and make this argument to the other teams as well. Which is, this is hard to negotiate in real time. So 1010, construction for Russia. Russia's coming up quite nicely. Austria is up to, Austria's taken off. So 2430 for the team. Austria's been crushing this episode. Do they still have these silly investment agreements? They still do. But they decided they wanted to add construction, so now they're popping off 2430. They own, in terms of their GDP ownership, because this is something we're kind of watching, they own a higher percentage of their GDP. I wonder if they're actually enforcing on people to get back GDP ownership, and this is why they're popping off. We haven't been keeping an eye on what wars they're declaring, but if they've been declaring wars on people to seize all the buildings that other countries own, then this is good. But, okay, so 2430 so far, and then plus Ottomans, which is another 270, so 2630 and 2700 even. And then Team 4, which we've seen USA... to be fair, Team 2 had the most long drawn-out fight with Great Britain, or the British team. And so maybe this is... We're gonna see more and more of the after effects of being stuck in a war, slowing down both teams, because Great Britain stopped pulling ahead by an even bigger margin, and it seems like Teams 3 and 4 are catching up, just relatively speaking. We see Germany, which just gave up a war, so that they didn't have to fight it. 720 construction, really not that great, but they are recovering. Here we see USA 680 or 660, so that's 1380, and then Spain 1380 plus 280, so 1580, 1660. So a little bit unfortunate looking for Team 4, but Team 1 very strongly in the lead here. Oop, let's not dance around with that. So that's the current state of affairs. Let's see if how this is shaping up in terms of who's joining. We see Russia join, Italy join, Japan join. So we might see a full big thing, and we see conquer Kansai as the primary war goal. Fantastic. This is one that's enforceable, and you're looking to return it to your teammate, and you're looking to say, hey, GB, what are you going to do? Where are you going to commit your troops? Because that's so far. If you're in the Japanese theater, you're so far away, and if you're in the French theater, you're so far away. Now, you can teleport troops with sufficient micro, but none of these players are sweating the military micro this hard. So I'm doubting that they're going to be set up for troop teleportation in a way that's sensible across multiple teammates. And so I don't know if we're going to see something like that. I kind of doubt that we're going to see something like that. We see Liberate Belgium. Liberate Belgium, fantastic war goal. It's going to make it easier to go after Holland, and I think that they could possibly push it. They're notably not having to go after anything that's Great Britain, but also Team 2... I imagine that we see both France fighting and Japan fighting, rather than that one fight that was just kind of Japan fighting, and we saw no landing attempts on Great Britain. I'd love to see more landing attempts on Great Britain. Even if you're forcing them to have more troops defending, this is a win. Or if you're forcing them to swat at flies, this is a win. The problem is the lack of navy, and you have to micro your navy so that doesn't get super bricked. And so, you know, there's a lot going on here. GB has a plus 330k. Yeah, Great Britain is way far ahead of everyone else. There's a host that can rule things if pause becomes untenable. Yeah, one of the problems, though, is the host is the Russia player. So the host is not going to rule against a pause when he's trying to figure something out or he's confused, right? 274 standing army seems low for France this stage in a multiplayer game. They had a really long, war with Germany. That's why the UK is so strong? Exactly. So this is something we mentioned last episode and also mentioned this episode. The prolonged war between Germany and France. France should have just surrendered earlier, and then both France and Germany would be considerably stronger. But you don't want to sink yourself to sink another team in a 4-team format. It's okay if it's just 1v1 in teams, but the multi-team format, I think, is really good for balancing, and this is also where a lot of the macro skill comes in. The macro skill expression is deciding to not fight even winnable wars, because you can have a winnable war that just involves too much investment. It's not worth it. Alsace-Lorraine is not worth what Germany had to sacrifice. So if Germany just said, I just want to unify Germany because I want Bavaria and all this stuff, I'll let you keep Alsace-Lorraine or I'll trade it back to you, then we would be like A-okay, right? And both France and Germany would be way stronger if they had done that. So that would have been strategically, like, that's what Germany should have done. They should have said, hey, you can keep Alsace-Lorraine. I just want to eco up. Will you just let me enforce on the other people in this war? I feel like Team 3 has the best chance of winning after Team 1. It really depends on how they do for the rest of the session. Well, the teams need to coordinate better, and you have to try and make Great Britain fumble the ball and then pick up the ball. Set yourself up to be the team that picks up the ball. The fact that they lost this Sinai war is really painful, because the UK, it's going to be very, very difficult. So there's a tech breakpoint that's going to be important, and everyone's researching a ton of mil-tech, but specifically, this was pointed out to me, chem warfare gives a ton of flat offense, as does flamethrowers. And to be fair, they're playing with a mod that gives a bunch of percent modifiers, which makes flat offense way better. Apparently, once you get both of these, landing is really easy. And so it becomes much easier to go after other stuff. But if the UK creates a fortress in both Crete and Belarus, they will lock in 10 points for themselves at the end of the third session. If this is the case, then another team will have to get every other victory point in order to have a chance at winning. And so I think that this is what they play to. Is that occupied? That's not a wargle, though, is it? Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a wargle. Unfortunately, it's not a wargle. But it has been occupied. Protectorating Portugal, trying to sneak one in while Great Britain's not watching, I guess. But this is going to be a big war. Looks like, wow, what the hell, dude? Yeah, the fact that it pulls all your artillery only is, like, so crazy. It's not like how it should be, but we can see a lot of these modifiers. So many percentage modifiers, though, it upsets the balance of, or the value of some of these texts, because, like, in vanilla, if you don't have all these percentage modifiers from the mod, right, you would go NCO training first. I think mathematically, NCO training is probably not as good as chem warfare for flamethrowers, which is crazy to me. Yeah, I'm an OG Team 3 believer. Yeah, they have to coalition correctly. What's the rule on Navy and convoy rating? I think it's allowed. There's some kind of convoy rating possibility. I think convoy rating is absolutely being underutilized, because the only team that doesn't get crippled by convoy rating is Team 3. Because if we take a look, all the power blocks are in the same market. Most of them because they are trade power blocks, or I guess this is the only power block that's not in the same market. Oh, they have market unification, though. The other two power blocks are trade power blocks. This is a trade power block, right? And this is a trade power block. And then Great Britain 1, of course, being the trade power block. And then finally, this would not have a unified market, except for all of them are subjects of GB. But here's the thing. How has GB actually done these wargles? They're all on France and Japan, which means that eventually Russia and Italy get decayed out. They are coordinating somewhat, so we see some type of war, but even coordinating, what level are people scraping? By scraping, I mean, how aggressive are we about using these edicts? Like, Russia probably isn't doing any of that. Oh, they're doing a little bit. Saratov. They must be also constructing units out of Saratov, I would guess. 74, yeah. For this to seem particularly good. But okay. We're seeing a little bit of a thing. Unfortunately, this war doesn't end up hurting the GB very much if you win it. Wonder if they've already... Oop, that's not the one. They've already occupied some of these other stuff. They need to worry about getting occupied because... let's see. Can't be enforced, but what percentage of the war goals do we have? Do you not have any war goals? I thought you had Senegal. Is this army just parked, or are they on a front? Stationed, perfect, yeah. You do want to make sure you're smart enough to avoid getting occupied here, and to do that you need to station. But looky who's got hooky. Now, unfortunately, you can't enforce out the EIC. This is part of the asymmetry. Even if you full occupy EIC, can't enforce them out because they're subject, or because their overlord isn't the thing. And so the value of this, like, landing isn't as high as, like, would otherwise normally be. 50% kill rate from chem warfare? Yep. The Ottomans managed to get Tanzimat or not? I can't imagine they didn't. We are just at that point, though. They're a great power, so they managed to get it. Siege already in 62. Bigger navies should make landings easier, not flamethrowers. Well, you know, it's the flamethrowers. Everyone remembers on Normandy when they stormed the beaches with flamethrowers, right? Experienced offensive direct RE commander, insane. He is insane. I forget the rules on... I think if you completely occupy a strategic region, it bricks the armies from that strategic region. But my understanding of the mechanical rule of that is not that robust, but Italy's doing a thing. Italy's doing a thing because people are not defending against naval landings. See, this is why you have to try and land Great Britain. Like, you have to force them to play the game, and you have to, just like all over the place, be putting in these types of landings. Unfortunately, occupation on EIC doesn't give you more decay on Great Britain, and you can't enforce out EIC by themselves, so them being a subject's really advantageous. Do we have any war goals here? Still don't have any war goals. I thought Senegal and Mauritania, are those occupied? Or France occupied GB. France occupied GB there. Okay, I see you. Is GB in multiple wars? If they're gonna dogpile, they should dogpile right? It's not multiple wars. It looks like it's just the one. Like, if you're gonna dogpile GB, right? You want to do more than one. Here we see Italy's navy being not quite up to snuff. We see 76 torpedo boats and a whole ton of ironclads. I don't know how I feel about ironclads in terms of fighting ability relative to total cost of running them. Like, I'm not uncertain. I feel like it might be... I'd have to check, and like, this is not something I've done math on. I feel like it's better just to have double the amount of light ships. Especially because it gives you more landing flexibility, but this is not something I've explored in terms of the math and this type of stuff. I don't know how it affects naval battles and like what combat width the rules are and this type of stuff. But we do see, unfortunately, some monitors and frigates in here mixed with ironclads for Italy, which is going to make them have some difficulties. Great Britain is pushing on these fronts. EIC will just bork their eco, or sorry, Italy will just bork EIC's eco. This is true. I mean, eventually devastation. It takes a really long time for devastation to ramp up is one of the problems, though. But yeah, eventually they will bork the eco. Or it's not called devastation, or it is called devastation, but takes a long time to ramp up. But the negative infrastructure, yeah, eventually it just super breaks it. Also increases mortality. So you don't want to have it in the long term. I think Great Britain might have just gone for a little bit too much here. Or like, I don't know. I don't know if going for Chubu is gratuitous or not. But they are going for Chubu. I wonder what their decision-making process here was going for Chubu. It might be the place that has the absolute most financial districts that's not the capital. Would be my guess. How they thought that through. It does look like that's the case. So yeah, it looks like they're going for financial districts. They might be going for population or some other thing that correlates with financial districts, actually. But we're not entirely sure. EIC landing is more valuable if it's a long war because EIC gets devastation for so long? Yes. So this is an example where it's possible that Great Britain, in order to avoid that devastation, should actually just concede this war because the war goals on Great Britain are actually quite small. And you get truces with all these 4 teams, so... them conceding this war is, rather than being occupied for forever, is somewhat reasonable. I mean, looks like a lot of weird stuff's going to be happening, but yeah. The Americans did have flamethrowers to burn the Germans out of their coastal bunkers. Yeah, but you get what I think you get what I mean. I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. Italy MVP, they're trying. Convoy deficit's going up. Oh, okay. You're right. This is also an important thing to watch because the port connections here, very expensive. Also having supply routes. GB is pretty bad at keeping their queue going during a war, but obviously that's also like an understandable thing. They should add in convoys. I don't think they're going to, because I think they're focused on the micro. really, there's a lot you can do to, like, handle micro beforehand, and having only 6 armies is not it. This makes the game hard to play. You should try and label armies for their function, especially the defensive armies. To be fair, they do have landing armies or offensive armies separated, by red, and defensive armies, I assume, or whose function is defense, separated. But they have a cavalry army here. Where's the homeland army? Defending over here? I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I think that the thing is like, in theory, like, they should be landing Russia back here. No one's defending up here. You should be landing up here. Russia should have defense in these regions. To be fair, they do have defense in these regions of 5 stacks, but that means you can land 10 stacks in there. And this is how you really torture Russia. Oh, no, wait. Russia's done a sneaky thing. I forgot. They released this, so they didn't have to worry about the backside landings, which is... Okay, never mind. That's good. That's good. That's good. There's still, like, things you can do. Italy only being in one strategic region really helps them out a lot for defense, because they're just parking this in terms of defense. I mean, I guess GB can just rely on Navy for the defense. Where's the rest of their Navy, though? They have 3 big fat naval stacks. To be fair, each of these 3 naval stacks can beat the entire Navy of other teams. But this is just an indication that other teams really should be ramping up their Navy. If Great Britain has to split your Navy, now suddenly you would win battles with 160 stacks. Are they raiding? No. Just coordinated interception. They should be getting some... I think you get some raiding done when you're on non-convoy raiding, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, God, man. Brother, you hate to see it. Normandy, Senegal, and the other stuff. So, looks like we see Great Britain... Is this on the move? Yeah, so it looks like they might be coming for a landing here. And Russia is going to try and head this off. Russia has just unlocked scout cruisers, but is still on torpedo boats plus ironclads. But this is going to be a fine enough navy. I think this just beats any of... Yeah, this beats any of the British Navy, because this is 7682 is their best. I'm assuming... I'm going to go out on a limb and just assume that these guys understand which is better in terms of doubling light ships or having capital ships mixed in as well. And yeah, it just looks like there's significantly more here. I mean, I guess we could have this guy's naval commander arrogant. This isn't something we've watched too closely. Naval commander arrogant versus this guy. Oh no, wait, that is that guy. Versus this guy, expert naval commander arrogant. They're both arrogant. They both think they're gonna win. Well, now you're moving your guy. Where are you moving it to? I thought you were protecting this. Alright, fair enough, though. Maybe you're going back to Japan? Maybe you're trying to do a landing in Japan? I don't really know. Something I've been thinking about, ways of modeling inflation in grand strategy games. Do you think there's a quasi-realistic way of doing it that are both transparent and promotes fun play patterns? I don't know... It seems to me that there's a good chance that having a fixed base price for a good is, in terms of modeling, very, very incompatible with the notion of inflation, right? Unless the base price can be changed, which that opens up a whole new different kind of world in terms of the simulation of what you might be looking at. And I don't know what to make of, like, that idea. I don't necessarily have a super good way to... So, the thing is I think, generally speaking, when you model inflation, it's really hard to do it in a way that it feels good and is not super exploitable or cataclysmic. I think EU4 kind of does an okay job of it. Yeah. UK could also just negotiate white peace, probably. I'm a mathematician, not an economist, but I like modeling things out and found I don't know enough about actual inflation to work off of. Well, so the thing is how they... So, like, you would want to think of it in terms of a supply curve and a demand curve. And the thing is prices in Victoria 3 aren't decided based on a supply curve and a demand curve. They're done by comparing buy orders and sell orders. So you don't actually have an intersection of supply and demand. But you get inflation when you have either, like, not enough goods, like if there's a shortage on the supply side, or if there's, like, too much money, effectively speaking, because price of everything is just an abstraction of people exchanging all goods throughout the market, which is a really, really gross oversimplification of what's going on. But this means that you would have to, like, the way that they calculate prices would also have to change in order to, like, it to feel like a really good sort of simulation. I think because in a sense, them having more expensive prices is like inflation going on. Except you having expensive prices is good, and it's not a trend. It's just a snapshot. We have high prices right now, and they can't simulate trends with the way that they do prices. As far as I can tell, I don't know how you would do it in a way that wouldn't feel really busted or oppressive. I want to say thank you for all your videos and help you learn how to play the game. You're very welcome, Andre. Thank you so very much. I think Paradox did a whole lot of shortcuts for Vic 3 economy to work, relative good performance to Vic 2. Yeah. I think that, I mean, I was having a conversation with a dev about the notion of consolidating. So we have laborers in this building, right? We have a ton of laborers. We have 48,000. We have laborers in this building. To me, I don't really care which building the laborers are in, and I was talking about consolidating them all into a single laborer for the state pool, and the dev seemed really against it. For me, that was a moment of, like, realization that, like, making the game an economic simulation comes second to making it a pop simulation. Simulating all the pops is like, oop. What's centrally important? No! I bug splatted. Not like this. Okay, let's maybe pull this up while we try and fix things. No, no, no. What a world. I'm gonna join the lobby. Was I the only one who dropped? Okay. Yeah, my game's not booted. Do you guys have to be paused when I try and join in, or? Okay, I'm not ready to join in, so you could be on pause for now. Oh, it doesn't matter that... Okay. I'll let you guys know before, in case you have to pause. I'm not as well versed in the multiplayer hosting things. But it's turning into everyone being in one voice chat versus the other team a little bit here. Alright, I'm joining. Alright, we're gonna jump back into the chat and try and catch up. Do you have the music going, though? Economic and financial mod managed to push its own model of victory to simulate the inflation. Yeah, the problem with that mod, though, is you get unlimited stacking investment pool contribution modifier, unless they change that. Which is kind of what I was getting at when I was, like, the way that you abstract it through, like, some sort of investment pool thing. If you can stack it infinitely, it's, like, a bit of a thing. You want to have 50% heavy stacks, command limit of 1 admiral. I know you want 1 admiral, but putting more than 1 admiral, it's per stack divides into smaller navies. Yep. But the idea is, do I want to have, if I'm going to have a 200 stack navy... Oh, so command limit. Yeah. So command limit becomes the main throttle. Yeah, that makes sense. So that just lets you have more naval power per command limit because of the admirals. Because generally in vanilla, you can, when you hit the command limit, you just automatically, or in single player, when you hit the command limit, you're just automatically winning everything. So you just don't care about anything. So you don't mind adding an extra commander because you'll win all the fights too. But yeah, in multiplayer, that makes a lot of sense. You have a command limit. You want to hit the command limit, and so that means that you're going to... Yeah, okay. Even if on a per cost basis it's cheaper to get double the amount of lights, you can't put them all on one general. Yeah, that mirrors a lot of my thoughts on it. There would be ways of modeling it, but not really feasible, especially as long as free money and negative modifiers exist. Yeah, this is another thing, is like the free money and negative money modifiers are not like an abstraction of like reality quite so much, and so like you could like my recollection of the economics and finance mod, the way that they throttle inflation is by giving you penalties or bonuses to investment, to a free money modifier and investment pool contribution. So I'm in. I'm just, yeah. Yes, I'm just observing. I'm already in observer mode. I can select, I'm gonna observe France probably. Right, thank you. He's probably out before I said thank you. Damn, we hate to see it. So we're back. I was wondering, wouldn't having more buyers than sellers by itself cause some kind of shortage issue in industries? Yeah, if actual goods were being consumed. Uh-oh. I think out of sync is fine. Oh my god, not like this. So I'm out of sync. Just drag it to the side and unpause. Okay. The classic Pog. Alright. Then we go back to my the no artillery Andy here. Wouldn't having more buyers and sellers by itself cause some kind of shortage issues in some industries? It absolutely would. The way that they do it is, so here's the thing, is in order to get an actual intersection of supply and demand where the amount that is sold is equal to the amount demanded, you would need to, there's too many iterative calculations because as supply goes up or demand goes up or either of those goes down, this would change the quantity that's purchased. And so there's a feedback loop that's present in real economies that you could not do in Victoria 3 because it would lead to like infinite calculations or just iterative calculations, right? Because the price would change and then the amount buying would change. It's why substitution, he was winning that battle because he was getting crushed in this one. That's why substitution works the way it does, where it works based on the amount of sell orders in a market proportionate to the other substitute goods rather than the price of the substitute goods. And so if something's really cheap, it doesn't matter, it won't get substituted in. So if you are producing coffee super, super cheap and you try and export it to France, which has expensive wine, but it has an enormous amount of wine, the French will still not consume that much coffee, even though it's a really, really cheap replacement. And they don't do this because it's just made based on the amount of sell orders in the market. And so they wouldn't consume more coffee instead. They would just consume the little E of coffee. And because of that, the demand for coffee would stay relatively low, and you wouldn't be able to get you wouldn't be able to stimulate like the export of specialized industries for consumer goods, which is like one of the reasons why you can't like opium dump like everyone wants to do for the memes. I made everyone addicted to opium. It's because substitution is weak and trade is weak, or substitution like works in a way that it doesn't care about price, and trade is weak, so you can't dump a really, really, really cheap thing into someone's market because it won't replace as many buy orders as it should because of just how it works. Within an individual market, it being informed by sell orders is not a problem, but when you add trade to the mix, it is in relation to the consumption of this type of stuff. This is when USA should try and get New York back. Absolutely. The devs are watching the crash the game. They have the idea of simulating pops works everything out and gives life to the game, but in reality, I think most people just forget about the majority of pops they have. This is my experience of the game. I want an economic simulator. I don't really care about the pops at all. I'm never clicking on the census data. I'm not like watching like the farmers in the home counties. You know, long has their struggle been that they were farmers and counties, which is the worst thing to be both of. To be both the farmed and the farmer. And these farmers in the home counties, we've watched them go from 10 SOL to 9 SOL to 15 SOL to 19 SOL. And like, that's not what I'm doing. I want a robust economic simulation, and if I had the option between, to be fair, like the Paradox dev's position is it's not an option, it's a matter of time. We're optimizing, we're developing, we're adding. We don't want to backslide in a degree of simulation. But if I had the option between fixing trade and making trade like better and actually like useful, and also simulating the cost of transportation of goods better, versus not consolidating all laborers and all shopkeepers and all engineers, basically all owners that are all pops that are not owners. If I had the choice between the two, I would choose the logistics one, right? But it's also not like my game, and a lot of people also feel differently. Like a bunch of other people would rather fix the military than me, like, right? So I understand the idea of being a pop sim first and economy sim second, but that's not really mirrored in what the actual gameplay loop is like. Yeah, exactly. We're not opening the census data that often, right? But also, all this stuff does inform the game in a way that is supposed to be subtle and behind the scenes, because all of the political stuff, which informs a lot of the economic stuff, does flow out from the pops. So even though your game, like, you're not checking pops all the time, I kind of get it, but I just, like, I would, to me, this layer of granularity, keeping, these laborers who have an average wage of 7.7 separate from these laborers who have an average wage of 8.97, to me, this is not as critically important. Nobody cares that you have 3,000 Punjab pops working tool factories in Senegal. Yeah. See, this is because Vic 3 tries to pretend it's using Marxist model when it's actually using classical Smithsonian model. I mean, I think in some ways it's Marxist because it's like deterministic and materialistic way of conceiving of things. But I mean, they don't. A lot of what Smith like argued for was for specialization and like trade and like this type of stuff, which like you actually don't get that much. But like also like economically, like it's capitalist. Like it works like via like a capitalist type of way of looking at things. but like the like political the politics being informed by material conditions is Marxist. Because the issue with Marxist economic models is that it doesn't really abstract into capitalism well at all. I don't really think Marx doesn't really talk exactly that clearly on how economies work, other than as a means of critiquing capitalism. Or he doesn't like talk about like what communism is as much as like why capitalism's bad. There are no more modifiers like that in E&F anymore. The only one I think increased the investment pool efficiency when inflation is high. Well, I mean, I would have to take a closer look. I haven't played it in forever, I guess. Currency strength only dictates the import-export values. Yeah. Can't crash someone's economy by manufacturing goods more cheaply than them. Yeah, basically. This is, like, kind of the problem. I like the alcohol drinking Muslims, too. You hate to see it. I wonder who wins this war. Let's maybe run a poll. What do you guys think? Because this is kind of close. I mean, I won't say who I think wins, because I have an opinion, but I guess we'll need to, like, kind of breeze over here and see what's going on here. Italy's making some very significant moves, so maybe it would help to play as operate EIC's perspective here, POV, because that way we would be able to see landings coming in if they do start coming in more. But Italy's doing some things. This first Quebec line army looks like they are pushing out Italy, but I don't know. Maybe Italy's making some serious moves. Brave clicking census data after the game crashed 5 minutes ago. Oh, my bad. I didn't even think about that. I will try and avoid clicking census data. Maybe that made it craft to begin with. But you aren't invested in the generic workers unit's fate? But aren't you invested in generic worker unit's fate? I would be invested in the generic one, yes. Which is why I think you could consolidate all of them. That's exactly what I'm interested in. In fact, that's the only thing I'm interested in. Alcohol drinking Muslims checks out because, like, not every Muslim is good at avoiding sin. Yeah. You could have them... I think that you have... Right now you have them consume less of it. But I'm not suggesting that you merge all of the... I'm not suggesting you merge all the cultures and you merge all the religions here. I'm suggesting you merge all the jobs. So, like, the laborers, they're still different laborers, right? They're English Protestants and Hindustani Hindu and Rajput Sunni. I'm not suggesting merging all these guys together. I'm just suggesting that every English Protestant laborer should just all be in one discrete group. And maybe this isn't as big a sink on, the calculation cost as I think. And this is something the developers would know much better than me. Hey, Peter, please open the spreadsheet. What? This guy's trying to get our stream taken down. Trying to get it canceled. What's up, my man? Does Pops... is it... Oh, sorry. You're right. First score. My bad. This spreadsheet. You're right. My bad. British dictate. What are they dictating? Dedicated police, sure. Now, why are you not enforcing? Or did you? Oh, okay, you have enforced. It's just visually. Oh, you'd enforced while I was clicking around. Fair. Fair. I wonder if they brought up a bunch of conscripts. Recoil mechanisms. Machine guns is what we're here about. The defense is very strong. I wonder what they're researching now, actually, though. Defense in depth. What is this about? Oh, this is about getting siege already. Never mind. But yeah, there's the problem here, though. Russia can get enforced out. Everyone can get enforced out except for Japan and France. So Italy's making moves. It doesn't matter. There's no war goals on them. And this is like a very significant asymmetry with the EIC that you could just bust up by not having the Great Britain allied with the EIC, which of course is like worse from like an RP perspective, but EIC can't get enforced out in the same way Russia was just enforced out. So now, why are they crushing on this front now? Now Italy's out. But it looks like France decided to, while we were perhaps paused, they decided to think about decrees? No, they just actually raised conscripts or something? Why do they have way more army now? Wow, they're really about having a lot of infantry, though. They're just about not losing the war. To be fair, this actually kind of benefits the overall block of the other three teams. Wait, how did they get enforced on? Oh, was that really occupied? Did they capitulate? I didn't see a negative number there. Did they just capitulate? Not like this. Does Pops really influence politics? Through politics is almost all cheese and getting through interest groups strong through building? Yeah, but it's building through profession. You're creating you move your Pops from being like peasants to being laborers, and then you get better PMs, and the PMs use less laborers relative to the machinists, and the machinists empower the trade unions, and like it all flows from this. Like you can see 4,500 laborers and 500 shopkeepers versus now we have 1,000 machinists and engineers, and these guys are much more politically active. And so like from the player experience, it's like, oh, we just proceed down this route where certain interest groups just get powerful. They just get powerful because of all the production the combination of production methods and depeasanting and like things that go on with the Pops getting richer, the Pops get richer as like the PMs improve and like this type of stuff, and there's like various feedback effects related to Pops, but they aren't reliant on the Pops being separated by building if they are not the ownership Pops. I think is like, yeah. He was gonna say GB is gonna win. That is what I was gonna say. Looks like well, we'll stop the vote because we get some people coming in at the end being like, I know, after GB's already won, but and that alcohol is a basic intoxicant good produced by the peasants. Yeah, you could have the peasants instead produce a different intoxicant. This just looks bad, man. Oh, no war goal. Oh, maybe Russia intentionally tapped out so that Great Britain could get enforced here, because I don't think they got ticked low enough. But if they get enforced here, this protects Chubu. Maybe they just think they lose anyways, so this is, and they don't want to necessarily be stuck in forever war. It shouldn't be produced so much if the peasants are mostly Muslim, maybe? Yeah. In regards to the alcohol, yeah, they should produce like tobacco instead, or coffee. Or no, coffee is not an intoxicant. In my thoughts about economy sims, I've also thought of the idea to abstract transportation in a separate market with supply and demand prices. Absolutely not a good idea for victory, but cool in a vacuum. I mean, that's like largely what my freight idea was about. So here we're just trying to defend Chubu until GB gets enforced out. If they're not conscripting up everything that they can, I'm going to tear my hair out. I think they probably are. Yeah, they are. They are functionally. There's that extra too. Siege already, but do they have radios? They probably don't have radios. Can you explain how the points are counted? Sure. We're following construction because that's a pretty good metric for how powerful a country is. But there's 5 victory points. Crete, Sinai, Belarus, Holland, and also West Switzerland. And every 10 years, anyone who controls one of those points will get a point. And at the end of the third session, everyone who controls one will get 5 points. So it's very heavily weighted towards the end of the next session. But If GB maintains control of 2, it's really hard for any other team to win. Very, very, very difficult. Yeah. GG France, yeah. I guess I meant that pops are individual culture groups. I agree with that point. Yeah, I like them being separated by culture and religion, but not by where they work. Culture, labor, and profession, but not which specific building they're working in. Yeah, so the teams were selected before. It's obviously a Marxist model. There's a tech called socialism in the game. True. Oh, I forgot they were trying to do this. Yeah, obviously they had to stop. I feel like Hoey 4 is a decent terrain dictated supply system that could work well in Vic 3. I am somewhat inclined to agree. But also, I think Vic 3 should just implement Hoey as like a common take that's not necessarily reasonable. Hoey dictates like all of its resources towards doing everything that it does, right? So you can't like run Hoey inside of Vic 3. And Vic 3 is spending like a ton of its resources on managing the pops and also having trade and these types of stuff. Did someone get a landing in, or is Japan actually pushing them? Or is this two-directional pushing? What is this about? Why do we have so much defense, my guys? Bold action, defense, Empire Japan, dug in. You get +5 that just says Empire Japan. I don't know what that is. Trench rat? Yeah. Yes. Did they not? Okay, okay. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. It's like, I think he's out of the thing, but yeah, he left. He's just checking for me. Good looking out. I like your trade idea, but even with more granular, with transportation companies bidding for individual trade orders. Oh yeah, that's probably, that sounds like, I was trying to operate within, looks like they got forced out. I was trying to operate within Victoria 3's current system rather than, what is this about? Power struggle for control of the block. I was operating under the paradigm that there was like, I wasn't trying to propose anything I thought was too apocalyptic performance-wise. And I wasn't trying to completely overhaul their system and do something completely different. Vic 3 should just add a new DLC for Hoey 4 that adds an 1836 start date. Dude, can you imagine? We would just like, you open up Vic 3 and you go to build up your economy and you just like, you open up this and instead of a bunch of different buildings, it's just one building and it's just a civ. A civilian factory, that is, for those of you who play Hoey. You could script pops into Hoey. Why are both sides attacking? Shouldn't the side with the weaker forces be defending? Probably. There's maybe logic to trying to attack too, though. If you think more battles benefits you. Like if you're weaker but you have a lot more troops, maybe there's an argument. Looks like they're gonna get back on their grind, back on their hustle. But like GB is like, I don't know. I guess they stopped some of the GB stuff. But this just looks, I wonder if USA sides with this. Probably not, right? But they're, I don't know, maybe this is super Jover. Maybe I just didn't know. I thought that this was definitely, now it's starting to reach the point where maybe Great Britain is too far ahead. Really just controlling 4 out of 5 victory points is also like pointing me in that direction. We're going to have another rule soon. GB's points are going to go up by 4. And then, like, I mean, let's take a look at the score. But like, if GB's points go up by 4 and they're at 8 points, and the Austria team has 2 points, They're now 5 points ahead of the next person. So that means that if they can maintain control of 2 of their... if they can maintain control of 2 of their victory conditions, which I think it's going to be hard to peel Crete and Belarus off of them because they are islands. But also maybe I'm underestimating the power of the flamethrower chem warfare landing ability. But if this is the case, then Great Britain will be virtually guaranteed, because it would have to go another more than 10 years, because I think we're going to get to a pulse here, and so the game would have to go to the 70, 80, maybe it would, and maybe there's a way to gain some sort of advantage, but this seems kind of... Being over 5 points ahead of the next person is a very important breakpoint, because the 5x multiplier that you get at the end for the very final score pulse. So, do you live in a F1 racetrack? Yes. I think that everyone is blamed. France didn't tap out early enough, and France also did nothing for Turkey when GB went for Sinai. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's... I think that the players could have played a lot differently, and that it isn't necessarily deterministic for Great Britain to just roll over everyone. Or I don't think it's anywhere close. I still think in the abstract, if I got sorted onto Team 4 instead of Team 1, I would be pretty satisfied with that. I think that the forcing players to all join the same power block is actually kind of bad. I'm not a fan of this, because if they all have to have a unified market, this makes it, like, kind of wonky for everyone that's not Team 3. Just because of the maintenance of this stuff. But, like, GB has to pay so much for port connections at this point. Again, there's a mod that, like, gives them basically unlimited levels that they can add, but even still... This is a pretty significant investment. And GB at this point is snowballing, right? They only got further, like they got ahead, and then the teams aren't 3v4ing or 3v1ing, and Great Britain still is peeling more and more stuff off of people while keeping other people down. I'm not even sure if it's better than just snowballing more, but like economically. The Diplo of the weaker powers is simply undermining one another, and GB rolling over them. Yeah. I think the strategic macro decisions of, like, when to fight GB... Yeah, over this... GB single-filed a lot of... or, like, they single-filed into GB kind of over the course of this episode, too. Don't be fooled by the California accent. He's from Daytona, Florida, basically. All the other teams are encouraged to butt heads, while GB... enjoys their splendid isolationism. So this is a tension with Prussia, but as a Prussian player, I mean, what you should just do is you should just try and... Okay, I get that Germany and Austria have to fight, but, like, once it's super obvious you've won, you should just, like, DM Austria and be like, hey, I know that this is... I'm not trying to rub it in your face or anything, but it hurts both of our teams the longer we continue this war. And it makes it harder and harder for us to fight for first place. So it's in our mutual interest that you just concede this war rather than having me enforced on you. And you could do the same thing with Spain, or just let Spain, with France, or just let France keep Alsace. I think you just let France keep Alsace-Lorraine. I think that's the proposal that you give. And then this one you, like, kind of fight it out, but you spend half the money. And if that were the case, all three of these guys would be way stronger than they are currently. Does Siege already not require radios in this mod? Well, that's a good question. I imagine they do. They still have radio input. So this means that their cap on this will be lower if you don't have radios already. They haven't gotten radios. So that means their... organization, or is it morale cap? Their morale cap should be lower. You're subject to shortage, my guy. Oh, you haven't upgraded. They haven't clicked the upgrade all button. They just have the siege artillery, but they haven't clicked the button. Oh, we're just looking at a different army. Okay, this is an army. And they do have siege arty. Why do you have 100% supply, my guy? This is not it. It's clearly Alsace-Lotharingen. Shake my head. The truth hurts. UK took Normandy? Yeah, UK did take Normandy. They've taken Normandy and Low Counties, and I have to imagine they're getting ready for their next war. Seemingly not punished for lack of supply. I don't know if that's a mod thing. At least someone's shitting the bed. You know, this morning I woke up, took a big shit, then I got out of bed. Type of vibes. Why don't we update construction here? Because, I mean, this is going to look bad for a lot of teams. So we have 25, 20... we're gonna round to the nearest 100, I think. So we have 2,500 for Great Britain. For EIC, we have 3,100 total, and then Canada added is going to be 3,800. So really not a big come up in terms of construction. I guess it hasn't been too long since our last check-in, but let's take a look at what is it? These guys. France is at, we'll call it 800 construction. A little bit of a yikes. Japan, although the person carrying their team was Italy, Japan is at 600 construction, so 1,400 total so far. And then we're at, I guess, an extra 100 here total for the team, with 1K off of Spain. And these guys, Russia had been fighting, so Russia's at 1,400 construction, though. That's pretty good. That's actually really good, because if I recall correctly, it was Austria who was popping off. So 1,400 plus 2,400, so 3,800. Bro, they've passed up Team 1. 3,800 plus, we'll call this 300 construction, because I think we landed up on the other one, or rounded up. 4,100-ish construction. With landed voting. Jeez. What a time to be in. We're just passing landed voting now? Do we have some other good stuff? I mean, I guess we got laissez-faire. That's all that matters, baby. Homesteading probably interfering with your ability to get onto landed voting for some time. Right? No. It wouldn't be. Unless you moved off of a different voting thing onto that. But digress. I digress. 1,500 construction. Quite a bit. The USA is in the game. They're playing, so let's see what they got. 1,500 plus 900. So 2,400. And then Spain. Let's see what you got, Spain. Show me what you got. 2,400. Spain has come up so much in the last little bit. This team is 2,400 plus 500. So 2,900. Nearly doubling their construction. So now, construction is looking a little bit better. Especially for team, of course, team 3. Really starting to get up there. Especially off the back of Austria. So I've only watched a couple of Bo Cohen's games, but they're multiplayer games, which don't have teams. The game mostly revolves around Germany either being rolled over, which makes France or Austria a world power. There is a bit of weird tension. Also, in our 3v3v3 competitives, if a team gets Prussia and they form Germany, they generally win. So it does seem hyper-deterministic in this way. But you could say, I mean, you could look to reduce variance, right? You could say, as Germany, in order to avoid these battles, what you could do is you could say, hey, Austria, when I form Germany, I'm going to give you Bavaria, and we don't have to fight this fight. And I'm going to get a little bit more than you, but tough titties. Or maybe you give Bavaria and Württemberg. There's actually probably a split of these southern states that go over to Prussia that's equal, and then you don't have to fight. And similarly, you could tell France that they could keep Alsace-Lorraine, and then you don't have to fight. And then you get into a really good spot very solidly, very easily, without having to fight. Which I think rumbling is generally bad unless you're rumbling with the number one person. So in theory, these 4 teams of 3 environment should reward really just aggressively going after the leader, or if you're the leader, stomping everyone down, which of course is like what GB has been trying to do. They're not declaring war right now. They're going for ethno-state. Is that good? I'm not sure I understand the angle here. Is that to get onto multiculturalism? That was to get onto multiculturalism. That was exactly what that was about. They went ethno-state so they could go No, wait. Was that for an abdication? They didn't abdicate. Did they misclick ethno-state? Little Freudian slip of the finger. Germany and France is death warring and GB completely dominating the whole game, yeah. It was weird to me, how could you have radios and siege already in 62 unless innovation is really reworked? Normandy is better than losing Picardy. Yeah, Picardy is rough. Picardy at least looks nice on the map, though. It looks like they're now thumbing the AI's pie. And adding a whole bunch of military. How much is this? Oh, it's not too much. It's in Normandy. They're keeping the queue chugging along. These debt numbers are starting to look scary. For who? Austria had the biggest come up in terms of... Oh, Austria's deficit is freaking massive. We've been kind of keeping an eye on the Austria mutual investment agreements situation for some time now. They own 57% of their own GDP at this point. I guess they haven't raked back too much ownership from other people. To be fair, when they boost... to some extent, they might be boosting Ottomans, right? If Ottomans owns a bunch of Austrian buildings, this helps Ottomans. What's up with Portugal? This is occupation bug, yeah. Team 2 still at 2,400? Yeah, Team 2 only gained about 100 since the last check-in. But they were also... They were the ones fighting Great Britain. So Great Britain is slowing itself down, but they're already ahead. So it's a snowbally game in general. So once you're already ahead, generally it helps out. We see Belgium declines an offer to support independence. Yuck. Austria not using all their construction. Maybe they just built the construction sectors for the construction efficiency. No, that can't possibly be correct to do. I mean, they're using it all now. Making all the barracks in Normandy so they could kill the French in there. This is the way. They might be like just building it to have a defensive army in the region. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know how this hasn't gotten handled yet. I feel like... Wait, do they have to let this lose as per like the rule set or something? So it could go over to USA? Or someone's asleep at the wheel, maybe. Has a Spain player joined a single war yet? I'm not sure. They've certainly been less involved. To be fair, all of these players are a little bit more conservative with their war joining. Like, we've seen instances where you're not even joining on your teammate's side. Rough to be Russia. You get Persia, and then a bunch of the land gets snaked away from you. Does construction efficiency of construction sectors get lowered by unused construction? No, it doesn't, but it's not worth paying the wages for that. I don't think it's worth the wages to pay for that. Maybe it is. This isn't math that I've conducted, so... Why go national supremacy as Austria? I think they start with it. So it just means they haven't swapped off of it. Someone changed the name and vibe of their power block. I refuse to believe it's Jover. It might be Jover. I mean, I guess players could concede, right? If they really believe it's Super Jover, I mean, I think that there were opportunities here. but that the opportunities are drying up. I mean, we're gonna have another pulse. I'm just gonna record the score pulse here because I don't see a way for the victory points to change hands. So we're gonna give 4 points on over to Team 1 because they control Sinai, Crete, Belarus, and Holland, and then we'll give 1 point over to Team 3 because they control Switzerland. So, but I think that's like the being 5 points ahead, and I don't see how you. It's not just being 5 points ahead. Let's actually rephrase that. It's being 5 points ahead and controlling 4. Makes it so that in order for. So here's the thing: you can only take like 1 war goal per war per team on 1 person, right? The other 3 teams could dogpile Team 1. But then, first of all, if Great Britain loses all of those wars, which I don't think it would, because it can enforce the other teams out of the war while it itself cannot be enforced out of the war, and it has a defensive advantage, it has a bigger navy, and you could just park stuff on top of islands, because 2 of the war goals would be islands. But even if you do that, right, then each team gets 1 additional victory point, right? That means the victory points aren't concentrated on 1 team. So Great Britain would still go up to 13 points, assuming there's no pulse at 1880. Great Britain would go up to 13 points, and who's getting 13 points? I guess Team 3 can tie them. Or sorry, not Team 3. Which is the team that is 3 points? Team 4 can tie them if they have 2 of the victory points. They only have 1 right now. So they would have to take a victory point, or they'd have to fight multiple wars and peel all the victory points off of Great Britain. So, yeah. They're enacting it right now? Oh, wait. I misread, then. Oh! We see a difference between this and vanilla, the extra birth rate. It's not even primary culture birth rate, it's just birth rate. Yeah. Sign me up for ethnostate then. A little bit of modding action. So... yeah, I mean, I guess ethnostate's gonna be reasonably good. It's gonna hurt your ability to get migrants, though. I think that that's a... minus 5% birth rate. Some of these balance changes I'm like not a fan of, but I mean this is clearly a dig at multiculturalism just being hyper meta. They wanted to make it not meta, but like if this is the law, it's like it might be just the other way where you're just supposed to go ethnostate every time. Like once you get a certain critical mass of pops. Actually makes sense to maybe look at ethno, yeah. Maybe it's too hard to employ some things up under ethno and it just becomes nat supremacy's best, but I don't know the exact, like, the breakpoints off the top of my head. Looks like they're finally dealing with this. Let's see what tech we're going here. Chem warfare. So yeah, with all the modifiers that the mod gives, percentage modifiers, well, I mean, if you move on to NCO training, you also gain a bunch of flat. Chem warfare is just better than going on to squad infantry. So they're 40-50. Trenches. $30-40. So it gives a total of plus 20 worth of stats, but The chem warfare is applying to artillery as well, not just the other stuff, and gives 50% kill rate. You get minus recovery rate though. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is probably actually just... This is actually... If those are vanilla numbers, it's probably actually just better in vanilla. Well, actually, no. Well, here we have to use fertilizer, and then here we're going to need to unlock the tech. We still don't have radios, right? So, yeah, maybe chem warfare is actually just better in vanilla as well. So, ethno plus birth rate economy, yeah. Like, once you've already... Because you're... Once you've already competed for the migration... I don't know. I actually don't know what's better in terms of being migration-oriented or ethno. But, like, ethno is going to just obviously be way better for someone who, like, Japan. They refuse to believe it's Jover. They're on national supremacy, but that's only probably because they would have... They haven't unlocked ethno / can't go ethno. There is the interesting rule in here that EIC can't build... EIC is going to be behind in tech. They are not allowed to build more than 60 universities. I wonder if that's have 60 universities or build 60 universities, but let's see what tech they have. Yeah, so they don't have trench yet, so they're behind everyone else in terms of tech as a result of being sitting on the amount of unis they have. But it's also probably fine. Someone's got to check their PMs, dog. Dog. Got to check the PMs. Oh, rule has been violated. Cheater. Cheater. I'll maybe let him know. Cheater. Obviously, they got the event and they clicked the event in autopilot mode. They got the event where the capitalists want to build the building, and I don't think that they constructed an additional uni. Technically, the actual wording of the rule is you can't build more than 60 universities, and they didn't build that. It was given to them by capitalists. The donation of wealth, exactly. Which rule? I guess we could just take a look at it in the rule set. The rule is build universities, and they didn't build that one. So, let's pull up the thing. EIC cannot build more than 60 universities. So they technically, I don't think they built that one. So... That's very cute, though. Could have refused it? Yeah, but they didn't build it. The capitalists did. They brought us education. So... I would not consider that a rule break, but I kind of think it's a silly rule. Well, with the exact wording of the rule, it's not a rule break. Late game victory is a cult of offensive territory. Attacking is just insanely strong with chem weapons and flamethrowers. Also, no gas masks in game is on. Yeah, I have not reached this late game multiplayer situation. Oh, are they pausing over me talking about GB's thing? I wonder if that's what the pause is about. That's funny. Yeah, the cheater university, as they call it. In the central provinces. Look at that. Look at that. I'm of course being facetious. That is, it's not even on philosophy department. Bro, are they not on philosophy department in their main one? No shot, right? Okay. Yeah. Why combine USA, Prussia, and Spain on the same team? They're terribly weak at start. You know, I'd almost rather see... I don't know. I don't know the exact motivation for choosing them like that. But yeah, both Prussia and Austria are growth countries. And that's kind of one of the reasons I like the team. And then Spain, of the countries that aren't in the top 8, I think Spain's the best. So I thought that the USA was in a reasonably good spot. Ugh, they're not now. Conquer Texas. Thank God. They must have moved their capital to Pennsylvania. Yeah, they did. But we do see Conquer Texas come down. Texas only got 500,000 pops. This just can't actually be the right target. This is not the right target. Virginia's the right target. GB just... Actually. GB's so far ahead... They're trying to make as many people in chat mad as possible. If there's one state a person could be from and be mad that their state's getting conquered, it's Texas, right? So, Spain must be stronger than Canada. Spain is better than Canada. I think Spain's also better than the Ottomans. I don't know to what extent the mod changes Japan. I assume that I like Spain better than Japan, too. That one's kind of tricky because pops are really valuable. That's a huge weakness of Spain, is inability to get pops. So like Spain in an abstraction in vanilla, if you could get pops, is better. If you can conquer states off of Great Qing, which is banned, then Spain gets better, right? Because this means that you have an avenue of gaining pops. But since no one can take Great Qing, there's like the metagame emphasizes pops way more. Like, why are we not in a defensive pact with all of our allies? Our allies are not helping. Like, what's the idea here? What's the idea here? I don't know, just... Why is there not a front? Quebec's not in? Well, okay, so the GB can bring Quebec in anytime they want. Is really important to remember here. But I guess USA's or GB's got a defensive posture. Was the British war reparations is the war goal here. A little bit of a strange war. It does make it so that USA can't declare on GB. And GB can just let this sit for forever. Is GB actually trying to win this? Because they didn't bring along Quebec. Like they intentionally excluded Quebec and the EIC from this war, right? So what are you doing here? You're landing the backside. Everyone loves a little bit of sneaky peeky through the back door. It looks like... Are they just planning on convoy raiding them? Wow. That's brutal. Is that the plan? Are you on raid? Decking to convoy raid I actually kind of like, but a little bit. Well, I don't necessarily... If there's a country to do it to, USA would be the best, because USA is forced to be in the same power block, and I kind of don't like this as a rules choice, but they're forced to be in the same power block, and so because they're in the same power block, they're gonna lose market access. So let's maybe watch the POV here of GB more than others. See the German market. Are we just building a little bit funny? We just push some EOS here. Looks like we have a couple of 10 stacks and 5 stacks, so maybe some building without applying the infra on top of it as well here going on. but expecting them to start to lose market access. Or does the war have to be on... Can you not raid the convoys of a subject? How does that work? I actually don't know how that works. Yo, generalists just solo read GB? That'd be bad if GB went for the Boer states. Mod economy jumpstart to resolve most shortages? I don't know. The strat of GB doing right now is make other players never want to play a Vic 3 multiplayer again. I mean, they're playing for money. I don't know. Like, if someone goes full ham when you're playing for money, I don't fault them at all. If you tell someone it's a casual game and then they just try and stomp the lobby, then, like, I think that's kind of a dick move, but... Like, if I were to have a casual multiplayer with viewers, I would probably just, like, play Sokoto and just sit there for forever and not do anything except eco, like, kind of. But this isn't casual, right? They're playing for money. They want to have something more competitive. Fallender, thank you for the follow. Big nice. USA credit rating? Yeah, they're gonna... I mean, they're... How'd that get so bad? The legitimacy's bad too. Bro, I think they're just AFK. You don't just sit on this and then not resolve your... Are they just AFK here? Easiest war ever on Great Britain's life. I mean, they're raiding UK, so I guess we could take a look at that. Is UK unable to raid them, though? We don't see any convoys depleted yet from raiding. But is there one admiral here? Well, there's two admirals here, so this is actually a meaningful battle in that either side could win this. We do see quite a bit more troops. Actually, no, this is slightly more ships for GB. But you do roll more... They rolled more troops into this battle. So that kind of favors them. Why did you roll more troops into that battle? Does one of your guys have more... Slightly over your command limit here. But this is cute. The convoy raid situation. And let's see if USA is really AFK here. This is where the rubber meets the road, because Great Britain forced Quebec into the war. Quebec is in the war. Nobody's moved a single unit towards the front. This is also like such a cheeky like thing. You can teleport armies, so maybe it's not the biggest deal, but the fact that Great Britain can open up the front whenever they want, like they did with the Jaws, in this situation, it is very cute. No one's assigned to anything, though. So, can you swap to CK? We cannot. How many convoys do they lose? Not yet. No side has lost convoys. I don't even know if Great Britain can raid the convoy network of Germany without being at war with Germany, because Germany owns the thing. And these guys haven't gotten a chance to raid because they're involved in battles, but it does look like USA wins the first battles, losing the second, but that means there will be a third and final battle between the remaining admiral for the USA and the British Navy. So they win one. Seconds afoot. They're going to lose this. One of their guys is going to get voided here. And then they'll be having themselves a proper struggle. No one is still assigned to the front. That's insane. Or is even moving. I don't see any lines. I guess these guys? Wow, the little swarm of like Siam and stuff is going to push this front. The vassal swarm for the win here. Great Britain's winning this one. So, Germany is the market leader. So what did the Brits do? Haven't been seen the stream yet. The Brits... Session 1 featured Team 4 fighting really big battles with Team 2 and 3. Team 1 was completely untouched. and they just ecoed up really hard, and then they came out with a lead, and they've just been single file running down country after country after country with Great Britain, which significantly hurts all the other countries. I think that they could have dogpiled, but maybe the truce has made it impossible. Maybe this is the case, but this is also like a factor. Is like you want to juggle truces and this type of thing if you can. So maybe the UK player has been playing around truces this entire time and really been focused on that. This is so cute. All the Great British subjects are going to push the thing here. The game is also going ungodly slow at this point, so I don't think we get to 1880 at this pace after the next session. Maybe we do, but this makes the scoring really hard for anyone to catch GB. Austria is jumping on Sokoto. Is that a rule break? No. Austria is not jumping. I think the session might end earlier than expected so that we can talk about PoE 2 instead. I mean, I wouldn't really be that surprised if they didn't want to play a third session. Looks like Austria is occupied. I mean, look, so the... Team 3, in order to win, because Team 3 is the only one who's not saying Great Britain already won, Team 3, in order to win, would need to peel 3 of the victory things off of GB. And the problem is you can only peel 1 at a time. You're not allowed to take multiple war goals. And you have truces. So I have no idea how you would possibly... because if they just take 2, and GB still has 3, GB wins. If they take 3, and the other 2 teams take... If they take 3, then they can get a score of like 16 or whatever. And then GB gets like 13 with 1 remaining... or I guess they need 2, because they already do have 1. I mean, it's theoretically possible, maybe. Admiral fighting with bad order. U.S. President taking a nap. Realistic game. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that... I mean, I think the USA player is actually AFK, though, so... Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. They've assigned to a front. I mean, we heard they were going to be AFK beforehand. Now they're pausing construction. They're in default. They're illegitimate. I mean, they've just been sitting illegitimate for forever. I feel like that's not one you normally ignore. They did get Joshua Norton, though, which is kind of amusing, on the throne. But, like, I feel like, bro, I feel like my brain does something when these 2 pop up. And, like, yeah. Maybe I'm not even... Maybe I'm desynced. Maybe I'm just actually desynced? I'm trying to think... Are they playing like players? Or nah? No, only a player would overlook assigning to the front, and then pull Quebec in, and then Quebec and UK don't assign anyone to the fronts. It has to be players. Was Norton always an enlightened royalist? Kind of free multiculturalism for that? Yeah, but multiculturalism's no good. I think that's kind of new. I think he wasn't always, but he is in vanilla, if I recall correctly. But with this giving birth rate, I don't know. Are these the best players they can find? Really? What would be more fun with AI at this point? I think this is the players that they can find with their community. I don't think that they were advertising that it was 150 prizing very aggressively. Germany is offering to take on USA's debt. 93 million. What's the idea? Germany's gonna... What is this, dude? You have a reserve of 36 million? I mean, that's one way to handle it. Why have you been running this big a positive? Germany, I wonder if they're still with the let's tax everything. They are still taxing everything. What's their SOL? It's not that bad. Go look up all the SOLs. Who was the most? And hope and pray that we could sort. No, not by state. Oh, is it just base? It's the base ledger, isn't it? I'm just stupid. It's in the base ledger. Italy's got 17. That's pretty high. Japan's cranking up with 16. USA is just actually AFK. Bro, that must be so frustrating to play as well. I feel bad. Yeah, Germany's got, relatively speaking, I guess, a lower SOL. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 human players ahead of them. But France is even further behind. And USA is even worse, but they're not solving a lot of issues here. Below minimum expected over here. Maybe they gentleman agreements something like regarding how they're conducting this, because it doesn't look like they're actually trying to take Texas. And this is not I don't know. Is everyone always running low admin wages this game? I think that's kind of meta. Yeah. Let's see Paul Allen's SOL. So I think I would jump in the USA if I could, because this is shameful. He's playing Marvel Rivals in the background. So much esports scene for victory. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's one community that's posting a $150 tournament. And I think the Russia player put up the prize pool. So the Russia player probably just wanted to see something tighter and a little bit more. To be fair, I am casting it because there's a prize pool. So this is perhaps a reason to, like, introduce a prize pool to get, like, something that you can watch back and, like, have fun and, like, this type of thing. And, like, maybe that makes sense. But, like, I'm not trying to be critical as much as I'm trying to say I feel bad for... you know, the Germany and Spain players, because I think the German players, like, strategically, I think he should have tried to fight less wars, but in the actual execution of the war, I think he was doing a good job. But now, like, I don't know, it feels like the players are rolling over a little bit. With the exception of, I think the Great Britain's intentionally not enforcing on the USA here. Or maybe not. Maybe they are trying to enforce. Oh, they just finally have had enough. They're just assigning to a front. They realized what's up. Seems like it took a little while. There is a rule against perma-bankrupting. I think you can only bankrupt once, so you're not allowed to bankrupt if you've already bankrupted or have the modifier. I think other players are just super demoralized. I think it was salvageable for every team at the start of this session. At this point, I think it's probably not salvageable at all. Because the thing is, you have to play at least to 1880 to really shake things up. And you don't have enough... you can't enforce war goals on Great Britain often enough with the amount of truces you have for any team to be able to acquire enough of the war goals. So maybe, I mean, they were trying to have the scoring system be, like, third session heavy, and if it's just basically decided right now, then it's actually not even really third session heavy, right? I feel like if we want a V3 esports team, need to raise entrance standards and have people like Connor and Generalists as team leaders. I mean, I think that as far as esports go, Vic3, if I'm being like real talk, because normally I meme about this and say that it's an awesome game, I think it's like a terrible game for like skill expression. And that if you were wanting to demonstrate skill expression in Vic3, the way you would want to do it is like by giving players 1 hour to like play against the AI and compete the AI versus the AI score, or the PvE versus the PvE score. But I also I personally don't have like I think a lot of these, like, to some degree you guys are like ripping on the multiplayer players. Well, I guess it's mainly just the USA because he's AFK, but I think a lot of these guys are like way better at playing on pause than like I am, for example. And that playing like that is definitely a skill. At this point, the game speed is close to being paused, so it doesn't. But especially early on, microing a ton of stuff and not being used to playing without pausing is not something I'm used to. So if I were to try and play something multiplayer, I probably wouldn't do very well until I got like 100 or so hours or something. If the players are motivated by the prize, it makes sense that they lose interest when losing. This is true. That would also make sense. I mean, I think that... I mean, there's not much reason to think that Team 3 isn't really trying. Team 3 is, like, really coming up economically. Like, they've overtaken Team 1. Just the problem is like, they're not going to have a way to translate that into anything. Did they bankrupt? As Austria? Are they running it? So this is another thing, is the less of your own GDP that you own, the better bankruptcy is. And so this is another reason to go for the strat, which is why I was kind of like tentative on whether or not he was cooking. We don't see a bankruptcy modifier, but if he just like full sends it and bankrupts, it negatively affects it wipes out the wealth of all the ownership buildings effectively. And so when cash reserves need to fill, it eats into the weekly balance, right? If you're not the one getting the balance, you don't care. And so wiping out all the cash reserves, not a big deal for you. So if you are playing to bankrupt intentionally, selling as much of your GDP as possible is reasonable. I'm going to bed. Looking forward to the next Realms of Exler stream, journalists. Have a good night. Take care, man. If I played one of these games to piss off everyone by mindlessly pressing spacebar, you would get kicked. You'd get kicked. So like Parabellum in EU4, where you have a certain objective in the shortest amount of time or the highest value span? Yeah. And participants run the same scenario in PvE environment? Yeah. And there would be some variance, so you would maybe have to like run something a certain number of times. I know that like, I think Speed 5 is the name of the organization that does like EU5. There's even like a draft where you have to like draft both things that you try and play for as well as countries and like something like this and bands and like there's some system to make it so that you're playing like different stuff each time, and which makes it so that you have to be more skilled, right? But I think we're past the 4-hour mark, or we didn't get started till like 30 minutes after, but we're also getting somewhat close to the... We have like another 30 minutes in the session. But I don't know. Are people cooking in the Discord? Looks like 2 teams are talking to each other. I don't think that that's... Well... If a team wanted to kingmake, like they just wanted Team 1 to lose, maybe there's some way to do it. Some way to win. Unfortunately, Speed 5 is disbanded. That is unfortunate. Went away for a minute. What happened? Great Britain is picking on USA. The game has slowed down considerably. And the US player we think is AFK. And, like, I mean, I guess there's chem warfare and time here. Stormtroopers before flamethrowers. Offense, kill rate. No shot he gets to research all this before the end of the thing. So that's just his queue for forever. Austria's been expanding down here. It's kind of interesting. Great Britain forgot to put in anything other than Rift Valley, I guess. Or how did Austria get that much Rift Valley? Austria moves in mysterious ways. Austria's play has probably been the most interesting. I wonder if that's the strat though. They're just going to intentionally bankrupt after. I mean, we haven't seen it yet. Now they're catching up in their own GDP ownership, but this is a reason to intentionally sell a bunch of your economies if you plan on bankrupting. Because it only hurts the people who own the buildings. Obviously, you own some of your buildings still, but the more of it you don't own, the less it's going to hurt you. Both Slawick and I don't even know how to pronounce his name. I've seen his name pronounced though. I just can't remember. Have been hosting, and Lathe have been hosting Parabellum on their own. Red Hawk. Charles, what is your take on the whole Elon Musk thing? Do you think he's a better gamer than me? I don't know if he's a better gamer than me, but I know he plays. He pays people to boost his account. His account is like based on like what you see with the Quinn videos. His account is 100% boosted. Like, in terms of overall gamer skill, I'm, like, really not that high level. Like, you're talking about, like, executing mechanics. I'm not that mechanically skilled in games. And so, I don't know if I'm better or not than Elon, but I know Elon Stolen Valor is pretending to occupy, like, top 10 places on the ladder when he's not playing. And if you play any Path of Exile, which I do, and you watch what he's doing, it's so unambiguously clear. You know... It would be like watching a mechanic, like, see someone say that they're a car mechanic, and then they pull out a hammer, and they, like, just, like, start hitting the engine or something. Like, there's not really a very good analogy for how obvious it is. And if you watch any of the drama videos, like, Quinn's, like, breakdown of it, it's just, like, it's so unmistakably clear. And for me, it's just, like, I think Elon Musk has a little bit of a pattern with regards to letting other people do the work for him, paying them to do it, and then taking the credit for all that. So I'm unsurprised. I was like benefit of the doubt that maybe he's really good at Diablo, but that was sussy to me because he had like that in the JRE interview. Whether or not he's actually like good at Diablo. But I was like, you know what, I don't have a way of knowing. There's like, in order to be good at Diablo, I was just very suspect because in order to be because I knew in order to be like top of ladder Path of Exile, you have to like no life it like minimum 60 hours a week, and it didn't seem like he could possibly tweet that much and be playing 60 hours a week. Not to mention actually running 3 companies or whatever, and doing all this like stuff with like the presidential stuff, so that just seemed categorically impossible. There's like not enough time exists in days for him to actually be piloting that account, on top of like even if he looked like he kind of played competently. He promotes PoE a ton too, which is good for the devs and the community in the long run. Yeah, he has a higher level character in PoE too. No, someone he pays as a higher level character in PoE too. You mistake. He might actually have a higher level character than me in PoE. I think I have level 60 something. Clearly, Elon must be a god gamer. Everyone knows that his car mechanics repair vehicles with blowtorches. Battlefield thought so as well. Yeah, basically. So I've actually been thinking in regards to like comparing and contrasting like the Elon like controversy with the like pirate it's not Pirate Bay, Pirate Software, like, controversy a little bit. I was thinking about making a video on that. In that, like, Pirate Software, for those who don't know, like, he effectively, in WoW, abandons his team in this one spot, and he just, like, leaves them to die, is, like, the really short explanation for it. And so people are jumping on him as well. And the interesting thing, I think, for that is he was playing on a hardcore game, and so was Musk also playing on a hardcore game. But the difference is, like, Pirate Software, like, freaked out because he was going to lose, like, a character that's, like, 200 hours old. And so you spend several hundred hours in the character, and then you just lose everything. And so, like, him spazzing out, I thought was, like, considerably more justifiable and, like, less piling on worthy than, like, Musk, who's just trying to deceive people and make people think he's good at games when he's not. But then, like, I saw something on Pirate Software this morning where he was pretending to solve puzzles in a puzzle game, which I don't know the puzzle game scene at all, but it seemed like he was kind of cheating that. And so, like, I don't mind someone who spazzes and, like, abandons their team because they freaked out as much as I do someone being dishonest. And I think Musk is just, like, super dishonest. Like, bro, who cares if you're, like, good at the game or not? Like, you, like, don't need to, like, do that, like, in order to, like, try and get social acceptance from, like, it just, like, makes no sense to me, like, why that even seems like a good thing, like, from Musk's perspective to do. I don't know what's going on here, why it's taking so long to enforce. I mean, we're not desynced if we're getting the pauses, but this might be pause for the end of the session here. Yeah. Didn't the level 97 character die, though? Yeah, it probably died while Musk was playing it. Poe is one of the most grind-induced games possible. Yeah, so Musk is not getting the top. I hate that guy. I really don't like Pirate after the whole WoW thing. I think the WoW thing's, like, kind of a lot more forgivable. I mean, I think he's narcissistic, or that's, like, the argument a lot of people are making, but, bro, like, almost every, like, content creator is, like, narcissistic or more narcissistic than average. Or, like, you look at the distribution curve of content creators and average person, the content creators are going to be way more narcissistic. The thing is like, he's under a lot of pressure is the difference between Pirate Software and the other guys, right? He's under pressure when he's afraid of losing his character, and then he's under a lot of pressure because he feels like his world's collapsing, because, like, man, he's making the front page of everything. So, yeah. Elon Musk obviously working 40,000 times harder than the average Tesla worker. Yeah. And then it's easy for him to grind Poe at the same time. Yep. We will destroy the woke mind virus with Daddy Musk, and you're just jealous. Okay, bro. I think I'm going to join up the chat because they're in a lobby. Hello. Wait, what? Did someone break the rules again? Okay. Did you guys want to make any comments to the stream before I outro it? Quebec. It's not over? I think two teams' block names are GB's 1, or it's Jover. Right? Yeah. Did you guys see my comment that India has 61 universities? Oh yeah. Disqualify Team 1. Disqualified. Gone. Alright, guys. I'm gonna outro the stream. Alright, we're gonna catch up on chat and kind of give, I think, a couple more thoughts on the drama because you guys have brought it up, but Pirate's also a shitty game developer that's been working on his game for the last 7 years, and he now streams WoW Hardcore from their company account. I don't know if I necessarily have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with someone because they're bad at something as much. Like, the intent is, like, less malicious and deceptive. But then, like, the thing about cheating on the puzzle games where you, like, look up on your phone how to solve the puzzle that takes an enormous community to solve while playing the game and pass it off like you did it, like, that's, like, that's kind of similar to the Elon thing, right? Journalist narcissist confirmed? Kind of. I mean, I think that... I mean... I think that I'm, like, less narcissistic than the average, like, YouTube content creator, but I'm probably more narcissistic than the average person. You know? Even here, Twitch dramas, kind of. If Pirate had just said, "My bad, guys," I just panicked and wanted to keep my character, but kept insisting he couldn't do anything. Yeah, so, Will, here's the thing. Here's the point I was thinking about making about Pirate in the video before I saw the thing this morning. Although, to be fair, that's just one thing. Is he panicked when he was about to die, but he's also panicking now, and that's why he's, like, doubling down and tripling down, because, like, everything's collapsing around him and he's freaking out. So I think he's still panicking. I don't think he's stopped panicking. And so, like, I think that that's, like, less, like, he's, like, in some sense less blameworthy than, like, the Musk thing. But the thing is, like, people like to pile on the drama anyways, and, like, to some degree, like, it's, like, insipid on the consumer sense. On the consumer side, us, like, focusing on it or caring about it or this type of thing. The Discord voice is not coming through. We just hear it through the headphone bleed through. Oh, really? Oh, my God. You guys haven't had my audio output capture this entire oh, man. You guys have just only had my voice this entire time? God, that sucks so hard. I'm so sorry. Yeah, well, now you guys can hear the music, but, like, yeah. That's frustrating. When I swap, like, streaming setups for the comp coverage, it, like, resets a bunch of settings and I have to change them all before I start streaming. But, yeah. Would be more entertaining if you could hear other players talk too. Yeah, no, this was the intention. Shoot, I'm trying to remember exactly what they said. I mean, they said that they thought it was, like, still winnable maybe, but I'm not sure if how winnable it is. I don't know. I don't want to disrupt them too much because they're kind of just vibing and unwinding, it sounds like, mostly. I think it's rough for anyone other than GB to win. Apologies for having my audio output muted, which is the thing that feeds in. I don't have the game source feeding in and the Discord feeding in. It's just my audio output. The character's 200 hours for Pirate Software and about 150 hours for the other players. Yeah. So, like, him freaking out, like, makes sense. But, like, Elon, like, just paying someone money to do the thing, represent the thing. There's not a same stressor that there is on, like, Pirate. So, like, if you're gonna, like, be upset with someone over something, like, I think the Elon one is far more egregious. A big part of why Team 3 bait is the best parts about having those three are access to China and preventing Prussia from forming Germany, both of which not allowed under the rules. Makes sense. I get why he run, but he could have done more. I agree. I agree. I mean, like, you could also, like, think less of him because he doesn't have ice in his veins as, like, a super good gamer, but, like, I think he's still freaking out. I thought it was intentional not to leak stuff. No, that was my bad. I don't care about WoW or pretending to be a genius. He banned me from his Twitch chat. Terrible. Pirate? I have no idea who Pirate Software is or what this is about. Well, I don't know if we want to break it down on stream, as we're kind of going out, but maybe we could do a little bit. So everyone kind of knows about the Elon drama as much. Here, let's just do Pirate Software roaching.
Yeah, I'm gonna be...
Alright. See if we can just do something really short on this. I guess I'll drop from the Discord here, in case I don't want them to necessarily walk in on that. Okay. Just so people who don't have the context are a little bit familiar.
To be honest with you, I think it takes away from the game, and I think it takes away from the experience, and it leads people to be like, "Oh, he could just petri out. This isn't that scary." And to be real with you, some of the best moments that I've had inside of dungeons are because, oh shit, we're all going to die if we don't execute this perfectly, and we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass, and we got to live. You know, I've made it all.
So a lot of people are bringing a lot of these
because we didn't give
where,
up. Boss is coming too. Watch out.
Yeah,
you know,
I got your wall.
Here's where I think you run.
Just run. Can you target dummy?
I can target dummy, yeah. Should I do it?
Just
so the idea is, right now, he can turn around and help his teams to kite. After this first blizzard, he just full sends running away. Rather than helping people kite and using CC.
Snappy, just run.
I can help a lot, yeah.
And so...
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my mana.
Savageable. Come on.
And so he intentionally wastes mana.
What am I supposed to do for
is one of the ideas, so that he has no mana to help out. And he has a ruby to give him more mana.
The idea that somehow the mage is going to save you from every scenario is not real. Go back and look at where my mana was during that. There's not shit I could have done.
Welcome to Denver Comic-Con. I'm HB Duran for Video Game News Source, and I'm here, guess where? With the games, of course. I'm here with Thor, founder of Pirate Software.
And here I think they're making fun of the fact that his voice changed.
Amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic-Con.
So that's like the context a little bit on that. And so could have helped out. He wasn't about to die either. That's why people got mad in the first place. He was very safe, and he could have saved the entire group. Yeah, but if he so the thing is like, what values should we judge people on, right? Is perhaps a question that we ask ourselves. You know, someone spazzing in a video game is like low on my list, although maybe I don't want to watch him play anything that's skill oriented, right, where he needs to like clutch up and have like ice of steels or whatever, ice in his veins rather. Rushlights should maybe specify early victory conditions. I think they want to run it a specified number of weeks, yeah, he used after he was already out, he used more abilities, so he has no mana, which that's deceptive. And so, like, I care about him being deceptive if he's being deceptive more than anything else. He wasted a lot on his way out. Yeah, some people think that's intentional. Why are we... someone asked me about the Pirate Software dramas, why we were kind of looking over at some of it, a little bit of it. If Yamato is the person on the right, you've done something wrong. I like my only context of knowing Yamato is from like League of Legends rather than WoW. He was very calm and calculated too, lying about it. So I think that like the threshold for me that like is problematic when it gets crossed is like not if someone's spazzing out. That's not really what I care about. What I care about is if someone's being deceptive in order to look better. And initially I thought that was maybe not the case with Pirate Software, but now I'm increasingly thinking that is the case. And then like that's kind of I'm like less interested, but I still think the Musk thing is like way more egregious, and that like I don't know, like Pirate's also funny in some spots too. Like you're throwing out the entire like baby with the bathwater if you just like categorically like flip the switch from like loving Pirate to hating Pirate, which watching drama, like to me that's something that's like a little bit like silly, is watching how hard people turn on someone they previously liked and just like switch flip to the other side. It's like everything that was good about the person is like negated. The fact that he runs a rescue for ferrets, that seems kind of nice. He's pretty funny. He gives people advice when they're looking for advice. That seems decent and like community building type of thing. Second puberty might be a thing. I don't really know. I'm still waiting for mine to hit. I would love my voice being deeper. I tried to work on that. Would conquering Beijing reduce my SOL if I don't incorporate it? Yes, but it won't really reduce your literacy. SOL is calculated across your entire nation. Literacy is only incorporated states. When they called run, he could have frost nova the mobs, then yeah, it would have been fine. Yep. I mean, insofar as I understand what's going on in WoW, which isn't that great, he could have done more. But like also, if he wasn't spazzing and he consciously chose to like rat out and let people die or like save them, he would have consciously chose to save them. So I wouldn't have required that if he said he didn't claim to be very good beforehand, if someone new did it or whatever, but I made mage myself and I know the group, and most of the mages would with that play time. Yeah. I mean, I love how pixelate this.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I got shield wall. God damn it.
Run.
Just run. Can you target dummy?
I can target dummy, yeah. Should I do it?
Just kill the massive. Yeah, target dummy. Kill the massive.
But like,
also, are you fine?
So the thing I think I kind of dislike about this is the focus on so much on. I know a lot of people are saying like it's his attitude afterwards that they dislike, but even still, I think like the focus on like misplaying in a 30-second segment is like not
any grenades,
that important.
You can just
heal him.
Yeah, you just
and I think that
back a little bit.
if you're going to analyze it, maybe the critical point is...
I can help a lot. Yep.
Why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my mana.
This is savageable. Come on.
Here, doesn't he use a bunch of abilities?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my mana.
This is savageable. Come on, man.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the mastiffs. One shot. Okay, we
more on the way. More on the way.
Now.
Yeah, so that is maybe like the one where he can click it, and so at this point, like, you can like own up, right, to what you've done, and you click the ruby, you go back in and you try and salvage it, right, if you made a mistake, but also like playing in front of like thousands of people, making a mistake right after you insisted that you were right, also has a layer of stress to it too. So like all of this spaz, I don't necessarily hyper hate, right? And I think is so much different than like spazzing out not under pressure or being deceptive not under pressure, which I absolutely think is the case in like the Musk situation. Because Pirate's freaking out now. He's got like these big ass tweets where he's like, you guys, people are harassing me, sending me death threats, this type of stuff. So, but he's still under like a lot of pressure. And like when someone messes up under pressure, that's like a different thing than them messing up while like just being like calm and collected. Like to me, like the Musk thing is like he's just like fawning for like the approval of like teenage / 20 somethings when he's the richest man on the planet and nobody actually cares if he's good at Poe. Musk paying people to lie to improve his public image while mingling in politics is straight up evil. Yeah, so like the pirate thing, it's like I think less of them, I guess, but like not like it's not like way less. The thing that bothers me more is actually like the puzzle clip I saw like this morning, which is that he's like passing it off like he solved it. He's not under any pressure to like solve it instantly. Maybe he's under pressure to entertain his chat. Like to me, that seems so much more egregious than this, where obviously he's stressed out and panicking. Right, he runs.
What am I supposed to
do? And now he's
you?
Committed to a narrative, and so now he'll look like an idiot if he like goes the other way. Which, to be fair, you should be okay with looking like an idiot, just like as a person, because this is life and this is how things go, and like that would be preferable. But this is pirate software being like weak more than than him being like deceptive, like in terms of like
Just kill the
personal
masters. One
character.
shot. Okay,
Because it's really hard to be like, you know, Rhett, I'm a moron. I'm gonna turn back. I was wrong. I can do some stuff.
More on the way. More on the way.
Now. The massives can be Ice Novas.
The idea that somehow the mage is going to save you from every scenario is not real. Go back and look at where my mana was during that. There's not shit I could have done.
Yeah. And now he's like being berated by chat, and so he's just being defensive, which is like the knee-jerk response. It takes a little bit more to admit when you're wrong. Takes a little bit more presence of mind, let's say, than just automatically defending yourself. He hasn't made his own game in 7 years. I don't think he's like required to, though. I don't know. You're saying he's claiming success for other people's developing project when he's not developing it himself? I mean, I think that what he does sells a ton of copies, though. Like, in terms of marketing, if you have someone who's a really popular streamer and they made the game and they talk about the game all the time, like, I think that that's actually, like, a better use of your time for the overall project, right? I used max rank Blizzard for the first tick, which wasted about 1,400 mana for nothing. Yeah, I understand he should have used rank 1 Blizzard repeatedly, just for the CC, and then spam blinking. I'm not trying to say his play was good, but, like...
Pirate, why are you walking, bro? This is savage.
Yeah.
Do you see my mana? What am
But,
I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the masters. One shot.
I was thinking of making commentary on this, but then now I'm a little bit more conflicted with what I think about Pirate, which I thought people were dogpiling a little bit too hard on Pirate.
It's going to save you from every scenario. It's not real.
Like, I think it's not good, but...
My mana was during that. There's not shit I could have done.
Welcome to Denver Comic.
Here, I'm gonna mute this and just get through the rest of the chat on catching up. I wish that Musk play PoE too, like a normal human being. Yeah, it'd be so much cooler if he just, like, actually, like, played Path of Exile and just had, like, a level 30 character that he played sometimes. And just, like, you know, if someone gives him shit in chat for being a low level, just be like, bro, I own 3 companies and I just bought a presidency. Calm down. Like, like, that version of Musk I would have so much more respect for than the version that's, like, trying to convince a bunch of people who play Path of Exile, which are a bunch of people, like, the people who are the uber grinders of Path of Exile, that's, like, all they're doing. So he's, like, just invading this space and then trying to occupy it like he's the best at it, and it's like, for what? Like... Yeah. Quintuple down at the moment? Yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's a good look on Pirate, but, like, it's, like, stress-based. An actual Civ 7 video just dropped, so I'm gonna watch that and head out. Good night. Alright, take care, Ivar. We're just getting everything caught up, and we're gonna round this out. It's a team game. There's always something someone could have done better. This is true. Most of the criticism is not that he, like, messed up the play as much as he, like, is, like, insisting he did nothing wrong, and or using a bunch of different, like, defenses, and just, like, is not kind of, like, admitting fault as much. But I think this entire thing's kind of gotten blown out of proportion with regards to Pirate in, like, large extent. There's also a clip of Thor saying a couple weeks ago that a mage can save an entire dungeon. Yeah, that's another funny clip. I was surprised that clip was not included in here. This is the cleanest, like, this is, like, the cleanest thing. It's just, like, we clutch up, and then it's the clip of him not clutching up, and then it's, like, the clip of him, like, being like, I couldn't have done anything, and then, like, it's almost like this is the cleanest, like, one we've seen so far of this. Maybe we actually link this. If you guys wanted to give this a like, or you're, like, interested in the drama, like, this is a pretty clean one, but... Admitting you're wrong takes testicular fortitude. Yeah, and that's, like, what Pirate has to do there, right? And so, like, that's, like, something that's, like, hard. I mean, I would have liked him much more if he admitted he was wrong. He's like, that's my bad. Like, but, like, that's, like, at no point does Elon Musk have to insist that this is his character and he's really top of the ladder when he's paying someone else to do it. Yeah. Didn't something about him cheating in a speedrun surface? So it was... I don't know too much about the context. I saw this morning. It was in a puzzle game what he apparently did is he cheated to find the solution to the puzzle. Normally, this is not something any individual person could solve on their own. It requires like an entire community to like get the super Easter egg of people who are interested in that puzzle game, like specifically. So it was just like the way it was explained was it's categorically impossible for him to do this solo, and he does it solo. And apparently in the VOD, it looks like he's looking at his phone while he's doing it, something like this. That to me is way worse than him ratting out and like roaching, because that's just like actively deceptive when you're not under pressure, and like there's no reason to need to be like that good at the puzzle game just cause it's like unnecessary. Whereas like here, every single portion of the controversy that we have here, he's under significant pressure. He's trying not to lose a character that's 200 hours, and then here he commits to a narrative on stream, and he says this is what he's doing, and then now he's kind of trapped because he looks like a moron if he goes back. So he's like, oh shit. He's like, oh, what am I going to do? And then he intentionally runs out his mana so they can tell he has no mana.
It's not real. Go back and look at where my mana was during.
And then he commits to like a narrative that he kind of swaps several times because now he's under tons of pressure because of like a bunch of people hating on him. It's like the context is different. Then like, but the puzzle game, there's no need. What's the like? A lot of people will lie under pressure. Like if you beat your kid, right? Hypothetically, if you beat your kid, you bet your ass your kid is gonna lie to you about stuff because they don't want to get hit. Like if you look at it like from that perspective, like if you're gonna get pissed at someone for something, like every single part of the pirate like software like stuff is like it like makes sense in a way that like, yeah, he could have sacked up and it would have been nicer and I would have liked him more if he did this, but it's not like out of left field. But the cheating on the puzzle thing is just out of left field. It just doesn't make sense. I watch stream highlights from Karn streamers sometimes. These Poe racers are freaking crazy. Yeah, they're so good. And then also like just the sheer number of hours. There's like no way Elon has that thing. No one would blame Elon for playing Poe, yet he feels he needed to look cool. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, it's unnecessary. I think Pirate has a huge ego. I agree he has a huge ego. Almost every, like... Content creators on average, not every content creator, is going to have a way bigger ego, like, on average than just, like, the average person. I said average way too many times in that sentence, but, like... If one of your favorite streamers turns out to be super narcissistic and care about their self-image, it shouldn't necessarily be all that surprising. Where he's always right and has to be the best advice because he's the smartest person in the room. I kind of agree with your sentiment, but also that's part of what makes his stream good and entertaining in the moments where he's doing well, right? To some extent. And so, but everyone wants to throw everything out and just be like, we hate Pirate now. But like, I do really hate the other thing, which is like not even, I don't even have a clip for it, which is the drama regarding him like cheating on the puzzle game. Which I haven't, like, verified. I've just seen a 30-second clip, so I don't have broader context. Nor the ability to evaluate, because I don't play puzzle games. I can kind of tell what's going on here. Like, I haven't played WoW specifically, but I've played, like, games like this. I mean, I can tell that he seems incredibly safe. I don't know, but, like, this looks like just... I've seen enough WoW clips, even though I don't play WoW, where this just seems pretty egregious.
What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the masters. One shot. Okay, we more on the way.
Well, the need is to maintain the persona of a competent person. Yeah, but it's like in the puzzle game that you don't know and like this type of thing. I don't know. Just showing Vic 3 spreadsheets counted as abuse? Absolutely. We're in a weird timeline. Elon, Path of Exile is just an ego maxing. Yeah. And it's like, bro, you literally just have to be like, the people who you would impress by being good at Path of Exile, a lot of those dudes are already impressed with you, and they would be impressed with you just playing a level 20 character. Is there a clip of the puzzle thing? I mean, I can maybe try and find one. I don't see one immediately off the top of my head. I think if you're at all following the drama, it's going to show up in your feed soon enough. There's no requirement for a streamer to look competent. Many are successful entirely without it. This is an ego issue. Yeah, I mean, look at me with Victoria 3. Like, you don't need competence to, like, be able to... No, but, like, I think the thing is, like, in my opinion, you just can't hide the competence. Like, it just comes through, especially with people who know what's going on. Like, which is why, like, the Elon clips are so, like, amazingly painful. It's because you just, like, if you've played any Path of Exile, like, it just looks insane. Like, you have to pick a game that nobody's actually good at. Yeah, exactly. Maybe people also have the issue that they saw Pirate as God, therefore making his ego tolerable. He had a big following, which I think is why, like, people danced around Pirate a little bit in this, like, OnlyFans or whatever thing. But then, like, now everyone turns on him. What I really hate is, what's insipid to me is the entire consumer community just, like, light switch flipping on people. That's, like, what I hate. Like, it's just, like... For so many people, this is all they see. It's just this one ratting out, and they just flip a switch, and now they hate Pirate. And like and then people like watch like hours of content on why to hate this guy for this one instance, right? Rather than finding broader context. And it's just a very strange way of going about things. Like, yeah, this instance might look bad, but like, it's not like this is the only thing that Pirate's ever done in his life ever. And like, also disregarding everything else he's done to grow a big community, like in the first place, is like weird to me. I think he just built this image of being a competent cool guy who plays video games and gives good life advice. I think he did too. It actually seems like he does, but the competency part image is kind of falling apart. Well, okay, to be fair, in terms of level of competence, him getting to level 60 on hardcore still has some level of competence on like World of Warcraft. It's like you can be in the top 5% without being in the top 10, you know? Like, it's not like he's incompetent. He's just like, bro, he could have just been the washed older dad, like, and still be, like, relatively competent.
Yeah, you just heal me? Just come back a little bit?
I don't know if one should believe in any of his advice to begin with. Well, a lot of his advice was, like, relatively intuitive, but, like, that's not a reason to not believe in his advice. A streamer does need to be handsome and be good at the game. True. Well, the handsome one I actually think is more important, to be honest.
Why are you walking, bro?
You think you have a leak? Pick a game that no one is good at, like Diablo 4. Yeah, that's like the don't pick the Uber Sweat game Elon does. Can't wait for the journalist drama so I can finally out him as fake news for preaching LF. Yeah, the problem is I just show the math, and the problem is like. Bro, I avoid saying I'm good at Victoria 3 as much as I can because I'm actually not sweating executing the game. I'm just trying to understand it better. And so, like, there's a lot of things I do incorrectly in, like, all of my runs. My runs are so far off of optimized, and I'm not interested in trying to optimize them. And I try and be, like, really clear to this, and then people are like, oh, you're the GOAT, and it's like, this makes me a little uncomfortable. Switch flip, now I'm a hater. No, horrible journalist take. He defends Pirate software, kind of, but not really. A lot of people in the guild were also condescended upon by Pirate and his whole OnlyFans things. There was countless clips of him telling that others that they're shit at the game. Yeah, the clip where he says, I like, he said, I felt physically ill because the mage didn't save their allies. That aged like spoiled milk. I agree. And if the OnlyFans people don't like him, then, like, that's understandable. And maybe this is why this blew up, is because he annoyed the shit out of all the content creators, who I guess if you're gonna, there's a group of people as content creator you don't want to annoy the shit out of. It's actually probably other content creators, because maybe you just get eviscerated like this. Yeah, to be fair, people being stuck on puzzle games sucks, so looking up a walkthrough once you get stuck for too long. He could have just said, you know, I want to keep the pace up on this, so if I can't find the solution, I'm gonna look it up. So, what is the OnlyFans thing? It's a guild in World of Warcraft Hardcore that has a bunch of content creators in it.
The idea that somehow the mage is gonna save you from every scenario is not real. Go back and look at where my mana was.
It's not about optimizing, it's just about being organic and smart. My god, thank you. Streamers need to powerlift? True. They need to feel what real weight is. The weight of the pressure. Let's talk about the weight of several hundred pounds. Let's start with the sledgehammer. Alright, next Saturday maybe I'll bring the sledgehammer. If your entire persona is that you give S tier life advice, you always are the good guy, and on high horse you need to keep 100% clean sheet. The second you slip, you're fucked. Yeah, this is probably... Well, but like, kind of. People are gonna have selective attention either way. You just like shouldn't worry about it. Like if you slip... well, actually, you need to worry about it because people will dogpile you on for one failure, but that's insipid. Like, the way people dogpile is stupid as hell. But I guess maybe you're right. One slip and you get dogpiled on. But, like, to some extent, a lot of people are just selective. If they want to dislike you, they'll just focus on something negative, and if they want to like you, they'll focus on something positive. And it actually, like, your own inputs and other people liking you is a lot smaller than you would, like, think. And a lot of it just has to do with, like, their own attitudes and beliefs and, like, this type of stuff. If there are only 2 mages in the party, there was a clip in which Pirate said, if only there were 2 mages in this party, and he was playing with someone new in the game. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean the sledgehammer? I have a sledgehammer. People are joking that I don't really have a sledgehammer. They're saying the sledgehammer is fake, and I'm faking the sledgehammer for clout. Have you seen the clip of him arguing with Yamato? Doesn't he just kind of dip? I saw part of a clip where he just like tries to leave. I also to some extent think that just focusing on and consuming a whole bunch of these clips is just like insipid on behalf of the consumer. Like as a consumer, so our like caveman brain is like programmed to be really care about drama, right? Because for a caveman, it's really important to know who you can trust and this type of stuff, because everyone is actually a member of your tribe. Well, the thing is Pirate's not a member of any of our tribes, so it's actually pretty irrelevant whether or not you know you can trust Pirate. But we're still inclined to focus a lot on the drama and like try and evaluate and try and figure out who we can trust, because it's like a very mammalian, like caveman type of orientation, which is to say, like consuming stuff that is like in the realm of what like drama, basically it always feels urgent, but it's ultimately unimportant. Like it always feels urgent to us, but is like really like just totally irrelevant, because we don't actually live in a society with Pirate where we have to engage in him with a substantive way. We can just like watch him less or whatever, and so like it's to consume like 3 hours of seeing just how bad Pirate really is, which by the way is curated, and it's all of every single thing is like trying to push a specific agenda that is a negative one, because pushing a negative agenda does better on YouTube and it performs better in the algo, and so it gets spit up to the top, and no one's releasing compilations of all the ways Pirate's great, you know, to counteract it. So you're receiving biased and skewed evidence anyways, even if you were trying to evaluate. But like focusing on like, okay, I see Pirate just completely go glass back here, right? He couldn't even carry a left shoe, let alone his team, and he just like rats out like a little roach and does this thing. You could be thinking this, but like, or you could be like thinking about, you know what? Let's think about myself, right? How do I have less of a glass back? This is something that's actually important, but it's not urgent. Like developing yourself and be like, wow, I don't want to roach out like Pirate did. What should I do differently? Or like this type of thing. This is an entirely different thing, and you could focus on this instead, but instead you're just like, this drama is important to know, but it's not really important to know. It's only important to know if you're a caveman and there's 10 people in your tribe, and you really need to know who you can't trust, and if you can't trust them, you gotta kick them out because you can't trust them. And like, yeah. Bro's packing with the sledgehammer. I actually use the sledgehammer for forearm exercises. There's a video of it on my lifting channel. The second time when Tyler tried to talk things out. Oh yeah, he talks for like 10 seconds and then he roached out the Discord Carl as well. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the raid before. You're very welcome, Boom Chicken. Or Boom Chickady. Hold on, we're getting psychoanalyzed. Well, you know, like, the thing is like, the meta consideration of like whether or not Pirate is like a shitbag or not is less important than whether or not I should actually even think about Pirate. Tyler 1 tried to be very patient and understanding. Yeah, Pirate or Tyler 1, everything I've seen about him, he's just like actually just analyzing the situation correctly, which is wild considering, like, my first exposure to T1 was back in, like, the original T1 days, and he was just, like, an absolute psychopath. It's the type of information you can build on your channel. I mean, to be fair, I've consumed, like, 4 times as much content of how goody a person he is before. Yeah, but, like, relative to the amount of time that he's been in the public sphere, you've probably consumed a lot more drama content. Right? Like, maybe 10 hours of, like, good Thor content over the course of, like, 10 months, and then, like, 2.5 hours in the last, like, week with the drama or something like this. But, like, if someone's living in your house, then it's urgent, right? If someone can't be trusted, then it's urgent. Like, this is actually urgent and important. It fits this quadrant. But, like, our brain isn't very good at differentiating, like, in this way, with, like, the public person who is not in our life at all. And so something that is actually urgent and important, if someone in our tribe is actually, like, messing up, like, it comes to here. It's ultimately, like, it's unimportant. So we're getting anti-pirate propaganda to some extent, yeah. Or that's the stuff that's going to feed into your algo. I love getting an excuse not to like people. Well, you know, then we need to think about what's important. Is, like, actually what proportion of people you think about should you be liking versus disliking. And the entire mechanism is promoting us to think more about people and dislike people more, which is probably just not good for us overall. And so, like, it's what I think about when I'm thinking about these two drama events related to each other is, like, how are we even thinking about morality and what's important to us in terms of morality? And I think that it's not really a morality issue to people as much as it is, like, a drama issue. And then it becomes insipid because the drama is ultimately unimportant. Tyler 1 is actually just exceptionally smarter person than that just plays a character. He is. He's just built different. T1's are just incredibly... Look, the point at which I was like, T1's actually super impressed... Well, actually, when he started climbing on all the roles in League, it was like, alright, okay, I see you. And then he swapped over to chess. And I understand how chess is, and his, like, climb in terms of chess elo was absolutely insane. And then, like, he's also incredibly strong at powerlifting. I'm just a little bit stronger, I think. I'm not 100% sure. The problem is he doesn't use a belt at all, and I use a belt. So it's like, my lifts are bigger, but I don't know if it's, if I didn't use a belt, if mine would be bigger. He benches way more than me is the thing. Those are good points about managing your attention. Maybe you should write a book about that. Maybe we should. Yamato's like the old T1, but without any of the good parts. Yeah, T1's, like, clearly putting on a character, like, when you try and analyze it in, like, the bigger sphere. Especially because he turns the character way up with people who are, like, giving him that same vibe. Like, if there's someone he can, like, bounce off of, he just, like, turns it up to, like, 1,000,000. And otherwise he'll, like, he won't, like, push his character onto people that aren't, like, vibing with it, you know? I probably won't remember this pirate drama in a couple months. Yeah, but, you know, like, if you focused on personal development, you would still be a better person in a couple of months, you know? It's, like, maybe the thing. But he's a League streamer, so he has, like, eaten, like, 80% of his brain. True. Makes space for the other ones. You gonna buy Trump's meme coin? Absolutely not. It's, like, such a disgusting conflict of interest. Tyler 1's the GOAT. With the chess thing, it's super impressive. He has a mega grind gene. It's beyond just grind. You can't just, like, get that good at chess just by playing chess. Like, he actually learned it incredibly fast as well. Like, even, like, 10 hours a day, like, the rate at which his elo improved was, like, very, very significant. Tyler 1, natty or not? Probably natty. T1 is shorter than you, probably. He is way shorter than me. He's, like, 5'2" or something, so... He's actually 5'6", but he's still shorter than me. But, like, which kind of helps for some lifts, but kind of... It generally helps your lifts... When you're at the lower end of strength, it helps your lifts be better. But then, once you, like, fully fill out your frame, being shorter is worse, generally speaking. Up until a point. Like, I think, like, 6'2" or 6'3" might be the best for lifting overall. Although being even taller is better for deadlifting specifically. But, like, you stop getting... it starts hurting your squat and your bench too much. And also increases the amount of distance you have to deadlift. That's like one of the problems is like there's a difference between force production, which just being better is better at force production, and the amount of force required to complete a lift, which increases the bigger you get because you have a bigger range of motion when you're taller. I think he has the ability to lock in. Yeah, I think Tyler also just like he if
I'll see how you fine.
If Pirate Software has like roaches in his blood, like Tyler has ice in his veins. Which again, like I'm kind of dogpiling Pirate in the sense that it's kind of funny to make fun of him, but like ultimately, like I don't like. I was pretty close to Pirate neutral before, and now I like him a little bit less, but I'm still pretty close to Pirate neutral. I tried to raid you, but it did the wrong, so I'll figure it out next time. You type /R, or I think /raid, and then space, and then my name. Don't do it now or whatever, but this is how you do it. How tall are you, Generalist? I actually hate this question, because I know so many guys who just lie about their height, and then I say how tall I am, and I feel like I'm getting cheated out of how tall I socially present myself as by telling the truth. But I am a little over 5'10". So, like, if you want to, like, push it up a little, I'm 5'11", but, like, I'm like 5'10" and, like, a third or something like this. Or maybe 5'10" and a half. But I have a friend who's 6 foot that I'm just as tall as, if you know what I mean. A friend in high school who tried to organize his life, at school by the Eisenhower matrix. It worked pretty okay, but he spent a lot of time considering the urgency and importance, which led to some paralysis. Yeah, I don't think you should necessarily filter everything through this, but I think you should be able to conduct this type of analysis. Yeah. I think being taller than the average is an advantage in the long term. I've seen a lot of short people grow a lot faster than me and hit a wall very quickly. Yeah, in terms of lifting, yeah, it increases your top end. But like if you sumo deadlift, being shorter is like really good. The guy who actually has the world record for sumo deadlift works out at a similar gym, or he works out in the same area as me, and I've seen him at the gym for the 49 kilo category. I still deadlift a little bit more than him, but he's also less than a third my weight. Fellow 5'10" coping male, respect. 5'10" still above average. I just don't get to put 6 foot. I get filtered out on the dating apps. Small mind better, true. Less worries for lowest ceilings and doors. Maybe we could show that guy maybe. Deadlifting if he has kinda don't want to show my entire thing though. My landing page or whatever. On Instagram. Oh, we have to mute this. But a big part of it is him being shorter so the ROM isn't so big. And it's figure 8s. But this guy weighs like 100 pounds. And this is on the bar. 315 plus 180, so 495. Plus a 70, so it's like 565. So this is 565 pounds. And he weighs like 100. Oh, he also says it's 565. That helps too. But like, in terms of Wilkes, this might be the strongest person I've ever met in person. And he's Flinchy23 underscore on Instagram, if you wanted to watch. He also, he does have like something going on with his back. I don't know what that is. But like, his proportions are also insane. Like if you look at, how long his arms are, like they're basically at his knees. So he has really good dimensions for deadlifting specifically. Like his squat and his bench are really good too, but like it's not like his deadlift is so far out in front. And so like I think I could like deadlift like 5 or 10 more pounds than him or something. But like that's just like, yeah. Those that filter by height aren't worth their time anyways. I don't mind someone being superficial. To some degree, I'm gonna be superficial, so, like, that's just the game, baby. I just don't know if I'm more superficial than others, or if I just don't care about hiding that I'm superficial more than others. You know, I think everyone collectively doesn't want to appear superficial, and I maybe just care less about it. But, I mean, like, appearances matter. They matter more in a light switch sort of way. Like, people have, like, the 0 to 10 scale, which is, of course, dehumanizing, but my scale is much closer to 0 to 1. You're either, like, attractive enough or you're not, and then once you pass that threshold, like, other factors become important. But... have you guys also seen the Asmongold and Elon drama? Oh yeah, Elon's just being petulant and banning Asmongold and, like, doesn't know what a YouTube editor is. It's just, like... Elon is just, like... what's the right word? Pathetic, like... and really, really rich, which, like... it feels really weird to call someone, like, with that much money, like, pathetic, but, like... yeah. Like... like, Elon picking fights with, like, Asmongold is also just, like, so bad for him, because, like, Asmongold should just be insignificant and not even worth considering to, like, Elon, and he's just, like... dude, Elon's just so lost in the sauce, his brain is melted, like, he's just focused, like, like, everything he does, he just wants to be able to buy being the best at, or buy into, or whatever, it seems like, and then he just, like, is super petulant when it doesn't work his way, like, taking away Aswin's blue checkmark, and also, I actually, like, talking about being free speech, but then you can get banned for saying cisgender or whatever is, like, just, like, insane. Giles won't date girls taller than 5 feet. I won't date a girl who's heavier than my squat max. You heard it here first. We're starting to throw those out. I probably wouldn't date a girl who could lift more than me either, but that's because the number of girls who could lift more than me, I think, is 2 or 3. And it just seems improbable. You should not date girls any shorter than 6 feet to maintain the bloodline. So my friend's wife, going out with her is always super weird. Because she is 6'1", and then if she wears, like, heels or platforms, like, it just, like, my brain, like, short circuits, right? Because I'm used to having guys taller than me, but I'm never used to having, like, a woman be, like, 8 inches taller than me or something, and it just, like, my brain just, like, even trying to explain, like, the way in which my brain just, like, short circuits is, like, crazy. Elon's the ultimate combo of extremely rich and extremely childish, and makes me wonder how he even got rich. But I guess getting rich makes you a degenerate a bit. Yeah, also I think that being rich helps you to get more rich, generally speaking. I think also, like, a lot of people like to attribute stuff to, like, causal factors. They like to say it was because of this that this happened, and they don't like to attribute stuff to randomness, because they like to think that stuff happened for a reason. But, like, to some degree, getting super rich is high-rolling luck, and a lot of people buy companies, and then a lot of companies just don't do well. And then some companies do really well, and I don't think it's necessarily that the person who buys the company that does the best happens to be the smartest person. I think there's a degree of randomness involved. Like, a bunch of stuff that made you interested in the things that make you buy this company have nothing to do with your competence, like just being exposed to certain things, make you want to buy this company, and then the company turns out to be really great. And so the luck of you watching a certain commercial on TV, which made you get interested in a hobby, which made you, like, more oriented towards a particular thing, none of this which has to do with competence makes you choose to buy one company over another, and one just, like, high rolls up to, like, the moon. It's, like, a bit of a different thing. But Elon also, like, seemed way, like, more normal 5 years ago. So I don't even know, like, if it's, like, he's, like, hiding it, or, like, he's just, like, degenerated or whatever. Bro, but you could probably squat, like, 500 I could squat 675. So it was like, that was, like, one of those jokes that I make to me, where I'm like, I wouldn't date a girl who weighs more than I could squat. Is like saying I wouldn't date a woman that, like, can't get out of the bed. Could she fit in a rowboat? When you have as much money as him, it becomes very clear that the things that money can't buy, for a guy who wants to be respected by everyone, it's so weird behavior. Also drugs. Yeah, but if you just chilled out, people would respect him, is the thing. Like, it'd be so... With that much resources, if you just had the slightest degree of just, like, satisfaction, like, the ability to delay your own satisfaction, just, like, the slightest bit on that respect, you just, like, chill out and just, like, slow it. You know what I mean? Like, you can, like, literally just, like... And also, you don't have to care, like, what... You can surround yourself just with people who... Can't, like, you can, when you're that rich, you can just surround yourself with sycophants if you want. Just going out to the weird corners of the internet to try and impress a bunch of, like, the, like, high school and college kids who just grind a game for 60 hours, like, is, like, nuts. Like, to me. How tall are you? 5'10". I really like the idea of a 0-1 scale. It feels like others can tell when you're merely interested in their looks. Though I can't really say, talk as a forever single college student. Oof. I mean, like, the 0-1 scale is also really, like, funny to bring up, like, in terms of, like, you make fun of the 0 to 10 scale for being dehumanizing, and then the 0 to 1 scale is, like, in some ways more dehumanizing, but I also think it just correctly describes the state of affairs. Like, I'm either interested in, like, you know, I'm either attracted to a woman in that way or I'm not. And it's not, and it does seem to be fairly binary. I dated a girl who was 6 foot and I needed a stepladder. Jesus. Elon just double rolled twice, PayPal into Tesla. Yeah, I kind of think that, well, I think Elon's smarter than the average person. I don't think he's much smarter than the average person. You know, and half of people are dumber than the average person. Or technically slightly under half. But I think 5 years ago was when he fired everyone who was keeping him in line. Yeah, so maybe he's just been held back from unleashing this version of himself. Don't date people who will be on my 500-pound life. Isn't 600-pound life? He brought Twitter to win inner arguments. I think he, like, thought that, like, Twitter, like, gods were acting against him, and then he bought Twitter, and then he realized, no, actually people think he's an idiot. Or a lot of people do. A lot of people super glaze on Elon. It's not fair of me to say that, like, everyone thinks he's an idiot. A lot of people think he's super freaking smart. So, like, just hang out with those people, dude. Like, if you want to feel like the people around you think you're the best, you actually have so many options as Elon Musk. Like, what are you doing out here, like, path of exile? Nice trying, but Greenland with Trump, yeah. He bought Path of Exile 2 account to impress the gamers. Elon wants to buy Greenland, so true. Good evening, General. You're kind of walking into it, Gene. We're just finished, like, the session, and I guess now we're kind of talking about Elon Musk and lifting weights and some weird stuff as I try and fully catch up on chat. Love how we went from talking pirate drama to how we perceive attractive people. You trying to say this guy's not attractive?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my map.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You say, I think pirate's okay, but, like, the...
Savage, but...
I mean, the pirate drama's kind of, like, insipid. But maybe we've had enough of this. Seems like we're stalling out with, like, the viewers aren't, like, dropping off anymore, so the people who are here seem like they want to talk about it, but, or at least Elon or life or, like, this type of stuff. I don't know. I think, like, whenever I think about, like, the drama stuff and this sort of thing, like, I try and think about this, because I always want to, like, watch drama videos too, and, like, sometimes I do, and, like, this type of thing, but I try and do better. And I try and think about, is this actually urgent? And since a lot of the drama features people that ultimately aren't within my sphere of life at all, even the slightest bit, it just, like, it doesn't make sense for me to devote that amount of attention or caring to that. And also, I think that the drama information tends to actually not be very informative on the person, since it's a lot of dogpiling and scraping the internet, like, for, like, there's thousands of hours of pirate software vols on the internet, right? And it's just a bunch of people trying to farm the drama, just scrape every little bit and like pub it to try and like drag him. And like if you publish thousands of hours of stuff on the internet and there's not clips that make you look bad, then power to you. But that's like an insane like metric. And so it just seems like a lot of opportunistic dogpiling, and it's like fundamentally like what Pirate did doesn't seem like actually completely insane to me, or like apocalyptically bad. Although Elon's just like doesn't make any sense because he's just like trying to buy friends. But I guess when you have enough money, that's what you do. So I don't even understand what his end goal is at this point. This is the end goal of Elon. To be fair, there's a survivorship bias here. The people who don't want to just accumulate more and more and more and more don't actually become the richest man alive ever. Tesla is by far his biggest success story. Now he's dogpiling the brand and pushing the consumer base of Tesla away and people that don't want EVs. It's just he wants more. He wants everyone to think he's super great. He wants more money. Like the character profile of someone who gets super, super rich. You know, actually an interesting standout, I think, is Bill Gates. Because Bill Gates has given away like half of his money multiple times. If you wanna talk about someone who like gets ripped on the internet fairly frequently, you know, in a way that seems like dramatic, and failing to evaluate all the other stuff they've done for humanity, Bill Gates has given so much money to charitable causes. I'm not saying his like character's perfect. I think he like cheated on his wife and like there's other stuff that's maybe sussy. And when you have a lot of money, it's easy to give a lot of money. But the fact is he accumulated to the absolute top of the totem pole and gave away a ton of money multiple times at this point. You're just gaining Australian viewers and the rate that matches the decay, and they come in for the Victoria 3 and we're talking about Elon. Maybe this is bad for my brand. Yeah. Sitting here at 3 a.m. discussing drama that has no influence on my life whatsoever. Yeah, you should go to bed, Will. Maybe this is why... We'll try and outro the stream as soon as we catch up, so Will can go to bed. Keeping up Will doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, this... I think thinking through your approach to consuming drama in the right way is actually something that's worth thinking about. But I think, like, the pirate software thing, like... People were asking about it. Ultimately, it's very unimportant. I think it's useful for illustrating a point, though, or points about Elon vis-a-vis Pirate, which is why I was thinking of making a video on it, but he's going to be the world's first trillionaire? Maybe. We'll see. To be honest, Pirate Software seems like a fine content creator. That was kind of my evaluation, and I think he probably just had a really bad day and took the WoW Guild's critique of him really poorly. Yeah, he also might dislike the people he's with, right, as well? And if you dislike him, you're going to be, like, worse or shittier around him, too. For me, the cheating on the puzzle game is, like, a much more substantive thing. I was going to make a video semi-defending Pirate, and then I learned about that, and then... But that's also just a sample size of n equals 1, right? Maybe he's never cheated on any type of puzzle game ever. He just did that one session, and, like, it's insipid to me. I have a very small, like, frame into, like, his thing. The Elon part is kind of indirectly does impact you, whether you like it or not. Oof, the truth hurts. Had he just said, I'm sorry, I messed up, I think everyone would have moved on. But I think that I don't necessarily fault him for not saying, I'm sorry, I messed up. Once he reaches, like, this weird point of no return, where he is getting absolutely dogpiling from all over, and the longer you go without admitting, like, you did something wrong, like, psychologically it gets harder. Everyone, like, thinks that, like, he could just stand up tomorrow and say it, but it gets psychologically harder and harder to be like, you know what, guys, I messed up in this. This was a really bad play. I think it's a bad play now. But, like, now everyone's digging up clips out from everywhere. It wouldn't matter if he apologized now. Everyone wants to dogpile. They're salivating. They want to jump on him because, like, the mammalian part of our brain wants us to... If there's a reason to not trust someone in your tribe, if you're a caveman, there's 20 people in your tribe. If there's a reason to not trust someone, boy, do you want to get to the bottom of it. Because if you can't trust them, guess what? You die. Life sucks. You're a caveman. But, like, that isn't what Pirate is to any of us. He's either entertaining or not, for the most part. And maybe you want to support him or you don't. Jonas, when are you getting into politics? Your platform could be I could lift more. My platform could be lifting the platform. If it worked for Schwarzenegger, Governor, it could work for you. Schwarzenegger was aesthetic as hell. And he was popular. Schwarzenegger also has integrity. I'm not a fan of like him as much politically, especially because he like wrecked like education in California. But I mean, I think he has integrity. I actually like Schwarzenegger quite a lot, like on a like more personal basis. But Schwarzenegger's like Schwarzenegger was an absolute like god at bodybuilding. He was also like a dick at like some of his Mr. Olympia wins were maybe a little bit sussy. So there's that. But like that's also like, I don't know, you have a full bag of like stuff when someone's a person, and like this focus on one singular thing is just like, it's stupid. It's like it's like it's what our brain is programmed to do, and it's like, what do? You try and figure out a way around it. I'm over here shitposting while playing War Thunder. Big nice. Alright. Journalist for president? No. 24-hour post stream. So where are the teams ranked after the second round? Is GB still killing it? GB's uber killing it. GB is uber killing it. Like, I think... let's just put it like... Or that's not going to show the right thing. Let's just put it like this. GB's situation in the game is so overwhelmingly dominant, I might not even cast the last session. Because I like actually don't see, even if they like played well and like did stuff, I don't even think that they can make it. I would vote for Generalist. I appreciate it, but I don't have desire for office. That job seems super stressful. I'm not interested in half of the country like hating me regardless of what I do, and the other half like being split into half between like maybe glazing me and then the other half hating me anyways. Like, and also like the having to live with the fact that no matter what decisions I make, people are going to die and people are going to suffer, and I'm going to feel like it's my fault. Like if I'm never president and I'm never responsible for that, I don't have to care about that. But like, yeah. I imagine psychologically he can never apologize now. I think that's like 100. Look, if you have the same type of lack of ice in your veins that makes you do this, is like the same type that makes you just never apologize. You know.
What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the masters. One shot. Okay,
he actually needs to hold his ground now, or it'll look spineless. I think the correct decision for Pirate now is actually just to be like, you know what? I looked over the video. It was a really bad play. I freaked out at the time. I hate my teammates anyways, so I don't really mind them dying. Yamato's a tool bag, and a spaz or whatever, even though I'm the one who spazzed. I apologize for taking so long to do this. I was freaking out. People were dogpiling on me. It felt like the entire internet turned against me. This is the reason why I've behaved this way. I apologize. I understand you guys are probably gonna not think much of this apology, but there it is. And then, like, you keep doing your thing. And a bunch of people are still gonna hate you, but that's because a bunch of people are focused on, like, the urgent drama-making nature of things, and, like, and those people don't like you. It is what it is. I don't know. Like, there's still what you should do should be more a function of integrity than it should be a function of how viewers are going to treat you, right? Like, I mean, I don't know what the solution for him to maximize viewers is. I think that's the wrong way to be looking at it, though, if he's looking at it in that way. The game is called Victoria for a reason. Britain just starts out so far ahead, and it's in the hands of a good player, especially the team in India. It can't really be beat. I also think the rule set helps Great Britain a lot, in a lot of different, like, little ways. An interaction we were noticing today, Gene, was that all your allies can be forced out of a war if there's no wargle on them, but if your allies are your subjects, as is the case of Great Britain, EIC, Canada, they actually can't be enforced out of the war. So you perpetually have everyone, so you can always set in your wargles and then just play defensive, and then when it becomes a 3v1, then turn and burn. There was a time that Schwarzenegger punched Canal. That seems like a dick move. Schwarzenegger got cancelled over an affair? Yep. It do be like that. yeah, the things, affairs are apparently not as big a deal anymore for the Republicans. But Schwarzenegger's super canceled among Republicans because he's actively spoken out against Trump. So, like, I think he could never do anything in office ever again. What's your take what side are you going to take in the upcoming civil war? Low-key, I've been considering joining the international fighting force in Ukraine. Like, not very, like, high probability, but I've been like, you know what, if I'm actually serious about this freedom and democracy bit, then at a certain point, maybe it's spineless to not do anything. I don't know. I have to think that one through a bit more. I don't think I like either of the sides here domestically. Well, I mean, like, I don't like me some fascism, but, like, here's how the sides in the United States are the oligarchs versus the other oligarchs. So I'm less enthusiastic. Or remember that video of Schwarzenegger talking about not jacking off? He just lifts instead. Yeah, this is Schwarzenegger. Suddenly lost audio? No, real? Real? Looks like it's still good for us. Perhaps you're causing more deaths by not running for president? Don't put that on me. No, I mean, I know that realistically, first of all, I'm not eligible, but second of all, I would not have, like, any reasonable chance of getting president. You need to level up your narcissism. I think I'm narcissistic enough. I have the inverse of pirate software. I just start blaming myself despite any objective analysis. Yeah, a lot of people do that. That's not good either. That was a mistake in a different way. It's a different sort of mistake. There's an appropriate amount of blaming yourself. And in some sense, I actually think that that's, like, just as bad, but no one gets mad at you for blaming yourself is like a key difference. No one gets angry at you for blaming yourself, but in a matter of personal practice, I think it's just as bad as blaming others, which is tough. I also blame myself more than I should. But there's also a difference between blaming yourself and, like, being more oriented towards what's within your control, which is a different sort of thing. You should be a YouTube apology PR guy. Well, I don't think that apology necessarily is the best for maximizing views. But, like, at this point, like, look, bro, I don't play WoW. And, like, he just runs, right? I mean, maybe I don't understand what's going on, because I don't play WoW. But everyone who seems to understand it has talked about it. He could just dog on Yamato and people would agree. Yeah, maybe this is the way. Deflect.
The massives can be ice novas.
Does he smile a little bit right there? When he realizes he can click his ruby?
The idea that somehow the mage is going to save you from every scenario is not real. Go back and look at where my mana was during that. There's not shit I could have done.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Yeah, he also, like, wastes a bunch of mana at the start. I think him wasting the mana is him spazzing, though. He cast the wrong level spell for the situation.
Kill the mastiffs.
I'll see how you find.
So that costs too much mana. And he should just cast it for level 1 for just CC, but... I would gladly participate in a violent coup to crown Generalist as the king of 2 Californias. I would not... I think at a certain point, revolution is, like, the way forward, like, in some context, but revolution is so freaking bloody, you have to be so freaking confident that you're correct, and I just don't see that. 2.5 hours until TikTok is illegal in the USA. Yep. What a time to be alive. The reason that goes through is, like, I think has less to do with national security, because national security was breached certainly by, like, Russian troll farms and social media on other social media platforms, and more having to do with, like, an appeal to, like, oligarchs and other social media companies that are, like, in the US. Emperor of Jewish Japan, not like this. Emperor of Jewish Japan could never lead the United States. Yeah, he just runs, dude. This is so well put together. This guy only has 4 subscribers. Let's give him an upvote, though. The sun never sets on the land of them. I don't really understand all the hype behind the pirate guy. There are literally daily videos of WoW hardcore dungeons where people blame each other. This is no different. Why is the big deal? Well, for people, they're saying that it's because there's a lack of accountability, but I think that there's a big deal because people like drama.
The mage is going to save you from every scenario is not real. Go back and look at where my...
And I'm not saying that he did take accountability or something like this, but the reason it's gotten so blown up is because boy do people love dogpiling, and psychologically you like really like to just load up on it, like because it's important if you're living with 12 people. If you know they're not trustworthy, it's really important that you know. But like, so everyone's like falling into the trap, and then content creators can make so much by feeding into it, so that they like feed into it, and then there's more content, and it's like reinforcing loop of just like overall negativity. And then like, yeah, there are plenty of people like this, but to be fair, there's also plenty of people playing WoW hardcore that you like wouldn't want to associate with, like, anyways, right? Like to some degree. But for everyone, they're saying it's like it's really the apology, and like I just think that's like more of an excuse for hating him than a reason, and the reason is more along the lines of like drama is interesting and fun, and it's funny to watch someone fall down. For a lot of people.
Can you target dummy?
I can target dummy, yeah. Should I do it?
Just kill the massive, yeah, target dummy. Kill the massives.
No.
It's because Pirate Software's reputation to content creators, Paragon and Future. Yeah, it's nice to watch someone who's thought well of fall down.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help out, yeah.
I guess.
Why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I...
Bro, people are not even close to the level of temptation Arnold Woods and Tiger Woods them have. Yeah. Tiger Woods was like such an unfortunate like situation in terms of the slogans of his sponsors. Like, is it in you? Just do it. There was another one, but they were all like you could take them sexually. I just feel the video was somewhat staged, like they pulled a double pack right in the boss's patrol route is going to only end one way. Yeah, but it could have been, like, you could have saved one. I think 2 people died and maybe 1 person lives. But, like, you could still... Or, look, this is the part where I'm out of my element. I don't understand WoW that much. And so, I think he still could have done more to CC enemies and still gotten out, right? Wee woo, call an ambulance. An ambulance for Will, because Will's not going to bed. Go to bed, Will. U.S. politics reminds me of 1920 Italy's. Yikes. Is that right before Mussolini? The truth hurts. There's a real difference between being hard on yourself and being hard. This is the truth. This is the way. Basically, mages have a spell called Frost Over, which could root all the enemies and have chasing them bar boss, which could have helped everyone get away. Yeah, but he couldn't CC the bosses, but only the ads, or I guess they're not called ads in Poe. But like if he CCs all the non-bosses, like then everyone can get away easier. So, Jim is full of hard, strong men. True. Where's that guy who kept asking for a Jewish Japan run? He's about to be satisfied is where he is. He just talked himself up too much and then crashed out, burned out super hard. But that puts you in, like, okay, to like go back to the psychology of this. When you talk yourself up so hard and you're expecting everyone to really think you perform, then you start to have a really, like, a huge amount of, like, cognitive pressure on yourself. And that's, like, when you're most likely to fail, right? So, like, it might not even be, like, his skill where you need to think about this. It's just he can't handle the pressure. Because he's on hardcore. He has a character that's 200 hours old. The failure needs to be 0. You can't just, like, whiff it once and then you fail. I think he gets a bit donation, so he's looking at a second monitor here. And so then he turns back and suddenly he's like, oh, what's this? And it's like, you know... Hey journalist, you got into Realms of Exlor after your first run icon. Really fun. I love that mod. Hard times make for hard workout. Hard workout makes for hard men. Hard men seek work. Hard workouts. The cycle continues. Did you see the clip from Pirates Ashes of Creation raid? Yeah, where he was like dogging on like another guild or something and like was like kind of flipping out on him. I did see him. That's like in the narcissism argument camp. But also I think, look, if you're watching a content creator, I think the category of person who is going to do any sort of content creation is just going to categorically be, in general, on the averages, not speaking to every single one, is in general going to just be way more narcissistic than like the average person. So I'm not surprised that content creators turn out to be narcissistic. And like I think with Pirate Software, maybe he should just not play PvP games, because it seems to be that PvP is like what brings out this other side in him, needing to be better than other people, whereas being better than the environment or worse than the environment really says more about the game itself. So we live in a society, true. Tiger Woods has that big dog in him. The people playing haven't played that much WoW, so they just made many mistakes and died. Hold up, Trump's likely to give TikTok a 90-day reprieve once he takes office Monday. Yeah, I know Biden kicked it down the road to him, but like, look, if he's got the ear of Meta and Twitter, they'd rather have it banned. I don't know. No, I think a lot of people want it banned because of the lobbyists and stuff. They just don't want to be the ones guilty of banning TikTok because they don't want people mad at them. Police arriving to arrest King General. It's not like this. Soaking up all the drama, my brain feeds on it. Your brain would feed off of some sleep, dear Will. Bill Burr has a good bit about the Arnold situation. I generally like Bill Burr's takes. As far as comedians go, Bill Burr tends to have the best takes. Which isn't to say he's always right, but just generally, Bill Burr is a little bit more on it. Ads equals trash in WoW talk? Oh, okay. I know it is in Path of Exile, but I always thought it was because the more and more were summoned. But yeah. It's not like the stores are obligated to reinstate TikTok on the platform. Yeah, if it is banned, you actually can be held liable. And yes, if it was just the boss chasing them, it was still a little sketchy, but would have been manageable. No other class has the CC to kite things like a mage has. Maybe it's just Gen X, but I've never seen the appeal of TikTok. Shorter attention span. Gene, in general, I think. We are being aged out of our element. I don't super love the reels as well. Actually, I mean, I watch probably too much reels. The thing about reels is they're unimportant but urgent because they grasp your attention immediately. And then the like nature of just being able to flip to another one when you aren't stemming yourself on dopamine anymore. Playing real life on hardcore is also why I'm careful when crossing the street. I do that like 1,000 times a year, so 1% failure rate or 0.1% failure rate is unacceptable. Yep. I've never heard of Vine, no clue what that is. Gene's over here memeing. I think Gene's probably heard of Vine. Vine was like TikTok 20 years before TikTok, or 10, 15 years before TikTok. And it just didn't catch on, even though it's like the exact same concept. Have you seen Elon Musk cheating in Path of Exile? That is in fact part of what this entire separate non-Victoria 3 discussion has been about. The clip where they were doing a raid, someone pulled a mob that you should not pull. He got really mad and he said he was going to kick them from the group. Clip showed him it was that he pulled and he instantly deflected and blamed the tank. I haven't seen that clip. I saw the clip where he was talking about burying the other guild because they did something kind of somewhat normal and is like vendetta style. I haven't seen that. That doesn't necessarily surprise me. I also think that I think that the vultures are combing through thousands of hours of pirate software clips for clips that make him look bad right now. So to whatever extent you are consuming clips that make him look bad, you have to qualify it with the understanding that the amount of clips you're seeing that are making him look bad are going to be like, or the amount of clips you're seeing of pirate software right now are going to be disproportionately biased and skewed towards making him look like a huge, massive, narcissistic asshole. and that if you are trying to evaluate the thing as objectively as you can, you need to take that into account, which doesn't mean he's not a narcissistic asshole. It just means that the quality of your information, that well is really poisoned. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means, like, the thing to do would be the uncomfortable... Like, if you really wanted to form a strong opinion on Pirate Software, you would probably need to watch a ton of his VODs yourself, and, like, make a more, like, kind of informed decision, or, find a content creator who wanted to go through the trouble of watching 10 randomly selected Pirate Software VODs, selecting all the wholesome and all the negative moments from them, compiling them together, and try and compare and contrast, is Pirate Software actually a good guy or a bad guy? And that would take forever. It would be super not with the content creators, like, time, from the perspective of you would get way fewer likes or this type of stuff. It wouldn't do anywhere near as well as the Pirate Software stuff, especially because it's timely. You have to be, like, urgent. This is the drama right now. In, like, 1 week where it would take to do all that, there's going to be different drama. And so, like, yeah. Musically, Musicali was a Chinese clone of Vine and then rebranded to TikTok. That makes sense. So we never really got the whole appeal of short form. I'll choose to watch 10-minute YouTube video before 2 to 3 minutes short form. To be fair, like, my content isn't short form, so it's like you're more likely to find people in the same camp as you on my stuff. And the fact that there are some videos that just slam your brain with dopamine, you mean all of them? The thrill of, you know, scrolling up to the next reel? It's like, it's actually like... They make it, like, even more addictive by design. You know that, like, when you refresh your email or refresh your page or whatever on Instagram, there's actually a delay, and the delay doesn't need to happen. The delay actually makes you more engaged, which is why there is a delay, which is, like, similar to pulling the arm on the slot machine or whatever. The same design principles that are used to design slot machines get used to design social media to maximize engagement. And it has nothing to do with how fulfilled or entertained you feel. It's just, like, built to keep you glued to the thing for as long as possible. Yeah. When TV stations shut down for the night, wait, what? That is a while. I'm 53, born in 71, right in the middle of Gen X. Yep. A Gen Zer knows what Vine is but never used it. I also do not like TikToks or YouTube Shorts, really. I just prefer long-form content. I've kind of, over the past 6 months, I've melted my brain a little bit more with Shorts than I would like. I don't like it, though. That's, like, the thing, is, like, I'm engaged, but I'm not entertained. I'm not happy with it. So, this world is cook or be cooked, true. Skibbity Sigma cooked on God. We gotta get Will out of here so he can get some sleep. Fact-based YouTube drama. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants an actual, like, investigative or, like, integrity-styled thing with nuance. Nope. Everyone just wants the dogpiling. Everyone wants to just laugh at this guy and say, look, what a roach. And, like, I just think that that's... Okay, first of all, I think it's funny, but, like, second of all, I think that it's just, like, the type of way in which you're consuming the product is, or, like, there's a certain threshold where if you are watching this type of stuff a ton, it's not good. Like, as a consumer paradigm. So... I do enjoy refreshing my YouTube stats when a video comes out at, like, every 5 minutes. Yeah, that's the same thing. That's actually one I'm working on systems to try and get myself out from under that. Like, I think what I want to do is actually only check my YouTube comments and analytics once a day. Because I waste so much time refreshing and checking. Like, it's just actually, like, it's ridiculous and it doesn't do anything useful or productive in the, like, smallest, like, sort of way. Unc calls Instagram posts email. No, email does it as well. Instagram also does it on your For You page. Like, there's a delay that's unnecessary. Email does it as well. I was saying both do it. to be clear, I watch shorts sometimes, but I'm not enjoying yourself. That's exactly it. It's engagement, not enjoyment. And that's the way that they're designed. Yeah. Although I think you're probably at the point in the video where I just like said that same thing. Content Cop, that dude with the long hair. The Scumbag Dad might be like my favorite content creator. Like in terms of like semi-anti-content content. Like I'll be pulled in by one short I actually want to see, like a generalist gaming bagel tutorial, and then I'm locked in for 20 minutes. Holy shit, time flies when you're watching shorts. Yeah, it's just, they're designed to just yank all your attention from you and just stim you full of dopamine, and then you don't have motivation to do anything else because you're just like, your receptors are just like, have been fried with dopamine. And it's like not good. Read a book to reset your attention. Meditation's probably the thing that I would like be most apt to recommend, because meditation is like the inverse of the thing. Although that doesn't necessarily mean it's the solution, but like with meditation you have to focus on not thinking rather than just having thoughts just shoved into your brain hole, like via like short-term content. I could be reading Lennon's work instead of reading shorts. True. I didn't use anything but Facebook. That implies to me that you're a bit older. I generally find smaller channels produce videos that are more engaging, but it feels like many vids don't truly have something to say or are just clickbait vids. This is also true. 100% doom scroll some shorts, not like this. I've never scrolled through shorts in my life. It just never grabbed me. Good. You got lucky you didn't get bitten by the itch. I think we will try an outro here though, because people are leaving. And also, this isn't Victoria 3 anymore, right? So the people coming in are just going to be like, what is this talk about nonsense? I think we addressed kind of most people's questions regarding pirate software and Elon and this type of stuff. And so I bid you all farewell. Let's end the YouTube stream, and then I don't know if we want to send the raiders on Twitch, because we've